Chapter 101. Say it again, and I will press your head into the cauldron. Isn't the Ministry of Magic employing dementors because they don't need money? They are open all year round, and they bring their own torture instruments. Marx murmured silently, but still said generously, forget it. Let it rest for a day. We will come back tomorrow. Is able to upgrade the Hushin guard to level 4, which is enough for him, and then he only needs to take the time to practice slowly. Doobt could see that Marx was in a good mood, but since Marx had been fighting the Dementors for so long, he still made suggestions. It's still early. How about I take you outside for a stroll? Marx nodded, staying in the black magic shop every day and couldn't go out. He was a little bit too busy for a long time. After came here, Marx always wanted to know what Knockdown Alley looked like, but he had not upgraded the Hushin guard to level 4 before, so he didn't have the guts to go out alone. Let's go. I think you'll like that place, Doogt said mysteriously. Marx has some interest. Dujatri locked the box holding the Dementor, and then planted protective magic in this empty room, and then took Marx out of the house. What if I wait for a patient to come? Marx glanced back. They'll wait there obediently. Doug said nothing. Those who are willing to come here to treat are some special patients, either because they are injured because of shameful reasons, or else they are the dark wizards with criminal records. They can't go to a regular hospital, they can only come to him. They have to wait no matter how long. Marx quickly figured out this, and understood in his heart. It's no wonder that Doobt offered such a cruel price during the treatment. It turned out that he was not afraid of the opponent's rejection. After walking for about 20 minutes, Doogt's path became more and more skewed, and Marx's brows frowned. If it weren't for his memory to show that Doug had been acquainted with his mother for more than 10 years, and the relationship had been good, Marx would almost think he was trafficked. Fortunately, a few minutes later, Marx found that there were more pedestrians around him. Further ahead, there is a large square that is somewhat dilapidated, but it is very lively. On both sides of the square, many wizard seats are sitting on the ground, and a piece of rag is placed in front of them, on which weird magical objects or materials are placed. That's what you're talking about? Marx looked around curiously. He felt that these wizards were like street vendors in the night market in the previous life. Of course, your mother hasn't brought you here yet? Doobt looked back at him, and then explained. This is the wizard market in Knockdown Alley. Regardless of whether it is legal or illegal, everyone can find what they want here. No. Marx shook his head, remembering that Axia would only take him to Diagon Alley occasionally to play. Did you buy the Dementors here too? Marx asked. You want to be beautiful? Doobt rolled his eyes. It took me a lot of tongues and a lot of Jinjialong to get it with a friend. Even here it is impossible to buy it, Doug said proudly, but didn't notice Marx muttering to himself. Can you sell everything that is good? Conman. Let's take a look. If there is anything you want, I pay it and treat it as a gift for you. Doobt gestured, but saw Marx's eyes light up, and then added another sentence. Don't choose too expensive. Marx ignored him, but walked to one of the stalls, squatted down, and picked up a bottle of blood. This is a bottle of Yichi's blood, and there are bottles with dragon blood and unicorn blood beside it. Marx was a little emotional for a while. What he had so painstakingly wanted to get could be so easy to buy in the market, too. But after getting in touch, Marx realized the difference. Blood of Yichi. Activity, very low. Explanation. This is the blood of a male adult Yichi, which contains the magic power of death. Noting the prompt in the system's inventory, Marx shook his head disappointedly and put the bottle back. The activity of the blood was too low, and I didn't know how long it was left for it to be used to make blood fusion potions. A bottle of dragon blood 35 gallons, night skeletal blood 50 gallons, unicorn blood ... 70 gallons. The stall owner is an old witch with a pipe dangling, wearing a top-pointed hat and smoking smoke in her mouth. After seeing Marx shaking her head, she leapt forward and stared at him. But seeing you look cute, how about your sister giving you a 30% discount? Marx leaned back calmly. He didn't understand the market price, but he also knew that the price was really high. It was a bit abnormal. The horn of a unicorn in Diagon Alley was only 21 gallons. But, why is unicorn blood so much more expensive than others? Marx asked strangely. Have you heard that someone raises unicorns? The old witch asked. Marx understands that dragons are bred in some places, and some of the nitrides are also tamed by wizards. It is normal for the price to be lower. Have you not chosen yet? Doobt walked up at this time, and when he saw the 3 bottles under Marx's gaze, he frowned, picked up one of them, and took out some gold from the bag. Cannon put it on the stall. The black market price, Yeechi blood 11 gallons, just buy this. The old witch shook her hand with the cigarette. You read www.uukanzu.com and started cursing with her eyebrows raised, but after raising her eyes to see the person, she stopped talking again and smashed her mouth. Mad Dog Doobt. You say it again, I'll press your head into the cauldron. Doobt grinned, and after dropping the money, he took Marx and left the small stall. Why are you buying Nietzsche blood? I just look at it, Marx said helplessly. Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Even if you don't need it, your mother will use it. Doobt blinked at him. Marx looked at him, thinking that Doobt had discovered the secret of his blood fusion, but then he reacted. Doobt pointed out that it should be used to make certain magic items, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then asked curiously, why did that old witch call you just now? Sometimes multiple deterrent nicknames can save a lot of trouble. Doobt explained casually with his eyes flashing. Marx didn't ask more. After spending an afternoon together, he didn't see that Doug was like a mad dog. Although he liked to drink and behave strangely, he was still normal. Does it mean that he is drunk and likes to go crazy? Marx looked at Douget's drunk appearance, calmly a little farther away from him. P.S. The inventor of the wolf poison potion was Bell Bye's uncle Damocles Marcus, not Snape. It is mentioned in the 6th book of the original work, and I have mentioned it in the previous chapters. In addition, as in contrast to prices, the original unicorn horn sold 21 jinjialong, and 17 ounces 28.350 grams of dragon liver. Chapter 102 Circle of Magic. After shopping like this for a long time, Marx picked and bought a lot of materials for making potions, and prepared to practice his hands after returning home. In the future, black magic items may not be easy to sell. In order to make the family's business better, maybe he can make some potions to try. In view of Doogt's status as the former deputy director of the Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, Marx asked for advice on the production and sale of potions. Are you going to sell potions? Doogt stopped walking. Listen, the making of potions is never easy. If the various processes are a little bit close, the effect will be very different. Maybe you have successfully made some potions in the potions class at HogWarts, but that is far from the level that can be sold. For a bottle of potion for sale, it not only needs to have a significant effect, but also has a strong stability. Instead of making the purchase and not know how much the potion can do before drinking it, Douget patiently explained to Marx, and then even suggested, if you are interested in potions, I suggest that you should go to the potions department of the Street Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries for a period of time after graduation. Marx listened very carefully, but he still had some confidence in his potion level, especially in the experience card mode. Even blood fusion potions that required a level 6 potion level could be deployed smoothly. Well, you first go to the neighborhood by yourself. Don't get too far away. Call me if you have something. At this time, Doogt, as if he had discovered something, grabbed some gold gallons from his pocket and gave it to him. Marx, after an order, squeezed towards a lively stall. Marx took the money, but didn't refuse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he just wanted to buy something, so he just assumed it was borrowed, and he would return it when he had money. By the way, Marx glanced in the direction where Doogt was, and found that there were a few wizards and goblins playing cards, possibly a gambling place, and suddenly lost interest. Drinking ... gambling ... extortion. How did this character become the deputy dean in the first place? Marx shook his head, looking at the enthusiastic appearance of Doggett sitting there. After Doggett left, Marx let go of his hands and feet, and walked around the wizarding market. With the identification function of the system, Marx felt that he might be able to find some good things in the market. Special offer: dragon liver Kixico 1 ounce. The venom of the 8-eyed giant spider is only sold for 60 gallons. There are all sorts of weird things in various small stalls, and there are endless screams, many of which are far below the market price of Diagon Alley. But relatively, here is also chaotic. Many of the goods sold are fake and defective products, which are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Marx saw a light wheel 2000 that only sells for 60 gallons at a stall, but after contacting it, he found that the speed of this thing was only a pitiful 40 miles per hour, and he didn't know what it was. The method makes it look like the light wheel 2000. In the end, Marx only found something worth buying in an inconspicuous small stall. It is a silver bracelet, which seems to be made up of some animal bones in series. The link at the end is a circular mark on which there are 17 magic texts arranged in a certain order. These are some brand new ancient magic texts that he doesn't know. Even the book introducing ancient magic texts given to him by Isaiah didn't mention it. At the moment of contact, the system's information appeared in Marx's mind. Magic item, magic ring, magic power, low-high effect, condensing magic power, repelling objects within 1 meter 3 meters of their whole body. Explanation: it only looks intact on the surface. But due to improper use by the holder, this bracelet is close to the edge of damage, and you can only stimulate its power twice. The circle of magic power, 900 gallons. The stall owner was a short wizard. Seeing that Marx was just an 11 or 12-year-old wizard, he couldn't really draw much interest, but he still introduced it. As long as the magic power is poured in, the stored magic power can be exploded when needed, and the power can knock an adult wizard into the air. A thing that is about to be damaged? Would you dare to sell it so expensive? Marx glanced at him and said without hesitation. The short wizard was stunned first, then furious. Damaged? This is intact. If you can't afford it, get out. Really? Not necessarily, Marx said as he took out 10 jinjialong from his pocket and placed it on the stall. This is 10 golden gallons. How about a bet with you? Your magic circle can only be used twice, and the effect is not half of what you said. If I lose, the money goes to you. I won, the bracelet to me. The short wizard shut up. Over the past few months, he has been setting up a stall. Many wizards have been able to see that there is a problem with the bracelet, but this is the first one to be so precise. Even he himself is not sure how many times this bracelet can be used, only knowing that it will be broken soon. My house sells magic items. Marx explained that the short wizard knew it, and after looking at him for a while, he said depressedly, 60 jinjialong, you can take it away if you want. Maybe it can still be used for repairs. 6 pieces, I will tell you with the most professional eyes, this has the value of research at most. Marx doesn't understand the market price. Until novel.com, so I just cut it off. The short wizard looked at him for a while, only to offer him one word: go. If the price is too low, we can talk again. Marx didn't mean to leave, but he also knew that the bargaining was too harsh, and his tone slowed down a lot for a while. In the end, Marx finally got it at the price of 35 gold gallons after going through a bitter fight. Did I make a profit? Still lost? Marx put the bracelet on his left hand, always struggling with this question in his mind, but thinking that the real precious thing might be the magic text on it. I feel better. Seeing the sky gradually dimmed, Marx did not go to other stalls, but found Doggett, who was still playing cards in that small stall. The stall owner seemed to be a fairy. He was so casually draped in a piece of rags and sat on a tall stool. If it weren't for the stall owner's position, some jinjialong had been placed in front of him. I thought it was a house elf brought out by a wizard. Lost? Marx stepped forward, looked at the situation on the court, and asked Doggett. He doesn't know how to play the wizard card. but just look at the expressions of a few people. The stall owner's goblin has always been smiling, and the other two card players' faces are not very good. The worst expression is Doug. The facial features are almost squeezed together. P.S. Thank you for your recommended tickets and rewards. This book should be available on the first day of next month. It will be added and updated at that time. Please also support it, even if it is the first order. Thanks. Chapter 103 Mad Dog Doug. It's just a momentary victory. I'll play 2 more games, and I'll win it back soon. Doug frowned tightly, staring at the cards in his hand, not paying attention to his meaning at all. Marks shook his head helplessly, and had to wait. Said it was playing 2 rounds, but when the addiction came up, Doug played for another full hour. Fortunately, this time it seemed to be a transfer, and he actually won several times in the middle. Earned some money. Doug finally closed his hand after losing another round. He always felt that there was something wrong with the hand today, so he was about to pull Marks away. Doug, are you not playing anymore? You may win a few more rounds. The goblin stall owner threw a few gold gallons and said with a grin, forget it, let's talk about it when I have time. Doug waved his hand, his expression not very pretty. What a coward. Just so afraid of losing it? The fairy stall owner murmured a few words unswervingly, and reached out to collect Jinjialong from the table, but as soon as the voice fell, a big hand grabbed his head and hit the table heavily. The round table made of mahogany was smashed with several cracks. The golden cannon rolled from the round table to the ground. The goblin's ugly wrinkled big head was bruised, red blood, and white nose. They came out of the nose together. Who do you think is a coward? Doug looked like a madman and didn't mean to stop at all. After holding the goblin's head and hitting it the wooden table a few times, he grabbed the hot water bottle and poured it directly on it. The shrill wailing sounded in the wizard market, attracting attention from the wizards around, but no one came up to help. Just watching the excitement. Managing order is what the law enforcement team does. The 2 wizards who played cards together were also shocked. One of them stepped back abruptly, obviously not wanting to participate. Another wizard in a green robe drew his wand after reacting and pointed it at Doug. However, before he could successfully cast the spell, the overturned cup on the table turned into a purple zebra snake and bit it on the wizard's right hand holding the magic wand, and the long snake body entangled directly tied the wizard's right hand. The green-robed wizard screamed a few times before he noticed the existence of Marks, an 11 or 12-year-old wizard, but it was too late. Faint. Marks waved his magic wand, and the green-robed wizard fell to the ground. Although Marks didn't know what Doug was suddenly nervous about, he wouldn't have any hesitation since the fight started. After taking care of the trouble, Marks held his wand and looked at another wizard who was participating in the card game vigilantly. He wouldn't swell up just because he easily knocked down an adult wizard just now. He just caught the opponent by surprise. However, the wizard directly raised his hand and acted to show that he had no malice, and had nothing to do with the stallholder fairy, and would never participate. More importantly, the wizard thinks this combination of big and small is too cruel. He can't beat. Marks didn't expect that the other party would react like this, but he didn't relax his vigilance and just stared at him. Doug took a look here, and when he saw that Marks had dealt with the trouble for him, he turned his head, opened his mouth wide, put his wand on the goblin's neck, and questioned again angrily. Who did you say was a coward? Who? The fairy stall owner whose head was pressed on the mahogany table has not yet understood why he was beaten. There is a paste in his head, his mouth opened to leak the air, and his mouth with several teeth broken, and said slightly trembling, I am a coward. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd, and Marks looked over and found that a group of neatly dressed black-robed wizards were rushing toward this side. Help! The fairy stall owner yelled with tears as if he had seen a savior, but the next second his head hit the corner of the table and fainted directly. Several black-robed wizards looked here and even drew their wands. It was obvious that they were coming to him and the others. Marks squeezed the wand, and Doug vented some anger at this time. After fainting the goblin, He pulled Marks closer, and then cast a spell. Phantom Shift. The colorful rays of magic power had already struck, but fortunately, the timing of Dugt's spellcasting was just right, and all of these magics were missed. Is another space displacement. It feels not much better than when using flu powder. When Marks saw his surroundings again, he found that he was already in a dilapidated alley with some piled up next to him, and the surrounding houses were all dilapidated, and they seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. After he was safe, Marks also had some anger in his heart. This fight was simply inexplicable, just because the goblin scolded him Dugt a coward. Are you crazy? Not to mention being chased by a group of wizards in the end, and had to run away in a hurry. It feels terrible. Marks was trying to question, but saw Dugt's face change drastically. He grabbed his arm and ran. Let's go. They have magic items that can locate the apparition. Who are these black-robed wizards who are chasing us? Are they from the Ministry of Magic? Marks also knew that it was not the time to quarrel. Until novel.com and asked with restrained anger. Of course not. They are some wizards privately hired by the wizard market. They are called law enforcers by many people and are responsible for managing order. Dugt calmed down at this time, although there were still some drunken red spots on his face. But the consciousness is still awake. After taking Marks to the nearest dilapidated house, Dugt said in a deep voice, "You go inside and hide. Wait until I deal with them, or lead them away before you come out." "Can you deal with them?" Marks said sarcastically. As far as he saw just now, there were at least 5 people in the black-robed law enforcement team. "Don't underestimate me. Just a few rubbish." Dugt grinned, and after telling him to hide, he ran to the depths of the alley. "But how do I end up after playing?" Before Marks could say anything, Dugt had already ran away. Seeing the light flashing in the distance representing the spell, Marks sighed and looked back at the house with only ruins and bricks left behind. One by one, he grabbed the protruding bricks and climbed to a high place, looking for there was a place with shelter, and I was going to see how Doug dealt with those black-robe wastes. Result. Marks looked at it for a while and then covered his face with his hand, unable to bear to look straight. Underneath, under the spell bombardment of 5 wizards, Dugt has no ability to fight back at all, so he can only chase and kill him. Only occasionally can cast 1 or 2 spells to a certain extent to hinder those wizards. Who the is cooking whom? Chapter 104. Move quickly. Why don't you move? Bone to pieces. Flaming. The colorful spells traversed through the rocky ruins. Dugt hardly added an iron armor curse to his body, but it was broken after resisting 1 or 2 strokes, and his body was overturned by the aftermath of magic and rolled into a stone pillar. Under bar. Doug spit out the mud in his mouth, accompanied by a missing tooth and a little blood. "I would drink less if I knew it a long time ago." Wait until the wizard market to teach that goblin. Dugt was secretly annoyed, but he was thinking more about how to get away. He originally thought that the 5 opponents would look for him. Most of them would form a team of 2 or 3, search separately, or even scatter all of them, to give him a chance to break through. It is a pity that the 5 wizards as enemies are not far apart, faintly forming a semicircular encirclement, constantly casting spells so that he can't concentrate on using the transformation. And even if the space is changed, these people will probably follow up again. This is very troublesome to Doug, and there is no good way to force them to split up. Get out, Doug the Mad Dog. The black-robed wizard headed by him kept releasing long-range spells, narrowing the hiding space of Dugt, but he didn't mean to approach him at all. Obviously he was very jealous. Occasionally, the black-robed wizard headed by him remembered a rumor and tentatively said, "Coward, if you don't plant it, just hide it like this." Just after speaking, the black-robed wizard suddenly felt a palpitation, and quickly added several protections to himself. And an angry voice sounded in the next second. Thunderbolt explodes. Orange flames rushed straight into the pile of rocks ahead and exploded, and countless large pieces of rubble hit the 5 black-robed law enforcement officers. There are so many obstacles. Iron armor bodyguard. After hurriedly casting the spell, the black-robed law enforcers finally blocked the outside with rubble, and at the same time, The exact position of Doogt was exposed. A large number of spells took turns to beat the stone pillar on one side into several pieces. Doogt's body was also exposed, and there was not much place to hide around. Phantom Shift. Just as Doogt was about to force Apparition to escape regardless of risk, a white shadow was like lightning, and suddenly rushed out of the stone wall behind several black-robed law enforcement officers, and his feet heavily stepped on the black-robed wizard headed by it. Body. Click. The magic barrier representing the iron armor curse flashed past, and broke apart again in the next second. The black-robed wizard headed only had time to show a slight look of horror on his face, and was kicked by the shadow of the unicorn. Get out, Andrew. Several black-robed wizards suddenly panicked, and a bunch of crackling spells hit the shadow of the unicorn. Fainted. Flaming flames. However, the rays of various spells went straight through the illusory body of the unicorn and hit Andrew behind. Poor Andrew was badly injured. He just barely got up from the ground, and he ran into many spells on his face. Only the last breath was left, and even his clothes were burned. The remaining black-robed wizards are very embarrassed. Even Doogt was bewildered, but fortunately, his long-term combat experience enabled him to seize this great opportunity to counterattack. Taking advantage of the distraction of the black-robed wizards, Doogt brewed a powerful curse. Strands of purple flames gush out from the tip of the magic wand, and then swell in the wind and turn into a sea of fire toward the opponent. It's a pity that face-to-face spellcasting is hard to make any difference. What's more, there are 4 wizards on the opposite side, and a series of anti-curses easily restricts the purple sea of fire. It's just that the anti-curse has little effect on blood magic. The shadow of the ghostly unicorn occupies an illusory figure and roams in the purple sea of fire. From time to time, the harassment or sneak attack caused the black-robed wizards to be devastated, but after a while, another black-robed wizard was killed by the unicorn. The shadow top flew out, losing the ability to resist. Foster. The 3 black-robed law enforcement team members were so angry that they couldn't help it. The encounter with Andrew just now made them afraid to release magic at will, lest they all hit their allies again. The only thing that made them breathe a sigh of relief was that Foster activated the black magic props on his body before he was seriously injured, blowing off half of the unicorn shadow's body, which was regarded as a loss for both sides. Doogt's eyes flashed with worry, and when he saw Bai missed, he guessed that this powerful spell was cast by Marx, and it was mostly related to the Guardian that he had practiced before. Although I don't understand how Marx has mastered it at this age, it is obviously not at this time. Once the shadow of the unicorn dissipates, he will have to face the 3 wizards alone. The perspectives of both parties are concentrated on this illusory and pure white creature, and the unicorn's figure suddenly dispersed, turning into a white mist and floating in the air. Before the wizards of the law enforcement team had time to rejoice, a neighing sound rang, and the shadow of the unicorn reappeared. Was blown off by half of his body before, and it didn't seem to have caused any hindrance to the unicorn. 2 huge beast pupils scanned the 3 men in black robes. Mad Dog Doogt, I didn't expect you to have such a whole card. The tall and thin black-robed wizard looked at the restored unicorn shadow www.mentalnovel.com and looked at the grey-headed figure opposite. This weird unknown magic is simply amazing. Can only say that Gert usually hides too deeply. Doogt hesitated for a while, and he exposed Marx's existence, but he pretended to be very disdainful and spoke. If you weren't pushing too hard, I didn't intend to be true. The remaining 3 black-robed wizards hesitated. They didn't expect that 5 wizards could not take each other out even after they were dispatched, and they were easily brought down by 2. They may not be able to win if they continue to fight. Surrender now? It's too late. Doogt saw the thoughts of these 3 people and contemptuously said, Is his injury for nothing? Doogt stood proudly in the center, quietly waiting for the actions of the shadow of the unicorn. In the previous battle, Doogt had already analyzed the characteristics of this magic. In normal form, it can traverse obstacles, ignore spells, and can transform entities in a short time. It has the ability to interfere with reality, not to mention that it can quickly recover after being seriously injured in the materialized state. When a meat shield helps him block dozens of spells. Relax. If there are no other restrictions, it is almost insoluble. Doomed is full of confidence. Even if there are 3 more wizards, he can handle it. The black-robed wizards present were afraid to take the lead, and the scene froze for a while. After waiting for a few seconds, Doomed looked at the shadow of the majestic unicorn, staying in place, faintly feeling that something was wrong. You are moving fast. Chapter 105. Don't be afraid, he is about to die. On the attic of the broken house not far from here, Marx stood there and looked down, muttering, "My magic power is almost exhausted. I can only play support. Why don't you do it?" Marx had already decided to take action when he saw that Dujet was in a bad situation. After all, things had already been messed up. He couldn't really let him go and watch Dujet get caught. So he secretly summoned the shadow of the unicorn and lurked near the battlefield. It wasn't until Dujet used the curse to explode to cause chaos. Marx then found the right time, lightning shot, and eliminated the leading black-robed wizard as quickly as possible. And relying on the opponent's ignorance of the uniqueness of blood magic, once again cooperated with Dujet's purple flame to solve another law enforcement agent. It's just that Marx didn't expect that the other party would use an unknown magic item to blow up half of the unicorn shadow's body, causing him to use a lot of magic power to repair it. After several times of consumption, Marx roughly estimated that his magic power can only be used to perform the physicalization of blood magic once, so he has always maintained an ordinary illusory state, staying in place and not moving to reduce the consumption of magic power. Expecting to be the same as before, Doomed will take the lead, and he will take the opportunity to sneak an attack. Maybe he will be able to destroy another black-robed wizard. It's been a long time for Doomed to take the initiative, so Marx had no choice but to attack first, otherwise his magic power would be exhausted. On the court, Doomed could not get off the stage at this time, and the 3 black-robed wizards in front of him looked eagerly. He was not completely sure to support the 3-person attack in turn, but could only support a confident and arrogant appearance. Let the other party cast a rat avoidance device. Fortunately, the shadow of the unicorn moved at this moment. Dujet let out a long sigh of relief, while the members of the law enforcement team became nervous. They had seen the weirdness of this magic, and the transition from reality to reality was only a moment away. So they put on layers of defensive spells one after another, hoping to resist 1 or 2, and all that is left is to put the curse that he would have on Dujet's face. They can't handle this magic, but they just need to get rid of the caster. Dujet cast spells again, and a magical barrier lay in front of him. Although the speed of construction is not as fast as the speed of destruction, it can barely be able to withstand it for a while. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the shadow of the unicorn has been harassing these law enforcers. It is impossible for the 3 black-robed wizards to pay all their attention to Doomed. In an instant, this white shadow walked through to a black-robed wizard. There are many obstacles. Armor protection. After releasing several defensive spells in a row, the black-robed wizard who was being targeted did not have the slightest sense of security, because the shadow of the illusory unicorn directly passed through the obstacles set by him. Even the iron armor curse neither played the slightest role. The spiral-shaped unicorn pierced his chest. And when the black-robed wizard felt desperate that he was about to die, the white shadow passed directly through his body. "I'm not dead?" The black-robed wizard turned his head and glanced confusedly. The unicorn shadow was already looking for the next target. After another period of trembling and frightening, another black-robed wizard who was targeted touched his body very strangely, because he was not injured either. It wasn't until the shadow of the unicorn tossed and teased the remaining law enforcement team members that they gradually realized a fact. That is, this unique magic seems to be unable to attack them. Otherwise, as long as it is used several times as before, at least one of them can be kicked out. Thinking of this, the 3 of them all looked at Doomed together. Doogt's eyes widened, cold sweat on his forehead. This magic was not released by him at all, and he didn't know the specific status of this magic. But still pretending to be calm and relaxed, but he started a little bit more fiercely again, no longer blindly defensive, taking advantage of the harassment and distraction of the law enforcement by the shadow of the unicorn, struggling to counterattack. Thunderbolt explodes. At such a close distance, it is extremely dangerous to release blasting black magic, but Doobt has no other way at this time. The three law enforcement officers also understood the terrible curse, and placed dozens of magical barriers one after another. The orange-wood flame exploded as soon as it touched the first magic barrier, and the flames mixed with huge shockwaves and spread out in all directions. Doobt, who had only one iron armor curse on his body, was shocked from his internal injuries. Even so, he still threw out a black magic force and hit one of the black wizards. The black gas corroded up, and the hapless black robe wizard fell to the ground in a whine, and the three law enforcement officers reduced one more. However, for this purpose, Doobt is already close to the limit. The defensive spell on his body has already been blasted by a thunderbolt explosion. This time he shot again and suddenly revealed a flaw. The remaining two law enforcement officers waved their magic wands and prepared to deliver the final blow. But faster than them was the shadow of the unicorn that had been walking on the field. You are reading www.uukansu.cm. The illusory white shadow stepped on the void. His feet raised high, and stepped towards one of them. The law enforcement officer was about to dodge subconsciously, but at this time he heard another shout. Don't be afraid. Keep attacking. He is just bluffing. Thinking of Doobt's miserable inability to sustain even the defensive spell at this time, the law enforcer was at ease. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and seemed to be able to hear the sound of his ribs cracking. The body flew up, hitting the stone wall behind it all the way to life and death. The last black-robed wizard swallowed hard, then glanced back at the unkempt and unkempt Doobt. This person is so insidious. He must be tempting me to shoot. Phantom shift. Seeing the shadow of the unicorn rushing towards him, the black-robed wizard panicked and forced the apparition and disappeared from the field. Dujat sat down limply on the ground with a pop, and subconsciously took out the hip flask at his waist. But unfortunately there was not a drop of wine in it. When looked up again, the mysterious and powerful unicorn shadow had turned into a haze and disappeared in the center of the battlefield. There is still such a powerful spell in the clown's house. Why has Azire never used it? Doobt murmured secretly. At the same time, Marks, who had just walked down the attic, frowned suddenly, and the space not far in front of him seemed to be twisted and torn apart, and a figure in a black robe was squeezed out of the space. The two sides face each other, with big eyes and small eyes. Chapter 106. Things in Turnover Alley are often discussed after the fight. Marks frowned and stepped aside. He has limited magic power and does not intend to continue fighting. The black-robed law enforcer was overjoyed. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the wizarding market, it was this kid who was staying with Doobt in front of him. 5 of them were dispatched and they couldn't catch Dujat. He would go back alone now, and he would probably be severely punished, but it would be different if he could catch this kid and go back. Thinking like this, the black-robed law enforcer waved his wand at the fastest speed in his life. What a pity is a magic shockwave faster than him. As the 17 magic texts on Marks's left-hand bracelet were instantly illuminated by magic, the black-robed wizard hadn't figured out the situation. As if he had been hit by a bull, rolling his body into the smelly trash. The wand on it also fell to the ground. Why are you doing this again? Marks said, depressed. He has received the system's prompt sound, and the magic ring will be scrapped if it is used again. Fortunately, some magic power is originally stored in the magic circle. You only need to activate it to release the corresponding magic, otherwise Marks will have a headache. The black-robed wizard, who was suddenly hit hard, quickly realized that the little wizard in front of him possessed powerful magic items. But no matter how powerful the magic item is, it depends on who is using it. The black-robed wizard suddenly rolled and grasped the wand that had fallen not far away, and then turned around sharply, pointing the wand towards the little wizard. and the process went smoothly. Obviously, after hard practice, fainted. Looking at the black-robed wizard who slowly fell to the ground with an unbelievable expression on his face, Marx put down the magic wand in his hand. What is doing to make such an obvious move in front of him? He is not blind. Although there is not much magic remaining in the body, this kind of thing can still be squeezed. Oh, what are these things? What am I doing today? Marx sighed. And after taking the other party's wand a few steps forward, he dragged a black-robed wizard's foot in disgust, walked in the direction of Dugt. When Marx walked to the scene, Dugt had already cleaned up the scene. The 4 black-robed law enforcement team members were thrown into the pile of rocks together. The injuries on their bodies seemed to have been dealt with by Dugt. I don't know if him's still alive. He actually ran into you? It's really unlucky. Dugt looked at the black-robed wizard who was dragged to the ground by Marx, and couldn't help but mourn for him for a while. I was unlucky when I met you, Marx reluctantly complained in his heart. And the black-robed wizard in his hand dragged him to the pile of rocks, staying with the other 4. After a fight, he caught all the casters who were chasing after him. After Dugt vented his bad breath, his mood was obviously better, but looking at Marx's figure, he still felt a little unbelievable. If the 2 of us dealt with the law enforcement team today and spread it out, you would be famous. Dugt couldn't help but said, they will only know that you have overturned 4 law enforcement officers and scared 1 away. I used magical objects to defeat a running law enforcement officer. Marx rolled his eyes, and he was about to go up. It's not a good thing that the little wizard in the 2nd grade is so famous. Not to mention taking care of the law enforcement team also means getting into trouble, which is why he only uses the shadow of the unicorn to assist Dugt in the battle. It's a pity, I finally ran into the escaped. Marx's performance is so calm. Dugt was a little surprised. He thought that after defeating a few adult wizards, Marx would complacently ask him for 2 compliments, and Dugt even thought out his words. What should I do next? Can you handle it? The people in the wizard market won't come to trouble us again? Marx looked at the 5 black-robed wizards with a trace of worry. It was a big problem. But now, Dugt grinned and looked at the 5 law enforcement officers behind him contemptuously. I think I can have a good talk with the other party. Are you sure? Marx said dubiously. The ability to create such a wizarding market in this place of turnover alley shows that the opponent's power is huge. The matters of knockoff alley are often discussed after the fight. As long as you can win, you can say anything. Doug said confidently. Who established the wizarding market? You have to tell me this. Marx's confidence in Dugt has long been exhausted. As you said before, can you deal with the law enforcement team alone? It turned out not to be hanged. Dugt's face was quite embarrassed, and almost all of Marx's distrust had been written on his face. So he had to explain. It was jointly established by several pure-blood families. The so-called law enforcement team was also hired by them with money. There were 7 law enforcement officers. 5 of them became prisoners this time. Negotiations are bound to be a matter. These arrogant pure-blood actually look like a poor place like Turnover Alley, Marx said sarcastically. In Nipple Alley, the most numerous are not the dark wizards. Novel.com. But the poor ordinary wizards, which is why he thought that Knockdown Alley was similar to the slums. It is hard to imagine that pure-blood wizards who hold their own identities will pay attention to this kind of place. No one will have trouble with Jin Jialong. Besides, those pure-bloods don't have to appear in person, just find an agent. Dugt is also very disdainful of the so-called pure-blood. After adjusting his emotions, then he continued. Well, anyway, I will take care of this matter. Speaking, Dugt used Marx's shoulder to apparat. Marx did not resist, and in an instant he found himself moving into a small alley, not far from his own black magic shop. Dugt grabbed a dozen gold gallons from his pocket and put them in Marx's hand, and then said, Remember, don't tell your mother what happened just now. You just said to practice calling the gods at my house. And then you bought something. Nothing more. Before I had time to speak out, He saw Duke disappear without a trace in a flash. It was obvious that he had performed apparition again. I didn't agree. Marx threw Gingy Along in his hand and said depressedly, "Crazy dog Duke." Sure enough, he only had the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Marx will feel better after seeing the Gingy Along in his hand, the magic ring on his wrist, and the bottle of Yi Chi blood. Except for an inexplicable fight, the harvest was pretty good. Thinking of this, Marx sorted out some scattered clothes and walked towards his black magic shop. Chapter 107 Past Jingle Bell. As Marx walked in, the sweet doorbell rang. In the black magic shop, Asa held her cheek with her hand, and sat at the counter leisurely looking at the handwriting. After noticing Marx's unsightly face, she joked, "How is it? You are not scared by the appearance of a Dementor, right?" Since Marx was not injured, it was just that there was a little dust on his body when he was climbing the attic, so Isaiah didn't notice anything unusual. "No, I think it might be frightened by me." Marx rolled his eyes, and a Dementor was hiding in the box now. "Really? Just don't have nightmares at night." Asa smiled. She didn't believe it, thinking about Marx's horror when I saw the Dementor for the first time. That should be very interesting. But she didn't see it. By the way, Mom, do you know Dean Dujet's past experience? Marx asked instead of bothering about this topic. Although he received the money, he was still hesitating to disclose his experience in the battle, but it didn't mean that he couldn't ask other things. When have you been so interested in him? Didn't you always look forward to seeing Dean Duke? Asa closed the handwritten notes on the table and said suspiciously, "I just heard someone calling him a mad dog, so I was a little surprised." Marx said, "Did he be very angry?" Asa was not surprised, just smiled. Almost. Marx thought of the old witch who sold his night blood, and Duke almost knocked the other's head into the cauldron because of this sentence. After the contradiction with that fairy, Marx did not want to understand. He knew too little information, so it is not clear whether it was because of the last coward, or because he was cheated by a lot of Gingy Along while playing cards with the stall owner. Hanson. Aya thought about it for a moment, and then said, "I am not very clear about this matter. I only know that he was dismissed from the street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries more than 10 years ago because of some incidents. Later, Duke entered Knockover Alley, and because of a small incident, he used a spell to blow off a wizard's arm and caused a lot of trouble. Everyone started to call him that. More than 10 years ago, wasn't Duke just about 30 years old and became the deputy director of the street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries?" Marx was speechless, thinking of the photos and medals he saw at Duke's house. It is hard to imagine how this guy has fallen to where he is now. Then Marx tapped from the side to ask about Dujet's information. Apart from knowing that Gert seemed to be named by his family, everything else was trivial. Seeing that I couldn't ask anything, Yifan talked about gossip information as soon as his voice changed. "Mom, how did you and Dean Dujet meet?" "I think he seems to like you very much." "He likes himself more than he likes me," Asa replied irritably, and then looked suspiciously at the potion bag Marx was holding. "How much did you charge him today?" Aia's gaze became more and more dangerous, because she found that Marx did not come back empty-handed. "I just borrowed dozens of Gingy Along," Marx said with a guilty heart, and then showed off the bracelet on his left hand before Isaiah attacked. "I think this thing might be useful, so I bought it at the wizard market and spent 35 gold gallons. It seems that there are ancient magic texts on it. You can see if it can be repaired, or if it can be resolved." Ai took the bracelet off Marx's left hand, and after looking at it carefully for a while, she couldn't move her eyes. "How is it?" "There is no loss, right?" Marx has always been brooding about this. He wondered if he was scammed, because when he left the small stall, the short wizard smiled happily. "This bracelet will break if you use it again at most." Asa quickly saw it, and then continued. "However, some of the magic texts above are not recorded by me. They have high research value. After analyzing the meaning of these magic texts, they may be able to repair it. You can buy 35 gold gallons, which means you are lucky. Asa praised the magic text arrangement. What is that? Marx thought of the magic wand in his hand and the storage box containing the dementors. The magic texts on it seemed to be arranged in a specific way. Isaiah did not hide it, and began to explain. Generally speaking, the foundation of a magic item store is the number of magic texts analyzed and the formula for the arrangement of the magic texts. The former is the foundation of everything, but if you want to release the magic power, you still have to rely on a specific arrangement of magic texts. Generally, magic items are made with magic inscriptions inscribed inside the items. Once someone tries to analyze them, they may be damaged. After all, every new magic text formula is the result of time-consuming and laborious research and exploration by the producer, which is very precious. But there are exceptions to everything. The magic items processed in the later stage are inconvenient to hide. For example, when the magic wand is modified, it is impossible to disassemble the magic wand. It can only be burned on the surface, and at most the arrangement of the magic text is carried out to a certain extent. The encryption www.mentalnovel.com increases the difficulty of cracking. I got some new magic texts, and Asa was in a good mood, and he didn't even care about Marx borrowing money to buy a lot of things back. After eating a fairly sumptuous dinner together, Asa took the bracelet back to the work area for the first time, ready to analyze the meaning of the magic text. Tell Marx 2 days before leaving, you can prepare to learn some basics. The magic text arranges the knowledge. Went back to the room alone. Marx placed the potion he had purchased, and then continued to practice calling the gods to protect him. In the previous 2 battles, Marx discovered that this bloodline mana consumes too much mana, especially when it is materialized and regained after being severely injured. This led to a battle that didn't take a few times at all. Marx could only count on the consumption of magic power after the call of the gods rose to the level of the god. However, after practicing for a while, Marx found that the growth of his proficiency was slow and almost stagnated. It seems that he still needs to practice with dementors. Marx also remembered at this time, Dugt's box with the Dementor also seemed to contain some ancient magic texts, and he could bring it over and study it at that time. At the same time, Marx was also wondering whether he needed to tell us about the wizarding market, because he always felt that Doug was not reliable. What should say? Fortunately, Marx will not have to worry about this soon, because within a day or two, Dujat's great feats have been spread in Knockdown Alley. Even if he often stays in the work area to study new magic texts. Isaiah also heard the news. Chapter 108. You know, my patron saint is so special. In the early morning 2 days later, Marx, who was eating a bacon sandwich, suddenly felt a chill, and when he looked up, he realized that it was a gloomy Aya. How is this going? Asa slapped a newspaper on the table with a pop. Marx took a look and found that it was not any newspaper he knew. It should be unique to Turnover Alley, but this was obviously not the point. The point is that on the dynamic picture on the cover of the newspaper, Dugta is using magic to drag 5 law enforcement agents into the wizarding market. There is no concealment at all. You can vaguely feel the breath of a strong man when you walk. The sharp-eyed Marx can even see the corners of the dynamic pictures. 2 black-robed law enforcement officers in charge of guarding, facing the approach of Dugt, dare not even make an interception. The bottom of the animated picture is an exaggerated record of how Dugt fought and defeated 5 law enforcement officers. Marx swept it and knew that the person who wrote the newspaper did not know the real facts. It's just based on Dujat's self-brad, and only words and guesses revealed by the wizard market. Who said to hide the news before? Marx felt that he shouldn't have believed in the Dugt before. But now he suddenly hit the headlines of Knockdown Alley. So, when you went to the wizard market that day, in addition to shopping, you also had a big fight and knocked down 5 law enforcers. You didn't tell me when you came back. Aya patted the table, said angrily. Accurately, it was Dugt that caused the problem, and he was the one who beat him. Marx blinked very innocently. Look at this sentence for yourself. AI pointed to the sentence written on the 5th line of the newspaper. It clearly reads that the little wizard who stayed with Doogt easily defeated an adult wizard in the wizard market. Even the editor of the newspaper also wrote a special book about it, opened a small space separately and placed it under the cover. After all, this is also extremely rare. Marx was a little upset. He actually forgot that he had made a shot once in the wizard market. Those 5 law enforcers could let Doogt use the oblivion spell to erase his memories, but this wizard was an exception. Faced with the questioning look of a sir, Marx had to tell the story of the incident, and by the way, he showed that he had done some minor auxiliary work. At this moment, the sound of the bell hanging outside the door rang, interrupting Ushia's idea of continuing to question. "I'll open the door first, and I'll ask you when you finish eating," Usha said, then turned and went downstairs. Marx was finally relieved. He had to think about what he should say later. But the door hasn't been opened yet. Who will come at this time? Marx's heart moved, and the shadow of the unicorn reappeared as he waved his wand. After a period of practice, he has become more comfortable, and when he releases, he won't make a whirring sound like before. Because maintaining the virtual state does not consume much magic power, Marx has also used this method to patrol the surroundings in the past few days to prevent people from coming to trouble. The shadow of the unicorn passed through the wall, and the figure at the door was easily spotted. The corners of Marx's mouth twitched slightly. Why did he come here? On the 1st floor, in the black magic shop, Asu opened the door. Outside the door was Doogt, who hadn't seen him in a few days, with a large box behind him. It was the storage box containing the Dementor. T. Seeing the person who came, Ushia's anger that had been about to strike Marx completely turned to Doogt. Doogt also knows the newspaper very well, waved his hand. His face looked guilty. "Isaiah, this time, it was all my fault. If Marx hadn't made the shot in time 2 days ago, I might have been caught by those law enforcement officers." Aia wanted to accuse Doogt of arbitrarily involving Marx in a dangerous battle, but he was stunned when he heard Doogt's words. "Isn't it written in the newspaper that he solved the 5 law enforcement officers alone?" How to listen to Doogt's meaning? It seems like Marx did it. Ai turned her head suspiciously and looked upstairs. She remembered that someone said that she had just done some minor auxiliary work. "What? Didn't little Marx tell you?" Doogt saw Shia's movements and suddenly asked with some doubts. He asked Marx to conceal the news for a while, but he wanted to wait for the matter to be dealt with before he came to apologize. It's just that the plan is somewhat different from the actual actions in the future, and such a big thing can't be concealed at all. So he simply made a lot of trouble and took the matter to himself. He thought that Marx had already told us after the news came out. No, so what is going on in the end? Asa gritted her teeth. Doogt felt guilty and didn't mean to conceal it. He drank too much, and made a little noise in the wizard market. Finally, he talked about the fight with the law enforcement team. The shadow of the unicorn used by Marx in the battle still shocked Doogt. After speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. "This is the first time I know that the McClown family has such a powerful spell. No wonder I have to practice it with Dementors. The McClown family has such a powerful spell? I do not know how." Isaiah was confused, especially when Doogt said that the Marx had used a powerful curse similar to the Guardian of God before he showed up, and easily solved a few law enforcement to ISIS. Novel.com almost thought that Doogt was telling a story. "You must know that the law enforcers in the wizard market are all professionally trained. Although there is still a gap compared to the era of the Ministry of Magic, they are definitely much better than the average wizard. I don't think even that person can do this in this grade." Doogt muttered to himself, thinking of someone who frightened him. "By the way, how come I have never seen you use this spell before?" Doogt asked curiously instead. "That's because I don't know how to." Aia's face was very strange, but he did not deny that the shadow of the unicorn is the curse of the McClown family. "That's right, this level of curse also requires talent." Doug nodded his head. thinking that Asa was saying that only marks in the McClown family could learn this mysterious and powerful magic. Aya was silent for a while. She really didn't know how to deal with Doug's brain supplement. After thinking about it, she turned her head and shouted upstairs. "Marks McClown." There was silence upstairs, and there was no response. After a while, the sound of stepping down the stairs sounded. Marks heard the voice of AI talking with Doug upstairs, and now he can only bite the bullet and go downstairs. In front of Doug, Asa was not good at asking questions directly, but angrily gave Marks a look, indicating what is going on with that so-called powerful spell. Marks looked back with an innocent expression and said, "Didn't you know before? My Hushan guard is a little bit special." Chapter 109. It's this book that taught me bad. Is this just a bit special? AI thinks Marks has any misunderstandings about the term little. After some eye contact, Marks keenly noticed that Ashia's expression became more and more wrong, and hurriedly looked at Dugta and changed the subject. "Dean Dugta, have you settled with the people in the wizarding market?" After glaring at Marks fiercely, Asa turned to look at Dugta. "It's almost. We have beaten them this time. Of course, I lost some Jinjialong, so that the wizard market will not lose face." Said this, Dugta's face also showed a little pride. He became famous in Knockout Alley through this incident, and then he was afraid that not many people would dare to provoke him. "Are you sure?" Asa frowned. "The most important thing in the pure blood wizard family is face. I am also a member of the Bowen family anyway. They still have to take care of one or two." Doug sighed. "Didn't you tell me that you have been removed from the Bowen family?" Aio asked. "But few people know that, right?" Doug smiled mockingly. He didn't expect that after he was removed, he would have to rely on his family's reputation one day. Bowen family? Which Bowen family? Marks recalled the memories in his mind, as if none of the famous families was named Bowen. Occasionally, Marks remembered that he had seen a related name in HogWarts books of famous modern figures. Mungo Bowen, the founder of the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries. Marks finally understood. It's no wonder that Dugta was able to become the deputy director of the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries at around 30. In addition to his outstanding ability, I'm afraid it was also because he was a member of the Bowen family. Although this family is not well known in the magic world, and the number of people is small, it is not included in the 28 pureblood family. But since members of the Bowen family have served in the St. Mungo Magical Injury Hospital for almost generations, the potential influence is extremely large, not to mention that the current dean is a member of the Bowen family. So, the matter has been settled now. Thinking of this, Marks was relieved, and relieved a lot. It should be so. At least on the surface they won't conflict with us anymore. Doug nodded his head, and then hesitated again. But I'm not sure if those purebloods will stumble upon us in private. Especially the Ministry of Magic has recently begun to investigate the proliferation of black magic items. Maybe they will use this to make a fuss. Are you worried that they will put pressure on the ministry? Find Knockover Alley. Find me here, Asa said with a frown. Yes, many people in Knockdown Alley know that we have a good relationship, and I only have a broken house. There is nothing to target. But you are different here, so I am a little worried. Doug sighed. That's why he came today. Can the hands of the Ministry of Magic reach here? Marks asked strangely. Strictly speaking, Knockdown Alley is also under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, but it is too messy here, and there is not much oil and water to fish, so the Ministry of Magic has always adopted a laissez-faire attitude. Dujat answered Marks' doubts, and then looked at Isaiah. Although there is only this possibility, you can't help but prevent it. In short, you may have to remove the black magic items in the store first, or temporarily suspend business for a while. I will ask for information, and when the Ministry of Magic's operation is over, you will return to the original state. While talking, Doug took a bag from his waist apologetically and threw it over. There are 1,000 gold gallons in it, which should be enough for you to use during this time. No, you remember to drink less next time. Asa shook her head, and after taking it, she threw it back again. Aya knows very well that for Dugta, who is a good wine and a gambler. This daughter is probably all his savings. Doogt persuaded him for a while, but he still couldn't keep the bag of money, so he had to leave in grief. Since he got into trouble, he had to deal with the follow-up. In the black magic shop for a while, only Marx and Isaiah were left. Marx kept a calm face, still thinking about the bad news from Doogt. Originally, because of the Ministry of Magic's inspection problem, the business in the store was already too bad, but now that this one comes again, I am afraid that even a single business will be gone in this period of time. Was thinking about it, Marx suddenly felt a chill, but when he looked up, he realized that Isaiah was looking at him. Now you can tell the truth about what happened? Ashia's face was full of anger, and she seemed to want to curse a few words, but in the end it all turned into a sigh. Marx was silent for a while, remembering the crescent moon pendant that Asa had given him, and reflecting on whether he was too guarded against Asa. As a traverser who came over halfway, although Marx relied on learning a clumency to organize his memories, it did not mean that he was able to accept all this. He just pretended to look like himself in his memory with a trace of guilt. Novel.com. After all, when he first crossed over, what he worried most was that the original Black Wizard mother discovered that he was a fake. Took the risk to perform a dangerous blood fusion ceremony, in order to save his life in the hands of the furious Aya in the worst case. It's just that Ashia's trust and worry for him touched Marx a little bit. After thinking about it, I thought he might be able to give back some trust, and said, "Mom, I didn't hide it from you. I just don't want you to worry about it. The origin of blood is coming." Marx turned around and waved his wand. In the small room on the second floor, the suitcase placed in the corner suddenly shook. A heavy book flew out of the suitcase and flew all the way to Marx's hands. "This book is?" Asa didn't understand why Marx suddenly took out a book, and after leaning up to take a look, he found that it was an old book with a slight yellowing of the paper, which was obviously old. "I found this book in the Forbidden Book Zone. I relied on it to gain a lot of magical powers, so I kept it with me and didn't return it." Marx turned the pages of the book and handed it to Aya. Aya took it curiously, and after turning 2 pages, her complexion became a lot more dignified. Because the book contains a lot of content that violates her previous cognition, especially about the origin of deformed creatures such as werewolves and vampires, and the history of ancient wizards who seized the power of other magical creatures. If it spreads out, the entire magical world will boil. Chapter 110 McClown's Strange Magic Item Store. Why are there a few pages missing from this book? I turned to the end and found that the key pages had been torn off. I don't think it's safe to keep it around, so I tore off the key pages and burned them. The specific fusion method was only recorded in my mind. Marx thought for a while and didn't tell the truth, because he couldn't explain how he got the blood fusion potion formula. Axia nodded. The fewer people who know this level of secret information, the better. Although Marx was more cautious in doing this, it was not wrong. But after thinking about it, Asa realized that something was wrong again. So, if you find a book in the forbidden area, dare you follow the above method to fuse your blood? You forgot how I taught you? What if the content on this is nonsense? Asa grabbed Marx's cheek angrily and said angrily, "But this book makes a lot of sense." Marx said depressedly, but he was feeling weak in his heart. He can't say that the system has confirmed it. Besides, he worked hard to improve his strength, but he didn't want to save his life. Aya didn't know what Marx was thinking in his heart, and he had been preaching for more than half an hour without any intention of stopping. After watching Origin of Blood, Asa understood the risks involved. In her opinion, Marx is still standing here now. It is completely the result of overwhelming luck. Until the curse was dry, Isaiah stopped, and then asked about Marx's physical condition and whether he was uncomfortable after fusing the blood of the unicorn. "No, it's better than expected." Marx shook his head hurriedly, and patted his chest to show that his talent has exploded and his strength has improved. "And it only requires concentration to greatly increase the speed of thinking. You can learn all kinds of spells as soon as you learn it. but it consumes more energy achievement points. Marx almost pushed all the abnormal phenomena in his body to the fusion of blood. Although Asa couldn't believe that he could get so many benefits after fusion of blood, but the facts were placed in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe it. After all, the origin of blood does mention that this method can improve the wizard's talent. Then Dujat said that the mysterious spell that you used to defeat the law enforcement team is your newly acquired bloodline magic. It took a long time for Isaiah to completely digest this information, and then he remembered the incident. Well, this is it. The Guard of God. Marx waved his wand, and for the first time fully demonstrated his blood magic in front of us. At shadow of the unicorn. The white mist gushes out from the tip of the magic wand, and finally gathers into an illusory and holy creature. It stepped into the void, surrounded by white mist and light and shadow, and its neck was raised high, faintly exuding a powerful aura. Marx's thoughts moved, and the illusory patron saint rushed towards the table and chair on the right, as fast as lightning, pulling out a long white shadow in the air. I moved to a chair in an instant, and my imaginary body passed directly through it, and then the body was lifted out of the original wooden table from the horn of the virtual reality, and then passed through the middle of another chair in the next second. Passed. Aya stared intently. Although she had heard Dugd boast about how powerful this curse was before, she didn't know the power of this curse until Marx demonstrated it. This attack mode is simply impossible to guard against. Any wizard who does not understand this blood magic will suffer a big loss. It's no wonder that the law enforcers in the wizarding markets were defeated by this magic. Aya even doubted that he could defeat this son now. It's a pity that the actualization consumes too much magic power. I can't use it a few times. Marx didn't think it was a big deal, but was very dissatisfied with that huge consumption of blood magic. After the battle, he felt like collapsed. Magic power will increase when you grow up slowly. Asa gave him a blank look and said, "And how could such a powerful magic have no limits?" Marx nodded helplessly, but the growth of this natural magic power was too slow. However, showing the blood magic and taking out the book The Origin of Blood are just to dispel Aya's doubts. At least the goal has been achieved now. So, Marx asked about the question he had been puzzled before. Since the Ministry of Magic wants to thoroughly investigate the proliferation of black magic items, why don't we just do some defense or auxiliary magic items? Is like the crescent moon pendant you gave me. Marx originally wanted to add this sentence, but just remembered that the pendant was broken, so he closed his mouth again. How can it be as simple as you think? When I teach you ancient magic texts tomorrow, you will know. Asa shook her head, and then said again, "As for now, let's clean up the black magic items in the shop." Marx had no choice but to remove all the items in the store with Asa. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Put it into the big box in the basement, and transferred it to another place after preparation. In the process of transporting, Marx did not touch these dark magic items less. Using the identification function of the system, he could easily see the effects of these items. Most of them are cursing or triggering, and the effects are all sorts of weird. There are exquisite rings that make the bearer unlucky for a period of time, and there are also artificial hands that can trigger corrosion magic after injecting magic power. Marx is amazed. If he can get a magical item like Isaiah, coupled with the shadow of the blood magic unicorn, even if he faces some dark wizards, he will be sure to win the battle. There is no need to hide behind the scenes and shoot black guns every time. This is why Marx has always expected to learn magical item making with Ezia. Put the last skull-shaped magic sculpture into the basement. When Marx came out again, he saw Aya standing at the door with a wooden signboard beside him. Marx walked out curiously, and saw that the wooden signboard was full of mud and dust. I don't know how long it had been placed. Clean up. Asa stretched out her wand and clicked on it, but within a moment, the dust and dirt on the sign were stripped off, revealing the words below, McClown's Strange Magic Item Shop. After Marx took a look, he couldn't move his eyes. What the is this name? P.S. This book will be on the shelves on November 1st. To be precise, It will be at 12 o'clock in the evening tomorrow, which is 0 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. It will be changed on the same day. Please also support it. Chapter 111 Magic Shop Renovation Plan. Why is our store's name like this? Marks turned his head to look at Isaiah with a dazed expression. The latter looked calm, waving his wand and hanging up the sign. Then he explained. Don't you think this name is very appropriate? It is impossible to call it directly called the Black Magic Store, right? The Ministry of Magic will not allow this name to pass the registration review. Marks looked suspiciously at Isaiah, thinking that she must have registered the name of the store. He thought about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep putting the store's sign in the corner to make ashes. Until today, I learned that the Ministry of Magic has come to review, and hung up in a hurry. Okay, let's open it like this today. After I made it up, Isaiah patted some dust on her body and walked into the store again, but her cheeks were slightly red. She shouldn't have taken the name of the store back then. In view of this, Asa continued to give Marks the important task of looking at the store, but he hid in the basement. It is said that he planned to make some simple magic items to fill the store in the past few days and prevaricate the inspectors of the Ministry of Magic. Can I take this sign off first? Marks sighed, sat down at the counter with a book in his hand, and glanced at the store that was almost emptied. Rows of shelves are empty there. Only a few shelves still have one or two magic items. If you don't know it, you will probably think that this place has been ransacked. I can't go on like this. Marks sighed. This is also his magic shop anyway. It seems that he needs to find a way. Otherwise, Marks feels that he might not even be able to buy textbooks. After all, he needs to buy Lockhart's series of books next semester, which are too many and expensive. Just as Marks was thinking this way, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. The task is being generated. Marks was stunned. He didn't expect to be able to activate the mission at this time. He thought that this function was turned off when the system was upgraded. Marks looked curiously. Task: Revitalize McClown's Strange Magic Item Store. Mission objective: pass the inspection of the Ministry of Magic in 1 month. Task reward: depends on evaluation. Mission description: this is a magic shop located in Knockdown Alley. Now it is facing the risk of closing. You can't sit back and watch this happen, so you decide to revitalize this magic shop. And you need to go through the Ministry of Magic first. Inspect. Will the Ministry of Magic's inspection be in a month? Marks muttered to himself after scanning the mission information. He thought it would be sooner, but think about it, the Ministry of Magic, as an official agency, handles affairs in accordance with the procedures. In addition, there is a lot of people, and the news has been revealed by insiders long before the Ministry of Magic takes any action. Dujat got the gossip revealed by insiders, so he was so uncertain. Marks is also quite speechless when he thinks of this. It is foreseeable that when the Ministry of Magic really starts to move, only some dark wizards with no connections can be found, and those who are able to deal with it have already been dealt with. Is like the old Malfoy who disposes of the Horcrux in advance after receiving the news in the original time and space. Fortunately, this kind of operating mechanism of the Ministry of Magic is great news for Marks, which means that he has a month to prepare and pass the review. Marks turned his head and glanced in the direction of the basement. Although Isaiah said, some simple magic items will be made and put on the shelf to fool the inspectors of the Ministry of Magic. But Marks doesn't think it is very reliable, and the reward for completing the task is based on the evaluation. Marks is not going to get the lowest evaluation. It's best to use the reviewers of the Ministry of Magic to promote this magic shop. This is not impossible, as long as he can come up with some magic items that are enough for the Ministry of Magic to purchase. Marks remembers that in the original work, the Weasley brothers, after being expelled from school, made a kind of anti-curse hat, anti-curse gloves in the joke toy store, and let the Ministry of Magic purchase a full 500 sets. Maybe he can also get something similar. Maybe he can impress the members of the Ministry of Magic who come to inspect. Then the evaluation will be improved. Right? Thinking of the way to complete the task, Marx took out a notebook and began to scribble and write, sorting out his plan for the transformation of McCloud's strange magic item store. In his vision, it is best to make his store a black and white E8 all, selling everything. During normal business hours, it sells general defensive and auxiliary magic items. In private, you can sell some extremely dangerous and lethal dark magic items. In short, as long as the guests need it, they can buy everything they want here. Even Marx felt that after his alchemy level was raised, he could still sell some real alchemy products here. The potion may also be sold. The next day, while eating, Marx talked about his grand store innovation plan. Axia just smiled casually. Bluntly, he wouldn't think so when he started learning how to make magic items. Is it really that difficult? Marx asked in confusion. Of course, www.mentalnovel.com, and it's boring. You'd better be prepared to suffer. In a month, as long as you can learn some basics, I'm very satisfied. Fan's head. Let him not daydream. My learning speed is very fast. Marx murmured silently in his heart, especially when he wanted to be a master student. After eating breakfast in a hurry, because I was going to teach Marx how to make magic items, Isaiah simply closed the magic shop, and there was nothing to sell anyway. After entering the work area in the basement, Axia didn't start teaching immediately, but asked first. How do you think a magic is the release process? Use the magic wand to guide the magic in the body, plus gestures and spells. Marx replied after thinking for a while. Yes, like the levitating curse. Asa gently waved her wand and floated a carving knife, as she explained. Lifting the object is the final effect of the spell, and all we need to do is to use gestures and spells to let the magic in the body know that we want this thing to float. Marx nodded, and combined with the books he read these days, he probably figured it out. If the body is a pistol, then the magic is a bullet, and spells and gestures are the actions of loading and pulling the trigger. In other words, magical items replace gestures and spells. We only need to inject some magic power to release magic directly. Marx concluded. That's good. Asa was very satisfied with Marx's savvy understanding. She was worried that Marx was too young to understand it. Shelf testimonials at midnight tonight. The book will be officially released. Angel is also very nervous, because Angel is not a talented author, and the speed of writing, conception, and code words is far from that of some bigwigs. What can do is spend more time to bridge these gaps. The writing is not good, so I modify it over and over again until I look at it smoothly. The idea is not good, so I have to work harder on this, fix some unreasonable plots, and try to make every chapter have something to watch. In order to make a plot look reasonable, it is common to cause a large number of archives to be redited. Code word speed is the Angel's biggest weakness. Simple code words are not difficult, but it is extremely troublesome to express each of the whimsical ideas in your mind into words. Sitting in front of the computer, sometimes the plot is clearly in your mind, but those scratching their heads don't know how to write it. Of course, to be able to bring such a story to everyone, this hard work was not in vain. This new book is also the most serious one written among the 3 Angels books. From the first chapter, it slowly laid out the foreshadowing. It took the whole story for the protagonist to complete the first blood fusion and truly enter the topic! It is very risky to write this way. The Angels were beaten back when they first entered the fantasy category. Finally, thanks to the affirmation of the editor Starry Night, the Angels were able to complete the signing process. I would like to thank Singy D.A., otherwise this book would be difficult to sign. But doing this, the Angel does not regret it, because what the Angel wants to write is a complete story, and the plot is slowly unfolding. At the same time, the Angel hopes that the characters in it are all flesh and blood, so the self-created characters basically have their own short stories, and they are also connected with some plot characters, which will be revealed step by step as the plot progresses. Finally, Thank you all for your support and encouragement over the past 2 months. This is the first time that the Angel has received so many referral votes. This is far beyond previous expectations. I also urge everyone to support the next subscription, even if it is one good for the first order, because the first order of a book basically determines the recommendation for a period of time in the future. It is extremely important. Thanks again. In addition, the book review section and this chapter say that angels have basically read it. Thank you for your discussion and correction. As long as the errors are corrected and the angels can change them, they have been modified. Some are integrated into the plot and inconvenient to change. This can only be regarded as a small bug. Please be considerate. Before writing this book, the Angel revisited the Harry Potter series of books and movies several times and checked a lot of information. But a person can't remember so much, and it is inevitable that there will be times when mistakes are made. Sometimes when thinking about this in the mind, they just write according to what they remember, instead of checking it again in the original work. This is indeed the case. The Angel's negligence. I apologize to everyone here. Finally, talk about the update. The book is stably updated twice daily, and then updated according to the specific situation. For example, 5 shifts on the day it was released. Send 3 updates directly at 0 o'clock. There will be 1 update at 12 noon and 1 update at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In fact, there will be a free chapter before 0, and you can watch 4 chapters in a row at 0. The VIP chapter update of the starting point will stay on the home page of the starting point for a short time, with an interval of 6 hours. A little exposure is very important for the author like angels.untilnovel.com, so please forgive me. The only thing left is to add more problems. A single million reward plus 1 more. Then there is subscription plus update. The subscription ratio at the starting point has always been fascinating, and the angels are not sure how much there will be. So start from 15 to 1 and add 1 more for every 100 subscriptions. Please support us. The Angel will work harder to update. Thanks. P.S. A column for old readers, a question about the continuation of Angel's old book Man World Game Mall. It was stopped because the Angels were faced with 2 things, graduation thesis and work internship. They were all pressed on and there was no other energy to update the novel, so they temporarily stopped the update at the time and promised to update it in the future. It's just the big move in the past 2 years. Everyone should be aware that a large number of books have been blocked, deleted, and blocked. The 2 old books of the Angels, My Sister Luo Danny and 10,000 Worlds Game Mall, are very unfortunate. All in the move, you can no longer click in the main station. The only good thing is that the books are not completely blocked, and you can still watch them on the client of the starting point. But in this case, it is impossible to get the recommendation position of the starting point after the continuation. When the popularity of the world has subsided, the continuation means that the Angels will write the book for a long time. Can't even make ends meet. Therefore, it is inevitable to open a new book. If you continue to write, the new book will stabilize after the new book stabilizes, but it will be more slowly if you have free time. But the continuation may be slower. After all, the focus is on the new book. I am sorry here. Chapter 112. The learning of mine is really too difficult. Since Marx understood it quickly, Asa said it out of his head. To be more precise, we can achieve this through magic texts. Each magic text has a specific meaning. Arranging some magic texts in a specific way can release the magic power in the body, like interpreting gestures and spells. Art the magic you want. What if we could tell the magic power directly what we want to do? Marx suddenly remembered the magical state he had entered. Then it involves the knowledge of wandless casting and spellless casting. Only a handful of wizards can do this, Asa explained, and then reminded Marx not to be too lofty. That's not what he can do now. Arrived. Briefly explained the principle of making magic props. Aya put the carving knife in Marx's hand. In the end, a stone-carved plate was placed on the workbench. More than 100 different ancient magic texts were burned on it, but only about half of them were marked with annotations, and there were only more than 30 detailed instructions. Most of the marked magic texts are related to death, corrosion, pain, and only a few magic texts represent the positive attributes of guarding and isolation. Seeing this, Marx finally understood why most of the black magic items made by Isaiah were originally, because only this part of the magic text was analyzed. Next, you will try to burn these magic texts on wood. Just practice the first one today, until you can engrave the magic texts completely. AI pointed to the boardwalk on the table. Marx picked up the carving knife and experimented. It didn't seem to be difficult to burn symbols on the wood. Although I had never had similar experience before, Marx had enough patience. After failing more than 10 times in a row, he finally burned the first character completely on the wood. Just looks a little crooked, and the nicks are of different depths. This kind of magic text certainly can't satisfy Marx, so he continued to work hard. However, it is not an easy task to carve complex magic texts on wood. At least it can't be learned in a day or two. Marx has burned dozens of times in succession, but can't achieve the regularity of the stone slab. Ding. After a period of practice, your alchemy proficiency has improved. The current level 3,962,000. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Marx paused the practice of engraving the magic text and was very depressed. After more than 3 hours of practice on his own, his alchemy proficiency only increased by a few dozen points. Obviously, burning magic texts is a skill that requires energy and a long time of training. A few days, even a few weeks may not be enough, or else. Try that? Marx's heart moved. Since returning home, he hasn't consumed student points anymore to buy the Xwibo experience card. Previously, it was reserved for self-protection at critical times. Now that he is able to use blood magic freely, the danger of knockover alley has been reduced a lot for him, and keeping so many academic points is not very useful. Just do it when I think of it. And when Marx changed his mind, the system prompt sounded. Ding. 100 grade points have been deducted. In the next second, a familiar feeling came to his heart, and Marx suddenly felt that the carving knife in his hand was not so difficult to control. As long as his hand was stable enough, it would not be difficult to burn the magic text. AI looked around for a while, seeing Marx's expression slowly turning from calm at the beginning to depressed, which was very interesting. It took her a long time to learn to burn runes back then. She tried to give up countless times, and then she reluctantly made the engraved magic texts reach the standard that can be used. Even now, she doesn't know how much energy she has spent. Thinking that this kind of basic learning might take a long time, Asa turned to study the new arrangement of magic texts. I don't know how long it has been. When the research reached a bottleneck, Asa was stunned when she turned her head to check the progress of Marx's study. The large wooden boards have been engraved with densely packed ancient magic texts. The front one is skewed and twisted, and the notches are of different depths, but the overall magic text appears more regular. The last few are not even the slightest difference from the ones carved on the slate. AI's complexion became very weird. If it weren't for the growth trajectory of Marx Mowen's burning on the wooden board, she would have thought that Marx had been practicing privately behind her back for several years. The speed of this progress is too fast. Asa's gaze was quietly staring at Marx's right hand holding the carving knife. The hand was steady without a slight tremor. Under her gaze, Marx once again recorded more than 30 magic inscriptions. Each one is more accurate than the previous one. Obviously, Marx's level of burning magic texts is still continuously improving. AI remembered that Marx had said beforehand that he had acquired a magical ability after fusion of blood. Concentration can greatly increase the speed of thinking and quickly learn various spells. Isaiah didn't believe it before. So how fast can I learn faster? But now I have to believe it. Can the fusion of blood really have such a big improvement? Asa looked at it blankly for a while. If Marx hadn't told her that the success rate of fusion of blood is very low. Novel.com A little careless consequence would be disastrous. Asa could not help but want to try it. Marx was very dissatisfied with this, because compared to the ones he had seen before, he always felt that something was missing. Moreover, it also injected magic power without any effect. Mine learning is really too difficult, Yifan sighed. It took him a full 200 grade points and 2 hours to reach the current level in the experience card mode. He didn't expect to burn. The magic text is still not standard enough. Wait, when you exit this state, wouldn't it be worse to burn? Thinking of this, Marx worked harder. Aya was speechless for a while, and hurriedly interrupted. You can now pour magic power into the carving knife. Burn the magic text on this. You would. Try again. Can you still inject magic power? Marx was taken aback, and quickly did so, only to discover that the carving knife in his hand was also a magic item. After the magic power poured in, the tip of the carving knife was faintly glowing with magical power. Marx gently slid the wooden block with the carving knife, pulling out its race. The carving knife has become a lot sharper, and more importantly, the carved marks seem to be completely different from the previous ones, and the marks caused by magic are still on it. Marx then realized that the method used just now was wrong, so he burned it on the U-wood given by Isaiah, and selected a cross-shaped star with bifurcated magic text on both sides, which represents corrosion. P.S. Please first order. Thanks. It was released in the wee hours of the morning, because the chapters are refreshed. The VIP chapters may not be displayed until 0 o'clock. Chapter 113 will give you the book. You can learn it by yourself. After the carving knife was injected with magic power, the operation became more and more difficult. If too much magic power was injected inadvertently, or the force was slightly stronger, it needed to be burned again. Even though Marx was in the thinking acceleration mode of the experience card, it was only after 2 failures that he successfully burned the magic text on the U for the 3rd time. After the engraving, Marx tried to inject magic power into it, and the magic text immediately reacted, and a faint black hair came out. Is this a success? Marx turned his head, looked at Aya and asked. Asa nodded subconsciously, staring blankly at the magic text on the U. Too fast. She remembered that she burned a complete magic text on U for the first time and successfully activated it. How long did it take? 2 months. 3 months. Fortunately, she thought she had a good talent at first, and she was even complacent about it. Thinking of this, Asa was a little discouraged, but due to the reservedness of a teacher, Asa still put on an expressionless appearance. Burning runes is only the most basic work. The really difficult thing to learn is the arrangement of the runes. Marx nodded solemnly, preparing to continue to invest in grade points and start the arduous study. A few days passed in a flash, and Asa, who was explaining the magic text arrangement to Marx, had begun to doubt life. Because after she briefly explained the meaning of the magic text and the several arrangements, Marx has already begun to strongly demand other content instead of repeating and consolidating learning. Are you sure you understand? Asa didn't believe it. Of course, if you want to make a corrosive magic item, you can use the arrangement formula of 11,367. Rune number 1 represents corrosion and is the core of the magic text arrangement formula, and number 3 is used to conduct magic. Number 6 controls whether magic items are activated or not, and the last rune number 7 is a protective shell to prevent the power of magic from hurting yourself. Marx said solemnly, then bowed his head and burned on a well-made ring. A few minutes later, a brand new magic item was produced. Ding! You have made a new magic item, please name it. Ring of Corrosion. Marx muttered silently in his heart, and then checked the item's information. Magic item, Ring of Corruption. Magic, low effect. After injecting mana, a corrosive black magic is instantly cast. Description: the only advantage of magic props made by novices using the most common magic materials is that the magic texts are incredibly beautiful. You'd better not expect it to give you too much help when fighting. Looking at the item description in the system bar, Marx's mouth twitched. At any rate, This is also the first real magic item he made. Can you give me a good comment? Marx tried to activate the ring and set the workbench as the target. A black light flashed by, and the corners of the workbench were slowly aging and decayed. The effect is not bad, but the corrosion speed is too slow. No wonder that the role is limited in battle. The bodies of wizards are protected by magic power. This degree of corrosion magic is indeed weaker. Marx sighed and threw the ring aside in disgust, ready to wait for a better one. Mom. So can we start to learn some more difficult magic formulas? Marx said, unable to wait. The book is for you. You can learn it by yourself. Asa threw a copy of advanced magic text on the table with no expression. She felt that she needed to be quiet now. She remembered what she was going to teach these days. It seems that Marx was asked to burn 1 or 2 basic magic texts on the board. Now Marx has almost learned the results of her painstaking research over the years, and she has to sort out the things that are really pressing. Otherwise I don't know how to teach. After Asa left the work area with a weird expression, Marx also studied carefully and opened the new advanced magic text. For a while, all kinds of weird ideas came to mind, and even considered whether he could crack it by himself, some simple magic text sequences. Just when he was preparing to act, Marx suddenly felt that his various ideas were forcibly interrupted, and he was stunned for a while. What did I want to do just now? Ding, the experience card mode has expired. Do you want to renew it again? No, get out, Marx said distressedly. The reason why he was able to record the meaning and arrangement of various magic texts in his mind within a few days was completely because he used the experience card mode for 7 hours intermittently, which cost him most of the academic points. Of course, even this does not mean that his study these few days can be compared to the accumulation of Asa over the years. After all, it takes a lot of time and energy to analyze a magic word formula, but learning a magic word formula can be much simpler. In addition, Asa has given everything in one's pocket this time, without the slightest concealment in all kinds of skills. If he can't learn quickly in this way, then he would have spent so many academic points in vain. After exiting the state of accelerated learning, Marx picked up the carving knife again and practiced the burning of the magic text. This time Marx engraved very slowly, and the magic text was far from the previous standard, but Marx was not surprised. This was something he had known before. What he can do in the experience card mode does not mean he can do it usually. But anyway, the knowledge he acquired and the feel of the recordings still remain. All he has to do is to consolidate it through a lot of practice. In the next period of time, Marx was learning more advanced magic text knowledge, and the daily magic text burning practice never stopped. His current grade point can only be improved by increasing the level of the spell. www.mentalnovel.com. The growth is very slow, so the usual effort is particularly important. Occasionally, Marx also discusses a new arrangement of magic texts with Isaiah. Prepare to develop some defensive magic items based on the principle of the anti-spell hat developed by the Weasley brothers in the original book. Since both George and Fred can do it with their own research, Marx thinks he and Asa can do it with some effort. When I really started to act, Marx realized how difficult it is to develop a new arrangement of magic texts. In addition to consuming time and energy, it also needs a lot of support from Jin Jialong, because the magic text must be burned on those highly conductive magic materials to be excited, and the unknown magic text formula is very risky. It is a good result to destroy the props used to carry the magic text. It's possible to play with yourself carefully, so you can only try cautiously. Otherwise, the more than 100 ancient magic texts on the stone slab would not have detailed explanations for only 1/3. Chapter 114. Lucius Malfoy. But where did George and Fred obtain the corresponding knowledge? Could it be in Hogwarts banned book zone? Marx thinks it is very possible that the collection of books in the forbidden book area is vast, and the books he has visited many times in a school year may not be 1/10,000th of the books in the forbidden book area. Some books about ancient magic texts are also normal. After all, there are even knowledge about Horcruxes. But these days, he is not in vain. He has made some ordinary magic props, plus those made by Asa. A quarter of the shelves in the store are already stocked with merchandise. At the same time, McClown's Strange Magic Items shop also reopened. This kind of life continued until the early morning of the second week. Marks, who was practicing the magic text on the counter, heard the bell ringing outside the door. With a look, Marks put down the carving knife. It will take more than half a month for the people from the Ministry of Magic to arrive. It seems that some guests are here. Hello, welcome to the McClown's Strange Magic Items store. Do you have anything you need? Marks raised his head and said. Immediately afterwards, Marks was stunned. The man was dressed in a black wizard robe and had pale blonde hair. His face was pale and scary. After entering the store, the snake-shaped cane held in his right hand stepped heavily on the ground, giving a burst of boredom. Ring, Lucius Malfoy. Marks squinted his eyes to confirm the identity of the visitor, and guessed what the other party was coming from. Is the trouble caused by the wizard market? No, judging from the information Dubta gave him. The Malfoys are not the shareholders behind the wizarding market. Then it can only be. As Marks was thinking about it, he heard someone talking. Isn't Mrs. McClown in the shop? Lucius Malfoy's indifferent grey eyes swept across the shop, keenly aware that this place was a little different from when he came before. Most of the shop is empty, leaving only a few magic items. Yes, Marks spit out a word, and then continued. But now I am the agent, Mr. Malfoy. If you have anything, you can talk to me. Listen, boy, I'm going to talk about a big deal and call your mother over. Lucius Malfoy waved his hand impatiently. He was not interested in wasting time with a kid. Mr. Malfoy is going to sell some dark magic items, Marks said straightforwardly. Lucius was taken aback for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Then my mother will definitely not agree. Mr. Malfoy should also be aware of the recent big moves of the Ministry of Magic, so there is no plan to purchase large quantities of black magic items here. Marks replied. People from the Ministry of Magic generally don't find the knockdown alley, right? Seeing that Marks's words are very organized, Lucius couldn't help putting away his previous contempt, and asked. It seems that Mr. Malfoy still doesn't know much about what happened in Knockturn Alley. Marks shook his head. Lucius was silent, especially when he was busy dealing with prohibited items in his home recently, and he was already burnt out, so he cared about the things in Knockout Alley. Marks didn't say much, but mentioned that the Ministry of Magic might also find it in Knockdown Alley, so the out-of-date magic items were removed from the shop. Lucius' face was very ugly, and if things were as Marks said, it would be troublesome. Among the 3 black magic shops in Knockturn Alley, he had already visited the one opened by the fairy, and the other party directly refused to help him handle the black magic items. The owner of the Bogenbok shop is very difficult to deal with, and Lucius thinks that the other party may seize this opportunity to lower the price. That's why he came here to try it first, but he couldn't go there again. But he didn't expect to learn from Marks that the Ministry of Magic would be patrolling Knockdown Alley. Lucius didn't know that the people at the Ministry of Magic would only check this dark magic shop, and thought Fudge was going to clean Knockdown Alley. Thinking of this, Lucius looked gloomy and prepared to leave, planning to find other old friends and see if he could drag them to deal with it. Wait a minute, Mr. Malfoy. Marks's gaze paused for a moment on the diary that Lucius was holding in his left hand. What's the matter? Lucius Malfoy stopped. Although our family can't buy your things in large quantities, it's okay to have more stocks. Marks did not maintain the calm expression before, but changed his tone of joy. Especially any novel and fun magical items. Lucius shook his head secretly in his heart. He thought that this little wizard was very mature before, and he thought that Draco would be great if he was like this. Unexpectedly, it was just a child's xing after all, and a few more words would expose it. Lucius opened his mouth and planned to refuse, because what he needed was to sell in bulk. But he didn't have the time to sell piece by piece. But thinking of the notebook in hand, Lucius hesitated again. and suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to deal with troubles. "What do you think of this?" Lucius turned around and put the diary in his left hand on the table. Marx looked carefully a few times. "It doesn't look thick. The date printed in ink on the cover has faded. I don't know how long it has been left. Apart from this, there is nothing else." But Marx knew it was Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary and Voldemort's first Horcrux. If he leaves it alone, this Horcrux diary will be possessed by Ginny Weasley in the next semester, releasing the basilisk in the secret room and making waves in Hogwarts until it is sanctioned by the savior Harry Potter. The experience of the last semester clearly tells Marx that after he joined, many things have become different. Therefore, Marx did not think that things would still be as coincidental as the original time and space www.untilnovel.com. A big basilisk, but did not kill any student in several attacks in the school. If Hogwarts died of a few students, he would have to be shut down for rectification immediately, not to mention that he was also in school by then, and he might also encounter a basilisk. Now that he has this opportunity, Marx certainly wants to solve the trouble of Horcrux once and for all. As long as he learns to be fierce, he can do it. Moreover, Marx remembered the incomplete origin of blood in his hand, and he had some questions that needed an insider to answer. At Hogwarts, Marx had considered contacting Voldemort's other Horcrux, Ravenclaw's crown, but finally gave up. Voldemort was already extremely powerful when he made the crown. Unless he was destroyed immediately after receiving it, or directly handed over to Dumbledore, he might be controlled even if he brought it around. The diary is different. It carries the memory and power of Voldemort in the 5th grade. It is the most suitable one of many Horcruxes. Chapter 115. Do you want something soft or something hard? Marx stared at the Horcrux diary for a while. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally asked a question pretending to be curious. Does this look like a book, or notes? Is it useful? I don't know. I only know that this is indeed a black magic item. If you want it, I can sell it to you at a low price, Lucius said vaguely. Marx curled his lips, feeling that old Malfoy was too careless about him, the little wizard, so he made up a reason. Even if this is Sumion's study notes, it is better to be able to answer the questions automatically than to be so dry, so that he can't answer even if he wants to answer. However, what Marx didn't know was that Lucius did not know how the Horcrux diary should be used. After all, this is something that the Dark Lord personally handed over to him to keep him. Maybe there is something terrifying in it. So after Lucius got his hand, he placed it in a secret place and never touched it again. It was not until this year that the people from the Ministry of Magic wanted to thoroughly investigate the problem of the proliferation of black magic items, and then they took this thing out and prepared to find a place to deal with it, so as not to be detected by the people from the Ministry, thinking that he and the defeated Dark Lord had something to do with him. What link? Do you want or not? Lucius said impatiently when Marx looked at him with a strange expression. Since there is no way to confirm the function of this thing, then it may be the most ordinary diary book. So how about a copper nat? Marx calmed down, pondered for a long time. From his arms, he took a copper nut and put it on the table. Lucius was smirked. A copper nut? Even if you buy a mull book for more than this price, this is a dark magic item. The Ministry of Magic is investigating dark magic items, Mr. Malfoy. I'm helping you deal with the trouble. Marx pretended to be a snobbery businessman, looking at the timing to suppress the price, but because of his young age, the proposed price was naive and ridiculous, completely ruining the atmosphere of the negotiation. But with such performance, Lucius made a decision. Okay, then a copper nat. Lucius looked at Marx deeply, put down the diary, picked up the copper nat on the table, held the snake-shaped cane, and turned away. After going out, Lucius threw Tong Nath casually and threw it into the grass. This was definitely the stupidest deal he had ever made in his life. A copper nat sold a black magic item. However, thinking of the little wizard who was mature on the surface but childish in heart just now, Lucius' face wore a gloomy smile. This is what the other party wants to buy. If something happens, You can't blame him. After Lucius walked away, Marx also put away his disguise, and lightly waved his magic wand. Coppernoth is flying here. A billowing coin with a little patina flew out of the grass not far away, and fell straight into Marx's hands. Lucius didn't conceal too much about the action of throwing out the copper nut. It was just an expression of his disdain, and Marx did not have the habit of dismissing a copper nut, no matter how small it is. It is money. It seems that you are not worth any money in Mr. Malfoy's heart. Marx put the copper coin on the table and turned it around, sighing. Marx was also hesitating in his heart. What kind of attitude should he use to touch this Horcrux diary? Whairu, dear Mr. Tom Marvolo Riddle, I am your younger brother who has passed more than 50 years. Have you ever done anything to destroy the book collection in school, or use a more direct method? Marx thinks that he might be able to ask us for a black magic item that can release fierce fire to threaten the Horcrux. Do you see this fierce fire? If you dare not tell the truth, you are dead. Marx hesitated for a long time, and threw these two extreme thoughts aside. And after the occlusion of the brain was operated, his left hand lightly touched the black cover. Magic item, Tom Marvolo Riddle's Diary Horcrux. Magic, strong. Explanation. This was originally a diary book used to record some information during Voldemort's youth, but after accidentally acquiring a profound knowledge of Horcrux from the Forbidden Book Zone, Voldemort used a killing ceremony to divide the soul and integrate it into the diary. Produced the first Horcrux. After picking it up, Marx did not feel the feeling of thinking being invaded, but he did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he looked up and down, trying to find something special in this diary, such as some magic engraved on it, text or something. It's a pity that Marx didn't find anything, which shows that the production principle of Horcrux is different from what he expected. It is not the magic text that drives the core, but it is more likely that part of the remnant soul. Thinking of this, Marx cautiously opened the diary. The occupational cerebral technique was almost turned to the extreme, and the first page was written in blurry ink. M. Riddle. Ding. After a certain amount of practice, your occlumency proficiency has improved. Marx looked at him, and finally came. Tom Riddle's ability to contemplate is something he expected, but looking at the system's prompt sound, the level is not too high. Marx thinks it should be similar to his occlumency level. The level of both sides is half a catty, and unlike when facing Dumbledore, the prompts that came up were all that after a period of hard practice, the proficiency of occlumency was greatly improved. In this case, even if he does not consume academic points to purchase an experience card, he can still do a good job in front of the Horcrux diary, and he can also brush his occlumency proficiency by the way. Marx grabbed the quill pen placed aside and dipped it with ink. When he was hesitating about the attitude to communicate, the ink from the nib was suddenly sucked in. Hello, this is Tom Riddle. Suddenly a sentence appeared in the empty diary. You read www.uukansu. The faint ink marks of com spontaneously linked together, and after displaying for a few seconds, they disappeared without a trace. Marx's mind moved a little, and he asked a bunch of questions. Hello, you said your name is Tom Riddle? How old are you this year? Why can you talk to me? How was it made again? Are there any special abilities? After Marx finished writing, he waited quietly, preparing to read how his identity would be fabricated after reading the diary, so that Marx could decide what kind of attitude he would take to obtain information. A series of questions smashed Tom Riddle for a while. After a long while, the handwriting left by Marx in the diary was shuffled and reorganized, and then it became a few lines of handwriting. I'm just a diary. The person who made me is called Tom Riddle, and he kept some of his memories, so I can communicate with you. It's nothing new. Marx curled his lips. After so long, you think of such a cliché identity. He thought that Tom Riddle would pretend to be a peerless wizard and make a plot with the grandfather to fool him. Chapter 116. Tom, you asswollen. Perhaps I was scared by Marx's question, and after an explanation, The ink changed again. "Are you a student at Hogwarts? I guess you are at Slytherin College. Then I should be your senior. If you have any academic problems you don't understand, you can ask me at any time, no matter what kind of problem it is." "No, I'm actually in Gryffindor," and Marks whispered silently in his heart. Between the lines, Marks could feel Tom Riddle's bursting self-confidence. But think about it, Tom can drive the top magical creature basilisk in 5th grade, split the soul to make the first Horcrux, and complete the first small goal on the road to immortality. Everyone will swell. Marks thought for a while, and began to write down in his diary the questions he had been pondering for a long time but had not figured out. What is the nature of magic? After a long time, Mark's ink left on the notebook hasn't moved for a long time. Perhaps it was because I thought this question was a bit too difficult. Marks paused again, and then wrote, "What is the formula for making Fooling G? The blessing potion can make the person who drank the potion become extremely lucky within 12 hours. It is the potion that Marks has always wanted to configure, but it is a pity that even the corresponding formula is not found in the forbidden book area. So I look forward to his diary instinct to give him the answer." However, to Marks's disappointment, Tom Riddle did not give him an answer. "Do you know everything if you say it? Conman." In fact, the Horcrux was stunned when faced with these problems of Marks. It was only in the 5th grade when it was made. How could it be possible to know the nature of magic? The formula for making Fooling Potion is something that very few potions masters know. Even if he is knowledgeable and talented, it is impossible to get a formula for Marks out of thin air. 2 consecutive answers have not received a response. And Marks also understands that the Dark Lord in his youth is not as bad as he imagined. So the next questions become simpler. They all ask some basic magic spell questions. The Horcrux finally had a reaction, regrouping the handwriting written by Marks to form the answer one by one. Perhaps because of losing face on the first 2 questions, or wanting to gain trust, Tom Riddle's answer is very detailed, and even contains some spellcasting skills that he has summed up. After talking for a while, a series of system prompts sounded in Marks's mind. Ding. After a period of learning, your Iron Armor Curse proficiency has greatly improved. Ding. After a period of learning, your Disarming Spell proficiency has greatly improved. Ding. After a period of study. Marks's heart was overjoyed, and his gaze toward the Horcrux became much softer. This is another useful learning accelerator. Before squeezing out its usefulness, Marks temporarily dispelled the idea of destroying it with fierce fire. Suddenly, Marks thought of the problem he was facing now, and took a quill pen to write in the diary. "Can you make magic items?" Tom Riddle was silent for a while, then replied in the diary, "Will not." Marks was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to close the diary, the ink suddenly began to change. "But I know some ancient magic text knowledge." Seeing the words displayed in the diary, Marks finally smiled. He guessed that Tom Riddle should have a certain understanding of ancient magic texts or the making of magic items. After all, when the Dark Lord just graduated, he didn't choose another way out, but went to work in the Bogenbok Black Magic store. It proved that he was very interested in ancient magic texts. Most likely he had come into contact with the corresponding knowledge in the Forbidden Book area of Hogwarts, and wanted to understand more deeply. Perhaps this is also related to several other Horcruxes. Marks thinks of the other Horcruxes made by Voldemort, many of which directly use powerful magic items as carriers. If you don't understand some relevant knowledge, it will never be possible to do this. "You are really good, you know everything. Can you teach me?" Marks wrote in the diary happily, and praised the other party, but within a moment, Horcrux responded, "It is good." With the magic knowledge given by Tom Riddle, Marks finally made a major breakthrough in the research process of the anticussive gloves. Because of those Shintoku magic texts, there is just one that can be used as the core of the anticussive magic text formula. After another week of magic practice, Marks finally produced the finished product after many failed attempts. Magic item, anticussive gloves. Magic, medium, effect, Rebound curse. Explanation: this is a qualified magic item. Take it with you. When someone casts a curse on you, stare into his eyes and the curse will be reflected back. Note: its effect is limited. Too frequent use may damage it, and you can't expect to use it to resist some deep black magic. Finally finished. Marks looked at the curse-proof gloves he had made over and over again. The more I watched, the more I liked it. For the shortcomings stated in the system remarks, Marks didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, this is the version to be sold, and the material cost is only 5 silver psych. This kind of effect is already very good. As for the damage of items, after a batch is damaged, the Ministry of Magic can just buy another batch. With a little calculation in his heart, Marks quickly found Asa, who was doing research, and showed off the curse-proof gloves he had made. "Have you parsed that magic text?" Asa asked in surprise. Marks told her a week ago that he had seen a few ancient magic texts in HogWarts, and I was going to study it, but Isaiah did not care, because the analysis of magic texts is a long work. mentalnovel.com. I didn't expect Marks to achieve results so quickly. You know, it's not that difficult. Marks shrugged, and shamelessly ignored the teachings of the HogWarts diary. Because of Marks's strong talents deliberately before, Asa was quite familiar with the fact that Marks made anti-cursive gloves. After a short surprise, she quickly accepted this fact and began to experiment with anti-cursive gloves. The effect of gloves. Although Marks has read the introduction of the system, it is certainly not clear that he has tried it himself. The two soon arrived in the training ground in the basement. So, why is it me who is the target? Marks stood on the training ground and put the anti-cursive gloves on his left hand. As a developer, isn't it normal to experiment with your own products? Asa explained, but as she said, or simply want to vent the depression of being hit these days, I don't know. Peas, there will be another update in the evening, and thank you all for your rewards and subscriptions. We will start the Million Reward Plus update tomorrow. Chapter 117. Were friends come on? Marks settled, staring at Ashia's eyes. In size a game big stick. Asa waved his wand, starting with some of the simplest attack spells. The light of the spell flashed by, and Marks, who was hit, only felt a slight movement of his body, and a ring on the glove of his left hand suddenly lit up with a triangle embedded in it. At the next moment, the light of the spell bounced back, and Asa, who had been prepared, dodged in time. Then, Asa gradually strengthened the strength of the curse, and Marks resisted one by one. It was not until Asa used the upside-down clock that the anti-cursive gloves showed something strange. After a burst of strong light, they teared and cracked. Got out. Marks's figure shook suddenly, barely resisting the effect of the fuchsia clock. Very practical props. The effect looks similar to that of the iron armor curse, AI said with appreciation. No, it's much weaker in comparison. Marks shook his head. As a developer, he personally experienced the effect of the anti-cursive gloves. Marks knew the weakness of this glove. Compared with the full protected iron armor curse, the anti-cursive gloves need to look into the eyes of the opponent when they are activated, and they cannot defend against the black magic that is too strong. But the biggest advantage of this magic item is its suddenness. Imagine that two wizards are fighting. One side obviously does not bless the defensive spell, but rebounds the spell. If the other side does not respond in time, it can only reap the consequences. Beat on the spot. It would be more perfect if it could be improved. Marks touched his chin and thought about the improved concentration plan. He now knows more than 40 magic texts. Most of them are taught by Professor Aya, and a few are from the HogWarts diary, with countless ways of combination. Just 2 weeks before the arrival of the Ministry of Magic, Marks felt that he could get a few more magic items out. At that time, it is impossible to rely on an anti-cursive glove to support the scene, right? Because of the success of the anti-cursive gloves, Marks easily persuaded Asa to study new magic items together. Coupled with Tom Riddle in the HogWarts, and the three of them work together, The research progress of various magic text formulas can be described as rapid. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a new magic text formula can be discovered. Just when Marx was a little overwhelmed with joy, Tom Riddle made a new request. Want to learn about the outside world? Marx looked at the words appearing on the diary and was silent for a while. In fact, Tom Riddle was able to endure it now and only put forward the conditions, which was far beyond Marx's expectations. Because in the past few days, he can almost be said to be asking crazy questions, and he has gained a lot of knowledge. The other party only got a few magic formulas in the discussion, as well as the production process of a series of magic items such as anticorrosive gloves. To others, these things may be extraordinarily precious, but to Tom Riddle they are useless. Yes, the Malfoy family has kept this diary in the storage box since it got it, so now I want to get information from the outside world. Black ink traces emerged from the paper, and after staying for a few seconds, they changed again. Are we friends? You will tell me, right? Of course. We are friends. What do you want to ask? Marx reluctantly wrote in the diary with a quill. If he refused to answer this, then don't try to extract information from Tom Riddle. In the diary, the ink writing gradually disappeared, and Tom Riddle was also thinking about how to ask. After a while, the writing reappeared. I want to know what happened in the magic world in recent years. Also, who is the most famous and powerful wizard in the magic world now? Marx smiled in his heart. Now the most famous and powerful wizard in the magical world is of course Dumbledore, or else it can be you. But on the surface, Marx still pretended to be contemplative, and began to write. I have not inquired about major events in the magical world in recent years, but the most powerful wizard in the magical world is Albus Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts. Tom Riddle held back for a long time before he came up with another sentence. Except for him? That should be Nicolim, the alchemist who has lived more than 660 years old in rumors. Marx touched his chin. Although Nicolim is relatively aloof, he really can't think of anyone else. It's impossible to write Minister of Magic Fudge, right? Fudge is not enough. Where is the Dark Lord? Have you heard of it? The handwriting on the diary is not neat, but scribbled and rushed. Later, maybe I thought that such an inquiry would not be appropriate, so I hurriedly added, I heard this name from them before being put up by the Malfoy family, so I was very curious and wanted to ask. As a split soul, Tom can faintly feel that the main soul's situation is very wrong, but the distance is too far, and his strength is too weak, so he doesn't know the specific situation, which is why he is anxious to ask. A little uncomfortable, Tom. Marx gently tapped the table with his finger, and the 5th grade Dark Lord was still too tender. However, from the performance of the original book, it can be seen that the young Voldemort was arrogant, extremely ambitious and extremely conceited, and it is normal to be a little guffed by his series of teasing. The Dark Lord, it is said to be dead. More than 10 years ago, Marx casually wrote in the diary, and after lifting the other's interest, he immediately changed the subject. Are you not a diary? Curious about what this does? Let's continue to study the magic text formula. I saw a magic text in oneplace.mtlnovel.com and I have been trying to figure out what it means. Without waiting for the Horcrux to respond, Marx drew a semicircular umbrella-shaped magic text on the page of the diary. This was the ancient magic text he saw on the box where the Dementor was being held. This is a kind of isolation magic text, which can block magic ... usually used to make storage boxes and place some precious magic props. Tom Riddle replied to Marx's question subconsciously. Although he wanted to know the follow-up, he could only suppress his thoughts to avoid being suspected, and then slowly ask later. Anyway, he can't really die when he's still at Voldemort. Or in other words, he will become the new Voldemort. After a while of communication, Marx closed the diary with a pop and placed it in the deepest part of the cabinet. Thank you, Tom. Marx muttered to himself, took out a semi-finished diary cover from the drawer of the desk, and carved the isolation magic text in the corner. Help, there will be no need to use it. Chapter 118, The Weakest Alchemy Creature. In the full study and discussion, 2 weeks passed in a flash. After Marx completed the production of various antiquative props, only 3 days were left before the inspectors from the Ministry of Magic arrived. Exquisite magic props were placed on the empty shelves in the store, most of which were researched by Marx together with AI and Tom Riddle these days. The remaining small part was sent by brothers George and Fred. As early as when he first studied the antiquative gloves, Marx sent a letter asking them about the knowledge of ancient magic texts. It's just that the number of magic texts they know about is not many, which overlaps with Professor Tom Riddle's part, so it doesn't play a big role. However, considering that the prank goods they produced are very popular in the original book, Marx sent another letter a few days ago, asking them to send some finished products and put them in the store for sale. This morning, 2 owls flew to the magic shop and brought a package and a reply. To Marx McClown, thank you for remembering us in the pleasant summer vacation. We have read your letter. George and I, as the shopkeepers of Weasley's Witchcraft and Wizardry, although it has not officially opened yet, authorize you to sell the goods of Joke Witchcraft and Wizardry on your behalf. We will solemnly introduce to you our latest invention, the Pygmy Poo, a kind of alchemy creature. It has no attack power and is very fragile, but it looks very cute. We believe that this thing will be able to sell well. In addition, there are fake magic wands, witty answering quill, telescopic ears, big dung eggs. I have written the specific usage on the attached page. Remarks, it would be a case of being intercepted by someone halfway. The protective magic is applied on the attached page. The spell that is cracked should not embarrass you. Finally, I hope that the address we filled in is not wrong. If you say you really live in the flip in the back alley. Marx picked up the package. It was very light. It should be a weight reduction spell. No wonder it can be delivered with an owl. These days, they are not idle either. Marx sighed as he opened the package and looked at the contents. He remembered that before leaving school, George and Weasley only made big eggs and a quill pen. They had only made so many interesting things in just over a month after the holiday. I don't know how they did research under Mrs. Weasley's nose. Marx smiled, and turned his gaze to Dwarf Pussbody again, very interested in this so-called alchemy creature. It looked like a pink fluffy ball, about the size of a little wizard's fist. Marx tried to put it on his hand and found that this guy was very light. Dwarf just stayed quietly on Marx's hand, arching and arching his body, and the pink hair rubbed against Marx's palm, surprisingly comfortable. Alchemy creature, pygmy cat. Magic, low. Explanation: this may be the weakest alchemy creature ever. Its abilities include but are not limited to selling cuteness, rolling, jumping, and spinning. It will absorb the magic power radiated by the holder at an extremely slow speed for maintenance physical activity. Looking at the prompt message given in the system bar, Marx was also somewhat speechless. Well, it's enough for this thing to be cute, so what else can you ask for? Putting the pygmy cat on his shoulder, Marx held the explanatory paper that came with the package, but it was blank and there was nothing on it. Let me think about it. Marx touched his chin and thought about what secret words the two of them would use, and then suddenly realized something, and pointed his wand at the blank paper. I swear I didn't do a good job. The magical ripples spread along the center of the paper, and lines of text appeared on the surface. Sure enough, Marx smiled. He had seen similar protection magic on the map of the Point of Life, but he didn't expect the two of them to actually get this magic out. In contrast, the attached sheet of paper is not as special as a live point map. It uses the most common parchment paper and is not a magic item. After Marx glanced a few times, he unexpectedly discovered that the Weasley brothers, besides attaching descriptions of the items, even wrote down the production methods of each item on paper, and asked him for his suggestions for improvement. Marx took this trust in his heart, and then checked the production method of the pygmy cat. After reading it, Marx realized that Dwarfapus is actually similar to some intelligent mentally retarded robots in the Mole world, and only performs some simple actions according to planned procedures. George and Fred's father, Arthur Weasley, was originally an employee of the Mole Abuse Bureau of the Ministry of Magic. There are many mole machinery in the family, and most of them are inspired by Jingle Bell. Just as Marx was about to study the pygmy cat, a crisp bell rang at the door, and when he turned his head, he found that it was Doogt, who hadn't seen him for a long time. "What's the matter, Dean Dooget?" Marx put down the cute dwarf cat and asked. "I received the news that the inspectors from the Ministry of Magic will be here in 2 days." Dooget frowned and said in a hurry. After walking in, Dooget realized that this place was a little different before, but Dooget didn't take a closer look, so he asked anxiously, "It's been so many days. Why haven't you disposed of these dark magic items?" "What about Asia, Dean Dooget? This is a formal magic shop. There is no black magic item you mentioned." Marx interrupted Dooget's words with a serious face, and then spoke again. "Don't look at us in the knockdown alley, opening a shop here, but our heart is very longing for the light. Therefore, we have been committed to the research work of preventing dark magic. Now there have been some results. Please allow I solemnly introduce you to the flagship product in the store, cursor-proof gloves. Do you need to buy a pair, Dean?" Marx pointed to the conspicuous shelf behind www.mentalnovel.com. Dooget looked dumbfounded. Did he go in the wrong place or the kid took the wrong medicine? "You'd better keep these words and tell the people at the Ministry of Magic." Aya did not know when he had already walked behind Marx and rubbed his hair. Speaking of it, Asa was also very helpless. She really didn't know why Marx had so many weird thoughts at a young age. What did the current professors at Hogwarts teach when they were in class? But Isaiah thinks about it carefully. What Marx said is quite reasonable. Maybe he can use it when the time comes. I'm just rehearsing it in advance. Dean Dooget, what do you think is the effect? Marx shrugged and looked at someone who was sluggish. Peas, thank you very much for your support and encouragement. The author is very touched. There will be at least 4 chapters today. In addition, Isaiah's fuchsia is not a bug, and I will explain it later. Chapter 119. This thing doesn't make much profit at all, so what happened during the month that I didn't come? Douglas looked around in surprise and found a lot of things he had overlooked before. For example, Marx's pink, fluffy orbs that move and bounce around, the cursor-proof gloves and cloaks hanging in a conspicuous place, and a large number of magic items that have never been seen before. All seem to be brand new. No way, black magic items are not easy to sell. So my mother and I had to research some good-selling things, Marx said in a relaxed tone. But Dooget didn't quite believe it. He knew AI for so many years, and he knew how difficult it was to develop a new magical way. He hadn't been here for a month, not a year, so he suddenly changed his career to do legitimate business? The change is too fast, right? When he tried a few magical goods in person, Dooget had to believe it. Especially Marx's latest protective ring. Just input the magic power to form a magical barrier similar to the Iron Armor Curse, a 360-degree magical barrier to resist some magical attacks. Dooget was eager to watch, and if he used it well, this is a life-saving artifact. So Doug licked his face and asked, how to sell this stuff? 60 Jinjialong, Marx said. DSK, it's really expensive. Can't it be cheaper? Doug slapped his mouth. If it were replaced a month ago, he would probably buy it without blinking. But it doesn't work now. In order to get through the relationship with the Ministry of Magic, he smashed hundreds of Jinjialong in and learned the accurate news of the Ministry of Magic's inspection. The poor are about to eat the dirt. No way, for this level of magic items, the materials alone have to cost a lot of Jinjialong, and there is no profit at all to sell one. Marx explained that the protective ring is an enhanced version of the anti-cursive gloves, and it is regarded as the highest level among all the magic items he has made. At the same time, Marx also found that the more powerful magic items are, the more expensive magic materials are needed. Otherwise, The magic fluctuations caused by activating the magic text sequence will instantly scrap those cheap magic materials. Dubta had to put down the protective ring in disappointment. He knew a little about magic items, and he knew very well that Marx was telling the truth. Asa rolled her eyes and found that the material cost of a protective ring was only 9 gallons, but someone always thought that his labor costs were worth 50 gallons, so he made a gallon. What is this? Asa didn't break through Marx's words, but was attracted by the pink pompon on his shoulder. Pygmy Poo, a kind of alchemy creature, was sent by 2 friends and is going to be put in the store for sale. Marx responded casually, teasing the pink fluffy ball with his hands. Alchemy creatures? Do they have any special abilities? Ashia's eyes lit up and asked. Dubta also looked at it curiously. He had only seen the legendary alchemy creatures in books, and it was rumored that there were many in the home of the alchemist Nicola May. Well, is it cute? Marx said, tilting his head. Isn't that just rubbish? Who would buy something like this? Dubta curled his lips in disdain, but then saw Asa the dwarf cat from Marx's shoulder. I think it's a bit interesting. You can study it. Aya tried to poke the dwarf cat, and the latter began to turn into a small pink ball and spin. Marx sat and watched helplessly as his new toy was taken away, but couldn't help but complain. Women. Dubta was speechless. He really couldn't understand what a pom-pom was worth studying, but he quickly adjusted it and asked Marx to introduce him to other magic items. After seeing a few magic items, Dubta couldn't help sighing. I think the inspectors of the Ministry of Magic will be shocked to see these things. Perhaps. I always feel that I need to add something. Marx looked around, still feeling a little unsatisfied, and there was still too little. The things the Weasley brothers sent over were interesting, but only suitable for a specific group of people. He is ready to make a fortune. Thinking of what he had left plus the skill upgrade rewards, and about 300 points of academic performance, Yifan thought about it and asked, what if I make some potions and sell them here? You want to sell potions? I should have told you before, but that requires a high level of potion production. Dubta frowned. Don't worry, the potion I brewed is very stable, and the effect will not be worse than that of the regular store. Marx said confidently. What you think is simple. Potions are not sold, by the way. Only wizards who have passed the certification can sell potions. Dubta dismissed Marx's thoughts in an angry manner. Before, it would be no problem to do it casually. This time facing the inspectors from the Ministry of Magic, they must not make mistakes. Then do you have this certification? Marx suddenly asked. Of course, Doug said triumphantly. Not long after he graduated, he had obtained this qualification certificate when he took up the post of Street Mungo's magical injury. Even if he was dismissed later, the qualification certificate was retained. Then what are we afraid of? Someone asks. Just say that you put it here to sell on your behalf. Marx said indifferently. But what if something happens? Dubta opened his mouth. Novel.com to refute, so he subconsciously looked at Isaiah, hoping that she would help dispel Marx's unrealistic idea. It's a pity that even though Asa was half believing, considering Marx's previous performance, he did not hesitate to choose to support Marx's decision. Dubta wanted to cry without tears, thinking that this trouble was entirely his fault. So he had to bite the bullet and reluctantly agreed. However, Dubta insisted on personally checking Marx's potion level to see if he could reach the corresponding level. Only in the afternoon, Marx took Dubta to Diagon Alley to buy potion materials and cauldrons. As for the crucible that he bought at school before, he left it in the school and didn't bring it back, and one was not enough. Compared with the poor and dangerous Knockdown Alley, Diagon Alley is like a place for normal people to stay. There are many shops here, the streets are full of hustle and bustle of people, messy joking and bargaining, and occasionally you can see some little wizards chasing and playing. Chapter 120. That was what the Half-Blood Prince taught me. Walking on the streets of Diagon Alley, Marx looked around curiously. A towering and solemn building that resembles a castle comes into view. People come and go, and the shiny bronze gate opens inward. Several goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms guard both sides of the gate, watching the surroundings vigilantly, facing the guests. It is a polite bow. If you don't count the experiences in his memory, he is still here for the first time, so he is naturally interested in everything. Along the way, Marx also saw the ancient Ollivander One shop and Lion bookstore. But that was not where they were going. Marx just looked a few more times, then turned his head, and stopped at the Pataki cauldron. If you want the crucible, I have it there, so I don't need to buy another one, Doug said with a slap in his mouth. Marx ignored him and walked straight in. Doug sighed and only followed. Because it was not time for the little wizards to start school, there were not many customers in the cauldron shop. The manager Patich tried hard to sell them the pure gold cauldron from the recent fire, but Marx refused without hesitation. The pewter crucible will do. Give me 3. No. 5. Marx took out the money from the pocket of the wizard robe and put it on the counter, using the sealing fee that Doug had previously given him. 5 cauldrons. Store manager Patich was also taken aback. It was the first time he saw a little wizard buy so many cauldrons, and then turned his head and glanced at Doogt. He thought it's just that the child is playing around. What do you buy so many crucibles for? Doogt was equally strange. Of course it's to make the medicine faster. Marx glanced at him obliquely, picked a few crucibles in the store, and after paying, he left here straight away, and went to the herb store not far away. After purchasing, there was not much left after giving the dozen gold jialongs to the flower. Doogt was still painstakingly persuading him, trying to dispel Marx's idea of using 5 cauldrons to boil medicine at the same time. Making potions is a delicate task, and you can't be distracted at all. I can use my years of experience to tell you that potions made from multiple crucibles are doomed to fail. Marxley ignored him. After returning home all the way, he couldn't wait to enter the work area in the basement and found an empty place to start preparations. Doogt gritted his teeth helplessly, and decided that if there was something wrong with the potion that Marx made, he would personally get a batch of potions out of it and secretly replace those that Marx had boiled, lest he smashed the signs. Stepping into the work area, Marx did not immediately start brewing the potion, but picked up the carving knife to transform the newly bought crucibles and potion tools. What Doogt saw was inexplicable, and he tried to interrupt and ask about the situation several times, but he didn't succeed. 2 hours later, in Doogt's surprised gaze, Marx continued to wield his magic wand, like a music conductor in a mullband performance. The potion materials that were placed aside and allocated according to their types jumped into the cauldron spontaneously. Cutting and grinding tools on the side appeared one after another, suspended, cutting the potion materials into suitable sizes, grinding them into powder, and stirring them together. This isn't. Doogt stared roundly, thinking of Ashia's magic kitchen. But making potions is not cooking, it requires subtle control. Just as Doug was about to speak out, he noticed that the potion materials on the 5 cauldrons were processed extremely accurately, without any omission. How can one person be distracted to do so many things at the same time? Doogt was confused. In fact, he didn't know that Yifan was able to achieve such precise control by consuming grade points to activate the thinking acceleration mode of the experience card. This is also thanks to Dumbledore's demonstration of how to use magic to control objects when Marx was in the school hospital, plus the inspiration of Asia's magic kitchen, which led to this semi-finished pharmaceutical factory. The original cumbersome process of making potions became easy under the control of Marx's subtle magic, and even quite artistic, just like the bartender in the bar making cocktails as pleasing to the eye. The roots of daisies ... the powder of dried nettles ... the petals of sunflowers ... and a small peppermint. Doogt quickly recognized that what Marx brewed was a euphoria. As a common potion, the euphoria has a wide range of uses and can make the drinker's mood very good for a period of time without side effects. When he was treating the wounded in his own dark hospital, He liked to add a diluted euphoria to the drinking water of some patients. This usually allows the patient to walk out of the hospital with a smile after paying high medical expenses. But what made Dugt frown was that he remembered that peppermint was not the material required for the delight formula. So he interrupted. "What do you do with peppermint? Did you remember the recipe wrong?" "No. Adding peppermint can improve the efficacy of the euphoria." Yifan shook his head and explained softly, "Impossible. Why have I never heard of ... Where did you hear about it?" Doug said in disbelief. "I was taught by the Half-Blood Prince," Marx said lightly, his wand frivolous, and the potion made by grinding was poured into the reagents that had been prepared. After the incident, Marx didn't want to stop at all, and continued to make the next batch of potions. This time it was a decoction of living hell. The experience card mode of redemption of 100 academic points is only 1 hour, and he doesn't want to waste a minute. Only the potion made in this state is the highest level he can achieve. In addition, when Marx was reading the original work in his previous life, he obtained some tips for making potions, and the final finished product will have a much higher potency than ordinary potions. Mentalnovel.com or how may compete with those regular potion shops. Thinking of this, Marx suddenly felt that he was a little miscalculated. Why had he forgotten to get Snape's old textbook when he was at Hogwarts? Marx vaguely remembered that the thing seemed to be in the advanced classroom of the upper grades. In addition to the knowledge of potions summed up by Snape, there were a lot of advanced spells in it. Seeing that Marx was so addicted to making medicine and unable to extricate himself from it, Dugt could only hold his doubts in his heart, and set his eyes on the 5 bottles of delight on the table. Dugt picked up one of the bottles, shook it, and found that the color was lighter than the normal euphoria. Judging from his years of simmering medicine, the quality of this potion is not bad. But he obviously saw Marx add peppermint to it. It stands to reason that even if the potion does not fail, its efficacy should be greatly reduced. The addition of Wanzu comes in 1 round, and all the book friends who have given Wanshang will be added 1 more round, and then the second round will be added. Chapter 121 We are trained as cruelly. Dugt opened the bottle and took a sip. A faint mint scent lingered in his mouth. Immediately after, a spontaneous happy mood surged into my heart. The worries in his heart were swept away in a short time, and Dugt's brows that had been frowning because of the Ministry of Magic's inspections were also loosened. "It's so powerful," Dugt muttered to himself with a smile on his mouth. "The euphoria agent dote has not been made before, but the effect is far inferior to the one made by Marx now. The most important thing is that while improving the effect, it hasn't affected his normal thinking, just adjusted his mood. How can this kind of potion be sold?" Marx ran out of time for an experience card, then stopped and asked instead. "As long as the publicity is in place, it will definitely sell well. Much better than the average potion store." Dugt had to admit that Marx's level of cooking medicine far exceeded his imagination. Before, Dugat was still worried about whether Marx would smash his golden sign by selling potions under his name. Now Dugat doesn't think so. "This is the rhythm of becoming famous. Who is the half-blood prince you are talking about?" Dugat couldn't help but ask. "It's Snape Severus, the potions professor at Hogwarts," Marx said. "It turned out to be him." "No wonder. I didn't expect you to be Snape's proud pupil at school." For Snape, the potion master, Dugt certainly knew. But he obviously heard that Snape hated the Gryffindor students the most, and the rumors had spread to him. It shouldn't be a rumor. Could it be that geniuses have special treatment? Doug thinks so. Marx didn't correct Dugat's misunderstanding, because his method of making potions was indeed Snape's exclusive skill. After receiving Dugat's approval, Marx breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the selling standard of potions was much lower than he had imagined. From this point of view, the potions he usually made should also be sold. As a result, in the face of Dugt's shock, after Marx boiled a few waves of potions in a fancy manner, suddenly and honestly used a knife to cut the potion bit by bit. In the face of Dugt's suspicious inquiry, Yifan called for a potion hierarchy to make some normal potions and separate them at different prices so that everyone can afford potions at the right price. However, Duke didn't know, but Marx felt a pity in his heart. It's really too little to buy 5 crucibles. Only a dozen bottles of potions can be brewed in 1 hour. It's a waste of academic points. Tomorrow must buy 10 more crucibles back. By the way, Dean Duke, you should also brew these potions, right? Marx suddenly turned his head to look at Duke, who was in a daze. Of course, Duke nodded subconsciously before he recovered from the shock. Then come over and help quickly and brew some normal potions to recharge. Yifan threw a medicine cutting knife over. Duke took it in a daze, feeling a strong sense of disobedience inexplicably. The deputy director of his dignified street, Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital, the potion he made was reduced to the point where it was used to replenish. However, in order to steal some tricks of making potions from Marx, Duke rolled up his sleeves. Although he was frustrated in his heart, he still had a happy smile on his mouth. After all, the efficacy of the euphoria agent has not yet passed. After 3 busy days, Marx finally ushered in the day when the system mission said the Ministry of Magic came to inspect. Duke left as early as yesterday, and Asa has a new research project, Pygmy Poo. She is said to be remodeling this thing. Marx is at a loss, but the dwarf Apu needs to be remodeled. Is the transformation more cute? Precisely because of this, Marx became the state of looking after the shop alone. Until the afternoon, not far from the store, the space was distorted. 2 men and a woman, 3 figures appeared in a side alley. This is Turnover Alley. It looks like it's nothing special except a little deserted. Among the 3 silhouettes, the young wizard, who seems to be in his early 20s, looked around, and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't let your guard down, Ellison." Knockdown Alley is definitely the most dangerous place in the entire magical world. The one who spoke was a man with stiff and short hair, who looked very strong on the outside. But there was a deep worry in his words. Seeing the Aura whose name is Ellison's unrelenting expression, he once again warned, "You have just become Aura's not long. So it may not be clear that the Ministry of Magic had done an action to rectify Knockout Alley 10 years ago. As a result, what happened, Captain Dallas?" Ellison asked curiously. "Most of the dozen or so Auras in the action team were killed and injured. Since then, Minister Fudge has never launched a similar operation again." Dawlish sighed. Ellison took a breath and looked around carefully. Although it was empty, he still felt danger everywhere. "Then let's go quickly, Captain. Go back and say we have searched and there is nothing in it," Ellison said cautiously. "How can that work?" Before Dallas could speak, the female Aura who had not spoken before scolded. "We are Auras, how can we give up action because we are afraid of danger?" "Ellison, have you forgotten why we chose this profession in the first place?" "Of course, because the salary is relatively high," Ellison murmured silently in his heart. "Sonny, Ellison, stop arguing. You are reading www.uukanzu.com as the captain." Dallas felt a headache. The Ministry of Magic arranged for him to have 2 players, either a fool or a fool, one more than one. Not reliable. Sometimes Dawlish wondered if he was abandoned by the Ministry, or how could he receive such a dangerous task and arrange such a team member for himself. "Listen to me. We are here to investigate the proliferation of black magic items. The target is the shop opposite. Someone reported that many black magic items on the market are sold here." Having said this, Dawlish increased his tone and continued. "So this must be a dark magic shop. After entering, you need to be careful not to touch the contents casually. Anyway, hold your wands tightly. We are trained Auras. Don't panic no matter what you encounter." The female Aura named Sunny nodded cautiously, while Ellison swallowed and followed little X worriedly, as if the shop in front of him was a magic cave. Ps. For more complete, ask for subscription. Ask for votes. Chapter 122. This is the legendary black magic shop. Remember, be careful, be careful, be careful again. The other party is a dark wizard, and it is very likely that they will attack us when they enter the door. Before entering the door, Dallas lowered his voice and told them. Ellison and Sunny nodded like chickens pecking rice. The 3 of them walked to the door, and the bell hung on the door shook gently with the wind. and it made a pleasant ringing. Dawlish was like a big enemy, and a handsome man subconsciously turned his head, and with a swipe he took out his wand and pointed it at the bell. The long training also made Sunny and Ellison quickly reacted, learning the Dawlish movements in a hurry. In short, you can never go wrong with the actions of the predecessors. However, a few seconds passed and nothing happened. The two youngers looked at Dallas with nervous expressions. Could it be that something happened, but they didn't see it? Ahem. Delish coughed a little awkwardly, and was looking for a reason to fool around. But at this moment someone heard someone say, "Welcome to the strange magic item store. Do you have any needs?" At the front desk of the store, Marks looked strangely at the door with his magic wand, like three arrows facing the enemy. He really didn't understand what they wanted to do with their door, but he still spoke enthusiastically. Mark's right time to speak relieved the awkward atmosphere on the scene. Dawlish quickly retracted his wand, expressionless, pretending that nothing had happened. The attention of Ellison and Sunny also shifted to Marks in an instant. Before coming in again, Ellison thought about what the shopkeeper inside would look like. The gloomy, eccentrically dressed bald wizard, or an old witch with a blind eye and a weird smile on her face. But no one thought that the 11 or 12-year-old little wizard would come to greet them. "Where is Mrs. McClown?" Dawlish frowned. He didn't even think of this, but his cautious attitude kept him from letting his guard down. He remembered that in the materials he had read, the owner of this dark magic shop should be a young witch. "Mom, she's upstairs, and she will be there soon," Marks explained, and then walked out of the counter and motioned to the three of them. "Are several gentlemen and ladies here to buy things? Then I can introduce them to you. I think you will definitely be interested." The female heiress Annie opened her mouth and wanted to explain her intentions, but she was stopped by Delish. This strong man like an iron tower shook her head at the two team members and said, "Yes, we just buy things." Ellison and Sunny immediately understood what Dallas meant. The captain asked them to pretend to be guests and understand the situation in the store. Even though they came here in uniforms, the little wizard may not know who they are. Just let the other party tell them about these dark magic items. It's best to come personally and get something. Marks was clear about the identities of the errors, but didn't mean to expose them at all. So he took a few people around in the store and introduced the products in the store, because he also counted on these errors to buy more things to go back, and then help publicize. The three errors from the Ministry of Magic tremblingly shuttled among the many magic items. Although these things looked normal, they guessed that there was some ferocious black magic in them. "This is a fake wand." Marks pointed to the closest wand made of logs. "What? You still sell fake and shoddy products here?" Sunny said angrily. "This is not a fake or shoddy product." "Wouldn't you read the instructions yourself?" Marks said silently with blue veins on his forehead. Sunny immediately got close and glanced at her, and there was a sign on it that said the use of fake wands. "When touched, it will become a toy made of rubber out in." Sunny murmured. "It seems that there is nothing special about this, but the black magic items are definitely not that simple. Could it be said that this thing will turn us into toys? That's horrible." Sunny took a few steps back with a look of horror. Ellison was also speechless when he heard this. Marks was speechless. Looking at the appearance of a few people, he had to hold the fake magic wand in front of them. The three of them also noticed Marks's movements, and subconsciously moved a little further away, staring at the magic wand closely. As everyone watched, the fake wand suddenly turned into a soft rubber mouse after being touched by Marks. The Weasley brothers also built a kind of sound magic inside, which can emit squeaks. "Scream!" Sunny screamed when she saw the mouse, but Ellison looked back at Dlex with a weird face. "This is the black magic item you mentioned, Captain? It doesn't seem to be terrible." "This is just a toy. It's not a black magic item." Dallas rolled his eyes, and then he used his eyes to signal the two of them not to relax their vigilance. "This is probably something specially made to confuse them." Sunny and Ellison solemnly nodded. They are well-trained errors. Although they have not been in office for a long time, they have also heard of a lot of dark wizards during training. They usually use some disguise to make the victimized wizard relaxes and is launching a fatal blow. However, As Marks introduced the magic items in the store, Sunny and Allison's faces became more and more weird. A big dung egg that can spew foul-smelling juice after hitting an enemy, a quill that automatically answers questions to complete school tasks, or a potion that can temporarily increase charm after drinking. With a series of explanations, coupled with Marks's potential affinity talent, Sunny almost couldn't help but tempted to pay for the purchase several times. And Ellison was also heart-stricken to hear .mentalnovel.com. He was extremely hopeful to be able to buy a quill pen, so he doesn't have to do it himself every time he writes a report. However, every time the two were about to move, they were stopped by Dawlish with a stern look. Now, when performing the mission of the Ministry of Magic, how can you buy something in the store of the mission target? Alas, what a picky customer, Marks sighed. He knew that if he didn't get Dawlish, he wouldn't be able to sell anything today. Thinking of this, Marks paused and took a few people to a shelf in the center. There were a pair of black and red gloves on it, and a metal patch in the shape of a shield on the back. The patch was printed with a shop icon. There are golden patterns around. For an era who has been fighting for a long time, what can be more exciting than a magic item that enhances combat effectiveness and survivability? Thanks to the leader of the Phantom Feather, the angel only wanted to be a salted fish with 2 shifts a day after she was put on the shelves, and occasionally turned over to get 3 chapters, but it seems impossible. Today is the 4th shift. The 5th shift, just watch the evening, it will be sent together. Chapter 123. This is a protective ring? No. This is just one more life. What is this? Dawlish also discovered the difference in this glove, looking like a high-end magic item. It's called the Anticorrosive Gloves, and it's the main product in our store. Marks introduced to Dallas with enthusiasm, then looked at Ellison and Sunny, and said again, if you don't like wearing gloves, you can change to a cloak or hat. Trust me, it can definitely surprise your enemy. What does it do? Can it kill the enemy instantly after contact, or is there a curse or something inside? Dawlish became nervous in an instant. He felt that after seeing so many normal magic items, he didn't dare to underestimate the main product of a black magic shop. We must know that when he was on a mission to capture a dark wizard, the dark magic items in the opponent's hand were extremely powerful, killing one of his companions almost instantly. Seeing the Era captain reacting like this, Ellison and Sunny also became nervous, their expressions tense to the extreme. Kill the enemy? Carry a curse? How is it possible? This is not a black magic item. Marks shook his head. Isn't this a black magic item shop? A shop that does not sell black magic items? What do you sell? Dallas and the others were confused, but they heard Marks introduce them. I said this is an anticorrosive glove. As long as you carry it and stare into the opponent's eyes, you can reflect the enemy's curse. Rebound the curse. Are you sure that it is not a curse? Ellison on the side opened his mouth and wanted to spit out. He felt that he was waiting for someone to go in the wrong place, or that this was not a black magic shop after all. It can really defend against evil curses? Dawlish frowned. Of course. Who of you wants to try? Marks took the gloves off, looked at several people, and motioned. Ellison and the others hesitated, because of the specific effect of the gloves. They just listened to Marks and did not rule out that it was a trap. Then he'll do it. Marks looked at the 3 Eras who were awkward, suddenly a little speechless. Fan shrugged and prepared to demonstrate by himself. This thing is so amazing, as you said. At this time, the courageous Sunny gritted her teeth, grabbed it directly, and asked suspiciously. After listening to Marks for a long time, Sunny felt that the captain must be fooling them. Where is the black magic shop? She looked pretty normal. For example, the charm potion was pretty good. Sunny looked carefully, except for some nice patterns on the back of the glove, which seemed to be no different from ordinary gloves. Lex opened her mouth and wanted to stop it, but at this time Sunny had put the gloves on her hand, and there did not seem to be any bad reactions. So Lex had to shut her mouth temporarily and sighed in her heart what to say next time. No more newcomers. Which one of you will try to attack me? Sunny said. Dawlish saw that the matter was over, so he had to give Ellison a look and let him go on the field. The latter understood immediately and stood opposite Sunny with his wand in his hand. "How about a tarantella dance spell first? To be honest, I haven't seen Sunny dance with you. It must be very interesting." Ellison smiled, and before Sunny could retort, he raised his wand and started the spell. Tarantella dance. Sunny will scold if she is angry, because people who are hit by this spell are usually forced to perform a funny dance. She doesn't want to make a fool of yourself here. However, what Sunny didn't expect was that the curse-proof gloves she thought were unreliable played a role at this time, and the light of magic was instantly bounced back and hit Ellison. The smile on Ellison's face suddenly got stuck, and he felt horrified that his body was uncontrollably and spontaneously, his feet lightly tipped up, alternately stepping on the ground, making a kicking sound. "Which one of you will help me solve this spell? Hurry!" Ellison shouted in a collapsed voice. Sunny curled her lips. Who wanted to make a fool of her with this spell just now, deserved it. Immediately afterwards, Sunny looked at the glove she was wearing on her right hand again, her expression in astonishment. But she didn't expect this thing to be really useful. "The curse stops immediately." Dawlish waved his wand, dispelling Ellison's magic, and then cast his gaze on the ordinary glove. As an eliter of the Ministry of Magic, Dallas knows exactly what a magical item that can bounce back spells represents. It can be said that as long as you have this, you will definitely be able to take advantage in unknown battles. How much does this thing cost? Although Dallas knew that he might be in a dark magic shop, he couldn't help asking. 7 Jinjialong, Marx said suddenly. "So expensive?" Sunny curled her lips and was about to say a few words when she heard Dawlish trembling suddenly. "It's so cheap." Sunny and Ellison were stunned for an instant, and looked at their captainer with weird eyes. It was the first time they saw anyone who thought the prices of goods were too cheap. Marx knew what Dallas meant in his heart. If the curse-proof gloves could really resist the evil curse without limit, 7 Jinjialong would simply be the price of jumping off the property. The reason why they are sold so cheaply is because the anti-cursive gloves can only deal with some low-level evil curses. If the opponent uses powerful black magic, the gloves will be destroyed immediately. Marx did not intend to conceal the slightest, but to call the shortcomings out. After all, he is a conscientious businessman, and he doesn't sincerely deceive customers, especially for such shortcomings that can be seen after a try. Hearing Marx's words, Dawlish felt disappointed. He thought he really had such a powerful magic item. However, at this moment, Marx's voice changed and his tone became high. "But www.mentalnovel.com, don't worry. We have the latest upgraded version of the protection ring. Just enter the magic power, you can release a 360-degree magic barrier without dead ends, allowing you to fight in the most intense battle. You can easily defeat your opponent in the middle of the game." Lex's thoughts that had just cooled down suddenly rose again. What? A 360-degree magical barrier without dead ends? Instant. What is this concept? Good use is almost equivalent to one more life. Dallas can no longer contain the excitement in his heart. He has been in the position of error for more than 10 years and has encountered various dangers, and he has had several near-death experiences. He couldn't help thinking, if he had such a ring at the beginning, would the mission process not be so thrilling? The author did not expect that there would be a reward from the leader, so he did not save the manuscript accordingly, and overestimated his code word speed. There are only 4 changes today. Chapter 124. This is obviously a store of contents. Can this ring really achieve the kind of effect you said? Dallas couldn't believe it. Marx did not speak, and entered the magic power into the protective ring. Almost at the same time, a light magic barrier enveloped him. The barrier is semi-transparent. If it weren't for standing so close, plus the look in his eyes, Lex couldn't see it at all. "Except your weapon." Dawlish stretched out his magic wand, and a red light shot towards Marx, which had the same effect as the protective ring, and the curse was bounced back in an instant. Because the distance was too close, the illiterate Alice couldn't escape the curse of the rebound. For a while, The wand dropped out and flew out. Marks stretched out his hand to take the magic wand that flew toward him, and returned it to Dallas with his backhand. The magic barrier on his body disappeared without a trace after about 2 seconds. It could not be activated continuously for a short time, otherwise it would be greatly improved. The possibility of damage to the ring. With Mark's relaxed and freehand appearance, Dallas looked at him with heat, and after receiving the wand, he couldn't help asking, "How much is this protective ring?" 70 Jinjialong. Seeing that the other party had already taken the bait, Marks couldn't help but smiled. The price for duped was the internal price, and of course it would be more expensive for the official sale. Dawlish hesitated. It was not cheap. He had worked for more than 10 years and he couldn't save much money. There is only this protective ring in the store for the time being. Once it is sold, I don't know how long it will take to buy it next time, Marks said lightly at this moment. By hearing Marks's words, Delish made a decision without hesitation. He gritted his teeth and paid for the 70 Jinjialong. But there is only one protective ring, and the effect is so good. Dawlish felt that he had come early, otherwise it would have been bought if it was discovered by other colleagues. Thinking of this, Dawlish eagerly took out all the Jinjialong he brought from the pocket of the wizard's robe, but after counting it, he found that it was a little bit awkward. After all, 70 Jinjialong is not a small amount of money, unless he goes out to buy things, otherwise he will not bring so many. "How much money do you have? Quickly, bring it out to me, so I can get it together." Lex turned his head and said to the two adorable Iras, "Captain ... aren't we here to investigate the proliferation of black magic items?" Ellison opened his mouth, but seeing Dawlish's eager appearance, he held the words in his heart again, and took out some Jinjialong from his pocket. Dawlish took it over, but the count was still not enough. So he turned to look at the female Ira. "Sunny, 70 Jinjialong, isn't this a bit expensive?" Sunny whispered, looking at Dawlish. "This is enough for her to buy more than a dozen bottles of charm potions." "You look like you are buying a ring, but sometimes it is equivalent to buying a life." Lex shook his head, noticed the puzzled look of the two, and talked about some of his own experiences. As a senior Ira of the Ministry of Magic, Dallas has been working for more than 10 years. And even participated in the last Wizarding War. It is his daily job to catch dangerous dark wizards. Of course, it is different from these cute new ones. He knows that RR is a very risky industry. "Oh, I have seen many colleagues who cast spells too slowly when they were in danger, and died tragically under the magic of the Dark Wizard. If the eras of the entire Ministry of Magic are equipped with defensive magic items, then they won't die anymore." Dallas couldn't help sighing. Marks nodded in satisfaction. He was about to say so, but it was naturally better to say from Dawlish's mouth. Ellison and Sunny were stunned when they heard the words. They didn't expect the Ira's job to be so dangerous. Especially Ellison, he is already wondering whether he should also pay for a protective ring. Although there is only one of this thing for the time being, he can save money first. Right? "Are you Iras?" Marks looked at everyone's reaction, tried to pretend to be surprised, and said, "Dallas has already said so clearly just now, he is not a fool, and he has to react a little at this time." "Of course, brother. Do you see this dress?" Sunny pointed to the standard robe on her body and said proudly, "It's so cool. My biggest dream after graduation is to become an Ira." Marks said with envious eyes sparkling. "Then you have to work hard. The Ministry of Magic's review is very strict, and only true elites can come in." Sunny was very helpful, and she squinted happily. It took her a long time for the Ira to get admitted. Dallas also nodded aside. After listening to Mark's introduction of so many products, Dallas had some doubts about the information given to him by the Ministry of Magic, because it was more like a normal magic item store with its own style. With so many interesting magic items, there is no need to sell black magic items. In addition, after Marks took his wand and returned it as soon as possible, Lex dispelled many doubts. If the other party really has any bad intentions, then it is the best time to take action. "By the way, why did your mother open the store to knock down Ali?" Dallas still had the last question in his heart. After thinking about it, he squatted down, looked directly at Mark's eyes, and asked, "Of course it's because." Poor. Marx shrugged. Poor. Dawlish was speechless for a while, and it seemed to be the same. If it wasn't for this reason, who would stay in the ruined place of Knockdown Alley? But Dallas looked at the protective ring in his hand, and then at the bag of ginger along he had just handed to Marx. Is it really that poor to open a magic goods store? Why didn't he believe it? Marx saw the doubts of the Captain www.mentalnovel.com and explained aloud. My mother has seen too many wizards persecuted by black magic, so these years have been dedicated to the research work of black magic prevention, and spent a lot of energy on this. The research cost of magic props is very high. It takes at least a few years, thousands of dollars of investment, countless failures to get the corresponding magic formula. We have only recently had some results, so there is no profit at all, Marx said at last. Dawlish nodded. So it seems that the price of 70 gallons for such a high-end magic item of the protection ring is really cheap. I really don't know if it's the who told the Ministry of Magic that this is the shop of the dark arts. This is obviously a conscience shop. Wouldn't the hearts of those who spread the rumors hurt? Peas, the leader is a bit special, adding 2 changes per round. So today's 2 changes are for the magic feather. Chapter 125. This shop is so miserable. Thinking of this, Dawlish hesitated and said, I think your protective ring, the batters in the department will definitely like it, and protective gloves should also be very popular. Maybe it can make the department buy in large quantities. Marx was naturally overjoyed and thanked for a while. He had been preparing for so long, and he was waiting for this sentence. Dallas said very politely that you are welcome, and Ellison and Sonny also bluntly said they would help propaganda in the ministry. By the way, Captain Dallas, did you come here to buy things after hearing about it? Marx was there, pretending to ask casually. The 3 others were all embarrassed when they heard this, and they didn't know what to say. But Sonny finally said angrily, we have received a mission from the Ministry of Magic. Someone reported that you sell a large number of dangerous black magic items here, and I don't know which made the report. Dawlish looked at Sonny helplessly. How could you just state the tasks given by the ministry? Sister Sonny, have you heard that the Ministry of Magic inspects other shops in the Knockdown Alley? Marx thought for a while, then asked. It doesn't seem to. Sonny hesitated. Dawlish and Ellison also noticed something wrong. If the Ministry of Magic were really going to investigate the dark magic items in Knockdown Alley, it would never be possible to check only this shop. In the entire Knockdown Alley, there are a total of 3 dark magic shops. Except for the one where they are located, the Bogenbok shop and the Fairy shop have been reported in the past, but there was no action in the department, all of which were deemed to have not been seen. So if there is no tricky, they don't believe it. It must be those dark wizards who are preparing to retaliate here, Sonny said angrily. Ellison also nodded, showing indignation. Dallas was silent. He could imagine that the lady who opened this magic shop must be someone who had been persecuted by dark magic in the early years, so even if she was destitute, she insisted on doing research work in Knockdown Alley. It's only recently that results have been made. When it was ready to sell, it was deliberately targeted by other dark wizards. This is really miserable. Upon seeing this, Marx was ready to make persistent efforts to see if he could shed some information. But at this moment, Aya's special gloomy and delicate voice sounded in the shop. 3 eras, Mrs. and Madams, can you please inquire for us in the Ministry of Magic? Specifically who is deliberately targeting this, so we can take precautions in advance. The talismans were attracted by the sound, turned their heads and looked over, and saw AI wearing a dark green wizard robe coming out from the side of the shop. Marx keenly discovered that his eye seemed to be different from usual. The rings on his hand were taken off. The long hair was scattered so casually, and there was a black fluffy ball on his shoulders. Biological. Are you going to hide things on your body? Marx wondered why Zaya came so late. Humans are visual animals, and Ashia's exquisite face won the favor of 3 eras almost when they first met. With the addition of the story made up temporarily by Marx, The Delish people have a little more sympathy for Isaiah. Don't worry, we will definitely help with the investigation, Lex promised, patting his chest. Sunny and Ellison also promised that after returning to the ministry, they would mobilize their friends to help. Asa smiled, and thanked her softly. However, she glanced at Marks calmly. Not long after she arrived, she only heard part of the conversation, so she was really curious about how the child worked for such a while. So she gave the 3 euros to It's Done. However, although Asa didn't get the full picture of the matter, after some conversation, she quickly understood what kind of temporary identity Marks had created for herself. So not only did not reveal any flaws in the conversation, but instead used this identity to greatly improve Bo's favor. Soon after, Sunny, the newly promoted female era, shouted one by one, Sister Aya, what is this? Dwarf poo. It doesn't seem to be. Anyway, it looks so cute. After familiarizing it for a while, Sunny finally asked about the cute fluffy ball on Aya's shoulder. After Isaiah's transformation, the hair has become grey-black, and there are also a pair of big watery eyes, so big that it is impossible to appear on a normal creature, but it also makes it look more adorable. Under Sunny's gaze, this thing hopped on her shoulders. It was very cute, and the heart of seeing was melted. This is an alchemy creature made based on the look of the magical creature Pygmy Cat. The price is, Asa explained to Sunny, turning her head to look at Marks when she mentioned the price of the item. The original version only needs a Jinjialong, Marks said. It's so cheap, can I buy one? Sunny was immediately moved. Since it's not expensive, she also wants to get one to wear by her side. Of course it's okay. Just need to wait for a day or two. For the time being, this one is specially made in the shop, just as a sample. Axia smiled and nodded. For a day or two, Sunny was still waiting, but she was also pestering Asa to touch this alchemy version of the Pygmy Cat. After hesitating for a while, Asa agreed, but reminded Sunny that this dwarf cat is very fragile and it is best not to input magic power into it. Marks felt a little strange to listen to it. As an alchemy creature, this thing can only run by magic, so it won't collapse. But seeing that Isaiah had already gotten one of the Aristotle.novel.com after flicking the other party to buy, Marks did not think too much, and put his energy on the two Lex and Ellison. Captain Dallas, besides the protective ring, do you need anything else? Marks asked aloud. Forget it, no need. Delish hesitated for a while, shook his head and said, his money has long been taken out by this ring. Even if he wants to buy it, he can't afford it. Are you sure? Marks pointed to the two ear-shaped magic items on the other side and introduced. This is a telescopic ear. As long as you hold one of them, you can hear the sound on the other side. The most important thing is that it has no magical fluctuations and cannot be detected. It should be useful when detecting intelligence. Now the special price is only selling 16 psycho. Not even a gallon. Dallas, who had already made up his mind and didn't want to buy anything, was moved again. It seemed that it was very cheap. In the original work, the dwarf cat is a magical creature. The author made a mistake before, so I made some corrections based on the plot. Chapter 126. The thing is just kept in the store, it is actually yours. In the eyes of Delish, the telescopic ear is really a good thing with a very high cost performance. The Era's missions often require tracking or finding out the identity of the opponent. If you use magic, you will inevitably be noticed by the opponent. If you get close to it rashly, it will arouse the opponent's vigilance. If you can have an auxiliary prop, it will be convenient. Too much. Not to mention that the special price is only 16 cents, not even a gallon. It can't be cheaper. The only pity that made Dallas feel a little bit is that the appearance of the telescopic ears is too obvious. The two ears, at first glance, are an eavesdropping device, and they need to be connected to a thin wire. After understanding Lex's troubles, Marks did not hesitate to say that as long as you add money, everything can be solved. The big deal is to use more technology to disguise it. Marks feels that technology is much better than magic when it comes to eavesdropping. Considering that the Era captain did not bring enough money, Marx said intimately. If you don't have enough money, you can book first and pay half of the deposit. While talking, Marx poured out half of the previous bag of Jinjialong and returned it to Dallas, and then took back the protective ring. Daleks subconsciously cooperated with Marx's movements, but then he remembered something was wrong. So why didn't he bring the money to buy it tomorrow? These products are all available, and if you order one, you will be less. Yifan explained, and then said seriously. Furthermore, what you bought is only temporarily stored here. It is actually yours. Dawlish nodded, as if so. After taking back half of Jinjialong, Dallas felt that he had become rich again, so he bought a telescopic ear and used it first, and then ordered a deluxe version. Immediately afterwards, Marx introduced a quick answer quill to Dallas, focusing on the fact that this thing can automatically help him complete the heavy copywriting task. Although Dawlish had seen this thing before, he was frightened and didn't even think about buying it. Now it's different. Hearing what Marx said, I quickly understood that the automatic answering quill can greatly improve my daily work efficiency, so I bought it again with money. The intelligence enhancer can keep your brain awake, and you can find all kinds of clues in time when performing tracking tasks. Marx pointed to the potion on the other side. Buy. Daleks gritted his teeth. Quick smoothing hair lotion. I think your hair may need some care. Buy. Fake one. Big dung egg. Buy. Dawlish subconsciously said, and when he took the two things Marx handed over, he thought that these toys seemed useless to him. Why don't you buy this if you have nothing to do? But looking at Marx waiting for him with a look of expectation, he had to take out the last few silver psychos from the fluttering money bag, which was regarded as supporting the cause of anti-dark magic. Ellison on the site had already spent the little savings he had accumulated during this period of time, and even owed a lot. Because Marx is very considerate to provide the service of installment payment, as long as he signs a magic agreement. To spend tomorrow's wages to buy today's combat power is simply a conscience that can no longer be conscientious. When the group of 3 people walked out of this magic shop, they all felt as if they were hollowed out, but when they glanced at the pile of things they were holding, they suddenly felt a lot more fulfilled. In the shop, Marx was happily counting the Jinjialong in the bag. There were nearly 100. This is still only a small part. According to the agreement, the 3 eras will pay another 200 Jinjialong within the next 6 months. Marx predicted that in a short period of time, he would not be able to make a fortune from these 3 people. At the same time, the shop has also become a lot empty, and most of the items on the counter have been sold. After considering that protective ring, Marx didn't choose to press it in the shop, but let Dawlish use it first, so that he could help him publicize it when he arrived at the Ministry of Magic. When Marx finished counting Jinjialong, a white arm stretched out and snatched the bag containing Jinjialong, and then 10 Jinjialong was picked out and placed on the table. Marx? He can only divide a point. Marx looked at Isaiah bitterly. This Jinjialong is not enough for you to study before. Asa said angrily. Marx thought for a while, as if that was the case. The U wood used to practice magic writing, the metal used to make magic props, and the countless materials that he scrapped in order to study the magic writing arrangement require a lot of use. Jinjialong purchased. In this way, the Jinjialong earned today can only be regarded as a return. If you want to make money, you have to count on a large order from the Ministry of Magic. What really made Marx feel a little surprised was that the task given by the system was delayed in showing completion. Isn't the review of the Ministry of Magic finished yet, or is it still not yet time to evaluate? Ministry of Magic, Magic Law Enforcement Department. Within the Aura Command, the then Director Pierce Singnes sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, while Aura Supervisor Rufus Scrimgeour waited quietly, with an ugly expression. The two listened to the reports of several Aura captains. When we were tracking the 72nd target, we encountered strong resistance, and the 2 players were seriously injured. It was a dark wizard who wounded us. He suddenly used powerful black magic items in the battle. We didn't have time to react. Trash. You have 4 errors at all, but you wounded 2 of them. In the end, you didn't even catch the Dark Wizard. Pierce patted the table heavily. McLenovel.com angrily. The office roared loudly. As the reporter, the era captain lowered his head, did not refute. His face was full of guilt. After cursing for a long time, Pierce stopped for a while, pacing at the desk, his head bald. Supervisor Rufus Scrimgeour dared to exhort him at this moment. Director, blame the 7th Action Team for failure to complete this mission. The effects of the black magic items are strange, and some are extremely powerful. I think the errors have done their best. Pierce sighed and clicked helplessly. Since the Ministry began a large-scale investigation of the problem of the proliferation of black magic, he has heard similar news many times. Almost every day, 1 or 2 errors are injured because of this. Even yesterday, the first victim appeared unfortunately. During the search, this poor error was unfortunately blown up by a triggered black magic item. A small half of the body. Before being sent to the street, Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, he died. Chapter 127. Are these the black magic items you checked? Just as Pierce wondered whether he should persuade the minister to temporarily stop the investigation, a knock on the door sounded. Coming. Pierce took a sip of the tea on the table and said helplessly. After the incoming error nodded, he reported. Director, Captain Dallas wants to see you, saying that there is something important to report. Rice. Pilston paused, looking at Supervisor Rufus. Dallas is the captain of the 9th team. I arranged for him to take people to Knockoff Alley to investigate a dark magic shop. Rufus quickly explained. Originally, this investigation did not include Knockover Alley, but some time ago, the department suddenly changed its attention for some reason, saying that it was news that the magic shop was selling black magic items on a large scale, and he asked him to send someone to investigate. As the head of the era, Rufus, who has been in the Ministry of Magic for so many years, certainly understands that there must be something tricky in it. There is no one who can open a black magic shop in Knockoff Alley. He is not so stupid as to become a knife in the hands of others, and it adds to the era's loss. So Rufus had let out the news in advance, and let the more cautious Dawlish take a few eras over to deal with the matter. But it took so long for Dallas to come back, and now there are important things to report, which makes Rufus feel a very unpleasant feeling. After explaining to the director, Rufus sighed and looked at the era. How is Dallas now? How about the other 2 eras who went with me? Aren't they already in the hospital? Pierce also frowned, ready to hear some bad news. Captain Dallas looks pretty good. Sonny and Ellison are also outside. They seem to be very happy. The era who came in to report had a strange expression. Rufus raised his head questioningly. Could it be that the era he sent was beaten stupid, or is it hit the Imperious curse? Just as Rufus was puzzled, the era hesitated and continued. They also came back with a bunch of things. It looks like they are all magical items. Rufus was a little excited when he heard that. Pierce suddenly thought of something. Since Lex came back with so many things, it is only possible that they successfully completed the task and really checked a dark magic shop. If this is the case, it can be said to be the biggest harvest since the action. With this achievement, the Ministry will not blame him for the loss of manpower. Although it still felt a little unbelievable, but the fact was right in front of him. Pierce patted the table and stood up and said excitedly, "Hurry up and let Delish come in." In the execution hall at this time, Lex holding a pile of magical items was waiting quietly in the lounge, and the faces of Ellison and Sonny behind them were filled with satisfaction. The expressions of the 3 of them were really inconsistent with the solemn and tense atmosphere in the execution hall, and the eras who had come and went frequently for a while. Many insiders were even more shocked secretly. They knew that Operation 9 had gone to Knockdown Alley to investigate a dark magic shop. Before, some people thought that the 3 of them might not be able to return. I came back and checked a lot of dark magic items. This is a rare achievement. Captain Dallas, you can go in now. The director looks like he is going to commend you personally. The door of the office was opened, and an era walked out of it, enviously speaking to the people waiting outside. The executive director came in person. Want to reward the captain? Ellison and Sonny were at a loss. They just went to the shop in Knockoff Alley and bought something back. They didn't seem to be doing anything, right? Dawlish had guessed something faintly, and explained it after he was ready to go in. However, after entering, Dallas had not had time to speak, and Pierce, the executive director, greeted him immediately. He patted Lix's strong shoulder with enthusiasm and spoke in admiration. Dawlish, I did not misunderstand you. You are the most cautious of all eras. I knew before that you would be able to complete the tasks assigned to you by the ministry. ERA Supervisor Rufus also looked at the three with admiration. When handing over this task to Dallas, he never thought that these three could actually complete it. Director, this. Dawlish stammered and wanted to explain, but Pierce didn't give him this opportunity. Instead, he looked at the many magic items in his arms and said with satisfaction, These are the black magic items that you have checked. Is there any effect for someone from the Department of Affairs to verify? Director, this is not a black magic item, but a commodity that we paid for. The Dawlish explained cautiously. What? I bought it? Pierce's excitement turned into incomprehension. If Dawlish said that he bought a few black magic items back, they could still think that they were reluctantly thinking that they were collecting evidence, but knowing that these were not black magic items, why did they buy them back? Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the ERA, had a stagnant expression on his face. After a while, he furiously said, Dallas, I remember that I asked you to lead the team to investigate the dark magic shop, but I didn't let you go shopping there. Director Scrimgeour, we have investigated the magic shop and there is no problem. Lex swallowed hard and explained, and the ERA in charge of Rufus became more gloomy. Under his expression, he spoke again. Furthermore, we found some very useful magic items, which we thought might be of some help to the ministry, so we bought some samples back. Pierce looked down at the magical objects he was holding in Lex's arms. A pair of gloves that don't seem cheap, a few round irregular objects, a quill pen, a few potion bottles sloshing around for unknown reasons, and a lot of other sundries. Stan felt that the ERA captain was fooled by the opponent. mentalnovel.com. However, Dallas tried his best to introduce this magical item to them. Director, you can take a look at these retractable ears. As long as you wear one of them, you can hear the movement from the other side. Only 16 stickers are sold, which is too cheap. There is also this quick answer quill. With it, those colleagues who deal with official documents can greatly improve their work efficiency. The most important thing is this protective ring. As long as you put it on your hand and input magic power, it can instantly form a defensive barrier with no dead ends. Not only can ordinary spells fail to penetrate its defenses, they will also be bounced back. Dawlish introduced these magic items one by one, and the expressions on Pierce and Rufus' faces gradually changed from impatient to surprised. The author has saved too many manuscripts a few days ago, and the code word itself is too slow, so the whole plot is needed. 2 changes will be made temporarily in these 2 days, and then will be added later. Please understand the big guys of One Chang a bit. Chapter 128. I wanted to try this a long time ago when the protective ring was introduced. Director Rufus finally couldn't help it, and interrupted aloud. You have tried it yourself. This thing really has the effect you said. Pierce, the executive director, also set his sights on the mediocre ring in Lex's hand. He knew exactly what this defensive magic item meant. If what Dawlish said was true, it would mean that the ERA's loss rate would be greatly reduced in the future. Compared with destructive black magic items, this kind of defensive nature is pitiful, and the price is usually not low, which is why the Ministry of Magic has not equipped the strikers and elite ERAs with corresponding equipment. Of course, I can demonstrate it for you now, Lex said enthusiastically, and then stood in a wider place. Before Dallas could indicate that he could attack him now, Rufus quickly drew his wand and pointed it at Dallas. Except for your weapons. The red magic light went straight to Dallas. Rufus suddenly made a move just to test whether this ring could work in an emergency. so he almost used all his strength. However, how can the disarming curse that requires chanting and gestures can be compared to the instant magical barrier? Although Dawlish was a bit slower, it still activated the ring's defense function in time. In the next second, the red light returned to the original path and hit Rufus' body. The huge impact drove Rufus directly into the air. The wand in his hand flew high, spinning towards Dawlish in the direction of the flight. Dawlish learned what Marks did before, grabbing the wand with his left hand and holding the wand in his hand, with a calm expression on his face, and a dark refreshment in his heart. He had wanted to try it a long time ago. Later, Dawlish remembered that it was his boss who had flown out, and quickly changed to a worried look, ran to Rufus' side in small steps, and helped him up. Dawlish was also a little worried that Rufus would wear small shoes to him in private because of this matter. But fortunately, Rufus didn't care. He didn't avoid it before, just wanting to experience the counter-attack effect of the protection ring by himself. Now after confirming, he hurriedly addressed the executive director Pierce. "Director, I think we should immediately propose to the ministry to set up a special fund, specifically for the purchase, so that heroes who go out on missions can be equipped with such defensive magic items." Speaking of this, Rufus is also a little aggrieved. In this strike, the opponents of the Dark Wizards more or less have some powerful black magic items. But as heroes, they can only rely on their own strength to fight. How can this keep them from being stunned? Pierce also knew the truth, nodded, turned to look at Dawlish, and asked aloud, "Captain Dallas, how much did you use for this ring?" "A 70-gallon. Dawlish replied casually. The executive director's face twitched. So expensive. The 70-gallon alone is certainly not a big deal to their executive department, but the problem is that if this thing is to be sold in large quantities, he expects to buy 100 rings. This is still very small. It can only be carried by the heroes who are on the mission. Even if it is, it will take a full 7,000 Ginjialong. This is not a small sum, and the funds issued by their Ministry of Magic to their executive division simply cannot make up that much. It is also unrealistic to expect the ministry to allocate 7,000 gallons. He expects that the ministry will award 2,000 gallons at most. Rufus was also a little sad for a while, apparently thinking about this problem as well. Fortunately, at this moment, Dallas said in time, "Director, in addition to the protective ring, there are cheaper anticorrosive gloves. Although the effect is relatively worse, it only takes 7 gallons. Hearing that there are other bargains, Pierce was finally relieved. After listening to Dallas introduce the effect of the anticorrosive gloves, he immediately decided and waited for the special funds in the department to purchase 200. Tried out. By the way, I can also buy 10 protective rings with extra money for the elite heroes. Other magic items like telescopic ears. Automatic feather pens can also be bought. As for whether the Ministry of Magic will agree to the establishment of special funds, Pierce was not worried. Spending some Ginjialong to buy curse-proof gloves and a small amount of protective rings is cheaper than paying for medical expenses and pensions. Not to mention that it can significantly improve the combat effectiveness of these heroes. Pierce believed that Secretary Fudge was clear about this account. After all, this special task of investigating the proliferation of black magic items was decided by Fudge against the crowd. If there are too many people damaged, his face will not look good. After asking Dawlish to leave these magic items as a sample, Pierce waved his hand to indicate that Dawlish could leave. He needed to sort out a proposal to convince Minister Fudge. Dawlish took off the ring very reluctantly and put it on the table together with other things. But before leaving, he suddenly thought of something, and asked cautiously, "By the way, Director, will I be reimbursed for the things I bought for the department this time?" Rufus on the side gave him a fierce look. At this time, Pierce nodded indifferently to say such a disappointment. For 3 days in a row, Marks was waiting for someone from the Ministry of Magic, but it was a pity that no one was waiting. Dallas and others came here once or twice in the middle of the journey. You were reading www.uukanzu.com, paid the remaining balance and bought some new interesting small items. The heroic almost made Marks think they had made a fortune. After inquiring, it was realized that the Ministry of Magic had reimbursed them for the cost of the last mission. By the way, I also learned that the Ministry of Magic was preparing to set up special funds for the purchase of curse-proof gloves and protective rings. After receiving this news, Marx was finally relieved. Although in the original time and space, the Ministry of Magic ordered a large number of anti-cursive gloves made by the Weasley brothers, but that was after the Dark Lord's resurrection and the Death Eaters were rampant, so there is an urgent need to strengthen the era's battle force. It was not until 2 days later that the Ministry of Magic finally sent a procurement staff, a total of 4 people. The leader was a middle-aged witch who looked a little squat, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed round-framed glasses, showing a shrewdness while walking. Color. Marx tried hard to remember for a long time, and never remembered such a character in the original book. The reason for her coming is also very simple. Only 2 words. Bargain. Chapter 129 Protocol. That is for the Ministry of Magic. After entering the store, the short squat witch helped her glasses, and then walked to the counter where the magic items were placed, commenting one by one. This anti-curse glove is a bit interesting, but you need to stare into your opponent's eyes to be able to reflect the curse. Bad review. This telescopic ear can monitor, but it needs to be connected to a thin wire. Is it true that everyone else is blind? Bad review. This protective ring can build a defensive barrier, but too expensive. Bad review. The chunky witch strolled around in the store and spread every item he encountered. Marx was confused. If he knew in advance that the other party was here to buy things, he almost thought that this guy was sent by the wizard market. Find the difference. Fortunately, among the 4 people who came over, Dallas and Sunny were among them, and Marx leaned forward to inquire about the situation. Dawlish did not answer with a solemn expression, but Sunny lowered her voice and said quietly, "This is Mrs. Muen from the finance department of our executive department, who was sent by the ministry to lower the price." Speaking of this, Sunny is also blushing, because their executive department is extremely poor recently, otherwise it would not be like this. Does the Ministry of Magic still need to keep prices down? Are you not an official agency? Marx was speechless. He thought that the Ministry of Magic was rich in money. No wonder this woman started picking up shortcomings as soon as she walked in. Mrs. Muen suddenly turned her head to look at Sunny. This little girl who had just joined the job was shocked. And then she didn't dare to disclose more information to Marx. After watching it for a while, Muen Fu finally stopped, touched the gold round-rimmed glasses, and said, "In short, although these items meet the procurement standards of the Ministry of Magic, they are far from my expectations. In addition, I think the price should be discussed again. For example, the anti-spell gloves. The Ministry of Magic intends to buy in large quantities at once, and the price should not exceed 5 gallons. Otherwise, the ministry will reconsider whether the purchase is worthwhile." Marx frowned slightly. He was really not suitable for bargaining, but fortunately, Asa spoke at this moment. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Muen, 7 gallons are already the lowest price. If you include the research cost, you can't even earn a psycho, so if the Ministry of Magic refuses to purchase because of this, then I can only express regret." Axia looked at Madame Muen for tat, without any intention of giving in. Judging from the news she received, the Ministry of Magic has suffered a lot of personnel losses in the past few days, and it is absolutely impossible to abandon the purchase of curse-proof gloves and defensive rings. Madame Muen's gaze suddenly moved away from Marx, and she turned to Aya, and the atmosphere on the court seemed to freeze. Marx was caught between the two, feeling that he was under pressure for a while, so he simply gave up the field and prepared to fool the other idlers. The next step was almost the home court of Mrs. Muen and Asa. The 2 sides had been talking about each other for more than an hour before reaching a formal agreement. The Ministry of Magic purchased 300 curse-proof gloves at a price of 6 gallons and 10 sekos, a total of nearly 2,000 gallons. The protection ring was purchased for 10, and the price of one was reduced to 65 gallons, for a total of 650 gallons. In addition, telescopic ears and quizzical quill pens have also been purchased in small quantities, and the miscellaneous ones add up to 3,000 gallons. After the talk, Mrs. Muen was obviously very satisfied, feeling that she had almost reached the cost price. But she didn't know that the so-called research cost and research time were not as high as she had imagined. It was a miracle created by the power of 3 geniuses in 1 month. What Marx didn't expect most was that Mrs. Muen was extremely interested in the enhanced potion he made. These potions have really improved so much. Madame Muen held a bottle of the enhanced version of the Euphoria potion in her hand, and the sign below said that the potion was twice as effective as the normal potion. The potions on the other counters have a much higher effect than normal potions in the above description, but the prices are not much higher than those on the market. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can try it yourself, Marx said confidently. Madame Muen hesitated for a moment, unscrewed the cork of the bottle of the Euphoria, and shook it gently as if tasting red wine, and finally poured it out and took a sip. The next moment, Mrs. Muen's wrinkled face stretched out instantly, and she felt that her body and mind seemed to have been washed once, and the troubles and depressions in the work were swept away. With a satisfied smile on her mouth, slightly a hint of surprise, said, "Which potion master's work is this? It has such a strong medicinal effect." It is important to know that common potions such as blissful potions are generally stable in efficacy, and it is difficult to make a big improvement unless a potion master has modified the original formula. Marx just smiled and didn't speak. Mrs. Muen didn't ask too much. The high-quality purchase channel is always a secret. But it feels a pity that she originally thought whether she could invite the other party to the Ministry of Magic as a consultant. Regardless of the fact that the ministry has a cooperative relationship with the St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries, some ordinary potions can be purchased from there, but those special high-level potions can only be configured by individual potion masters. Perhaps because of the effectiveness of the Euphoria, Mrs. Muen listed some potent potions in the purchase list. After leaving the deposit and signing 2 agreements, Mrs. Muen left with satisfaction. Anticorrosive gloves. 11 gallon. The protective ring 120 gallon. Didn't Mrs. Muen lower the price? Why is the price higher? Marx curiously stepped forward and took a look at the content of the agreement. The discussions are different, because this agreement is for the Ministry of Magic. Asa faintly explained, and then put the agreement away. Mtlnovel.com. Ministry of Magic? Are they not members of the Ministry of Magic? Marx said strangely. To be precise, it is from the Executive Department of the Ministry of Magic. Asa glanced at Marx. Marx suddenly understood. The Ministry of Magic is also divided into multiple departments. Although it is a big business as an official institution, there are too many places to spend money. Every department is waiting eagerly for the Ministry of Magic to issue funds. The competition for funds is fierce. The executive department they contacted is only one of them. It's just one department. Therefore, when reporting funds to the above, the executive department will naturally report as much as possible, and what is left will be added to the department's independent treasury for use in other places where it is needed. However, Marx was a little strange afterwards. How could Asa let Mrs. Muen lower the price? Perhaps after seeing Marx's mind, Asa spoke out again. In exchange, they are willing to order some potions from us in the future. Chapter 130. Don't worry, I will use the forgotten curse. The corners of Marx's mouth twitched. He had always thought that Mrs. Muen's potion was so outstanding that he planned to purchase it. That's how it turned out. Mrs. Muen's acting skills are no longer there. Even he hasn't seen it. However, what Marx didn't know was that Mrs. Muen was originally only thinking about purchasing 1 or 2 potions at random to deal with the matter. But after knowing that it was made by a potion master, she was moved to purchase a lot of thoughts. However, this wave of operations by the executive division also allowed Marx to see the corruption of the Ministry of Magic. No wonder the Ministry of Magic, as the official institution of the magical world, failed to serve the Death Eater Legion that emerged in the later period. In the end, even the newly appointed minister was cast into an imperious curse and became a puppet of Voldemort. From this purchase, Marx can see some clues. The Ministry of Magic will be over sooner or later. But Marx didn't want to care about these messy things, but looked at Asa and said, "By the way, Mom, what should the Ministry of Magic give us an order? Didn't you think of a solution?" Asa said in a puzzled way. She thought that Marx had already had an idea when she proposed the store innovation plan. "How about thinking all day about what the Ministry of Magic's large order is doing?" Then the two were silent for a while, looking at the deposit on the table. They were dumbfounded. Marx had a headache when signing the agreement. He promised to deliver everything in 2 weeks. With the two of them alone, it would not be possible to finish it in 10 days of exhaustion. "Otherwise, how about we get a magic factory?" Marx suggested with a thought. "Magic factory?" Ao asked, puzzled. "It's like your magic kitchen." The more Marx thought about it, the more I realized it was possible. So he popularized the Mull's technique of making bulk items for Asia. As for the source of the news, Marx directly said that he had heard it from some Mull wizards at HogWarts. As Marx's words got deeper and deeper, Ashia's eyes became brighter and brighter. She, who had worked out the magic kitchen, of course could understand what Marx said. Although the production of magic items is a delicate task, and magic is used when burning magic texts, but other cumbersome steps can be completed with the magic version of the machine. "Where are the things you said?" "I'll get one for reference," Asu asked enthusiastically. "Generally speaking, Mull gloves are made in factories, and you can buy them in the Mull market." Marx touched his chin. There were only 10 rings in total. Mantra gloves need to be produced in large quantities. But Marx immediately realized something was wrong. "Get a machine for reference?" How to do? Seeing that Asa was about to perform apparition, Marx hurriedly reminded, "Mulls don't charge Jinjialong. Don't worry, if you really can't figure it out, I will use the forgetting curse," Asa added, and with a light wave of the magic wand, as the spell was read, the whole person disappeared. "Forgotten spell?" Marx reluctantly held his forehead with his hand. "This thing is not very expensive, and it is not a secret. You can buy it on the market with Jinjialong for a little pound. Can't you follow the process properly?" After Isaiah left, Marx put his gaze into the bag on the table and opened it to take a look. There was a lot of space inside. It should have been cast without a trace extension curse, and the deposit was about 1,000 gold gallons. But making a magic factory cost a lot of money, and various materials also need a lot of Jinjialong, so it is estimated that there are not many that will be left in the end, let alone a part of the Weasley brothers. Marx couldn't help but smiled thinking about this, thinking that if George and Fred knew that their retractable ears and quill pens could sell so hot, they would probably be crazy. Marx touched his right thumb with his index finger, placed it in front of his mouth and whistled. After a while, a snow-white owl flew down from upstairs, with a quill in its beak and an envelope on its paw. "Good job, Macca." After Marx took the quill and envelope from Macca's mouth and paws, he teased the little cutie with satisfaction. He felt that he had become more and more talented as an animal trainer. Cuckoo Macca flapped his wings and flew to Marx's shoulders, pecking Marx's cheek with his beak to express closeness. Unfolding the envelope, Marx picked up the quill brush and wrote a reply. He wrote in the Ministry of Magic's large purchase of telescopic ears and quill pens, and asked them to prepare the order within 2 weeks. Mail it together. After writing the reply, Marx took out another 50 gold gallons from the deposit. Without this money, George and Fred might not even be able to buy materials for making a large number of retractable ears and quill pens. "It's just that I was intercepted halfway, and Marx didn't dare to give too much at once." After fixing it, Marx stuffed these things into the package together. It was the package that George and Fred sent over last time, and the weight reducing magic was solidified on it, and it just happened to be reused this time. "I'm going to trouble you again, Macca." Marx tied something to Macca's feet. The snow-white owl cooed twice in response, then fluttered its wings all the way to the sky, gradually turning into a white spot under Mark's gaze. Not long after being idle, the space in the center of the hall was distorted for a while, and a shears figure appeared in front of Mark's, bringing back nothing. "Mom, where's the stuff?" Marks asked strangely. "There are too many equipment there. I don't know which one to take." Asa blushed. She thought that the mole machines were all the same. Marks rolled his eyes, and he knew it would be so. However, Asa didn't give him a chance to complain. www.mentalnovel.com. After waving the magic wand and closing the store, he performed apparition again and led Marks to disappear into the magic shop. At the same time, I did not forget to hold the deposit on the table. A few hours later, the burrow, in the bedroom of George and Fred. A pudgy middle-aged witch was thrusting her waist angrily, pointing at a large number of joke magic goods found on the ground, and roaring angrily. "It's no wonder that your grades in the history of magic are so bad. You used to be doing these pranks all day long. If you can't pass the OLS exam in the 5th grade, I won't have any surprises." George and Fred were trembling under the splashing spit stars, and they were depressed. They had known that they would be more cautious, and they were doing research when they were waiting to go back to school. They really didn't expect to be searched out when their mother cleaned. George and Fred looked at each other. Their faces looked uglier than crying. Chapter 131. So much ginger along, isn't it fragrant? Mrs. Weasley scolded angrily for more than half an hour, and then pointed her magic wand at the joke magic goods underground. "I'm going to burn all of these things now, and next time I see you are not doing your business properly and fiddle with these useless things, I will throw you all out." "No, Mom, you can't do this," George said, crumbled, rushing to the pile of joke goods, defending their efforts to the death. Fred's cheeks flushed red, and he plucked up courage, and retorted dissatisfiedly, "These are not useless things, we will sell them soon." Marks said the people at the Ministry of Magic will definitely buy them. "Ministry of Magic? They will buy your things unless they are crazy." Mrs. Weasley was angry for a while, and they didn't look at what they had made. An ugly-looking ball, according to George and Fred, has the effect of producing foul-smelling juices when it hits someone else. A telescopic ear for eavesdropping, a quill for automatic homework, and other messy things that I don't know what it is for. According to Mrs. Weasley, only those little wizards who also like pranks would buy this kind of thing. "Quickly get out of me!" Mrs. Weasley was angrily pulling her sleeves and preparing to pull George away. Fred begged bitterly from the side, but she was unmoved. Fred had to look at the other people in the family for help. Ron hid behind and watched the excitement. Ginny was willing to help persuade her, but she closed her mouth again as she watched Mrs. Weasley's angrily. Arthur Weasley turned a deaf ear and looked at the newspaper in his hand. George and Fred were very angry with the poor grades of the previous school year. At this moment, an owl suddenly flew in from the open window, with a package tied to its paw. After seeing George and Fred, it made a burst of joyful screams towards the two of them. "Fly over. It's Macca." Marks must have replied, Fred said excitedly. Hearing Fred saying this, everyone turned their eyes away, and George, who was lying on the ground, jumped up. Seeing the excitement of these two people, Mrs. Weasley became even more angry, and grabbed the owl who was about to fall. She wanted to know what these people were doing. When Mrs. Weasley was about to remove the package tied to the owl's feet, she turned it over impatiently and trembled vigorously. George couldn't do it angrily, it was their thing, but the next second he was almost blinded by a flash of golden light. A lot of round, golden things spilled out of the package, crashing on the ground and making clanging noises, and a lot of gingerlong fell everywhere. "Oh my god! The bag is all gingerlong." Ron looked at gingerlong sprinkled on the ground. His eyes popped. One of them grumbled to Arthur Weasley's feet. Arthur ignored the newspaper at this time, squatted down and picked it up blankly. After looking carefully, he was sure that the gold gallons were real, not the gold coins of the leprechaun. Mrs. Weasley never thought that there would be so much money in the bag, and she opened her mouth for a while and didn't know how to react. "These are all ours." George and Fred rushed up excitedly, picked them up one by one, and even snatched the one in Arthur's hand. Together they counted 50. Jinjialong, where did the money come from? Mrs. Weasley frowned, feeling very puzzled, a little panicked, and a little scared. 50 gallons is not a small number. We said that the Ministry of Magic is willing to order our products. These are only deposits. You can earn 200 gold gallons in total. You can read this letter by yourself. George shook the envelope in his hand and said confidently. Fred also nodded. He felt that Mark's letter was too timely, and if it was later, their efforts for so many days would be burned. Mrs. Weasley glared at them fiercely, took the envelope and looked at it. Arthur couldn't sit still and leaned over to check the envelope. Ron and Ginny wanted to see too, but Mrs. Weasley took it high and prevented them from watching. George and Fred looked at them triumphantly, and both felt that their mother would definitely not stop their research anymore. After all, that was an order from the Ministry of Magic. After reading the envelope, Mrs. Weasley still couldn't believe it. She looked at Arthur in confusion, wanting him to confirm. Arthur pondered for a while, then said aloud, "It seems that there is such a thing. Recently, the executive department applied for a batch of funds from the ministry due to personnel injuries. There are about 5,000 Jinjialong. I heard that they purchased a lot of magic items from a magic shop." "That's the magic shop of Mark's house. We just put things on his behalf for sale," George said. Fred was shocked by the 5,000 Jinjialong that Arthur said. They thought they and George had already made a lot of money, but they didn't expect it to be just a fraction of the money compared to Mark's. Envy belongs to envy. Fred thought about it and thought it was normal. After all, Mark's house was the official seller of magic items, which was different from their amateurs who engaged in research in private. Although Mrs. Weasley had believed a little bit after confirming the information with her husband, she still couldn't accept this fact. "I think you should focus on your studies now, instead of doing this kind of weird stuff." Mrs. Weasley didn't speak very quickly while holding the envelope. "Mom, this is an order from the Ministry of Magic. If it is not done, we will be caught in Azkaban," George shouted. "Nonsense." Arthur patted George's head with the newspaper in his hand. MTLnovel.com. The Ministry of Magic was not done by a dark wizard, so how could it be possible to arrest people casually? However, after teaching George a bit, Arthur also helped persuade his wife. Although the Ministry of Magic's order cannot be fulfilled and will not be imprisoned in Azkaban, the huge amount of liquidated damages cannot be paid by the family. Besides, with so much Jinjialong, isn't it fragrant? After being persuaded by everyone, Weasley nodded reluctantly, agreeing that George and Weasley could spare part of the time during the summer vacation to complete the order, and even research some magic items. But they are never allowed to use their study time to conduct experiments when they are at Hogwarts, especially not to affect their academic performance. If you are in the final exam of the next school year, if any of your scores are lower than expected, these conditions will all be void. Mrs. Weasley warned with a black face. Still looking for Hogwarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 132. Who is Marks McClown? George and Fred had a bitter face, and the full evaluation was not so easy to take, but they also understood that this was already the bottom line that Mrs. Weasley could accept. In order to carry out their big cause in the future, the two had to agree. "By the way, who is Marks you have been talking about?" Arthur said with interest. "Marks McClown. He is the most powerful genius I have ever seen. He defeated a giant when he first entered school. He is our Gryffindor hero," George praised without hesitation. Fred also added another word. "He also rode a fire-breathing dragon at the end of the semester, and saved Hagrid, the hunting field guard who was attacked by a dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest." "Are you telling fairy tales?" Mrs. Weasley frowned. "Of course not. If you don't believe it, you can ask Ron. He and Marks share the bedroom," George said swearingly. Listening to George's words, the rest of the eyes turned to Ron. "That's right, the whole school knows about these things." Ron shrugged. Mrs. Weasley was very surprised. They couldn't imagine that a first-year little wizard could have such a legendary experience in school. McClown. Arthur thought of something. and muttered to himself. "What about Potter? How is he at school? Have you ever rode a dragon or beat a troll?" Ginny asked eagerly while pulling Ron's clothes. Well, this Ron hesitated and didn't know what to say, but fortunately, he remembered a few glorious things in the end. Harry successfully caught the snitch last school year, and together with Marx, Hermione and me, we frustrated the Dark Lord's conspiracy. At this point, Ron is somewhat proud. He also did a great job last school year. However, no one paid any attention to him. Ginny was talking about the new adventures of the Savior, while George and Fred competed with Mrs. Weasley for the ownership of 50 Jinjialong. Mrs. Weasley felt that they shouldn't have too much money when they were young. Apart from the cost of buying materials, everything else should be left to her for temporary storage. At the same time, Marx, who had gotten a set of machines from the mole market, was working on remodeling with Isaiah. Ding! The task is completed and the evaluation is in progress. The reminder sounded in his mind, pulling Marx's thoughts away. If this task is not shown to be completed, Marx almost thinks whether the broken system is broken. "What's the matter?" Asa patted the dust on her body, noticed Marx's abnormal expression, and asked in confusion. "No, it's nothing." Marx shook his head, calmed down, took the carving knife and continued to work. By the time the renovation was completed, it was already night. After hurriedly eating dinner, Marx returned to his small room and began to check the mission information. Quest to revitalize the McClown Strange Magic Store. The mission objective passed the inspection by the Ministry of Magic in 1 month completed. Task evaluation is perfect. Task rewards 1000 grade points. Extra bonus wolf poison formula whether to receive it or not. 1000 grade points were credited to the account, which made Marx a little excited. But think about the fact that he used to spend more grade points in order to learn alchemy and make those potions for strengthening. Now it can only be regarded as another it was just made up for him. What really surprised Marx was the wolf poison potion formula as an extra bonus. Since the last time I talked with Doogt in the Broken House, Marx has understood that this medicine should not have been developed by Damocles Marcus. But it is estimated that this is the matter in the past few months. Received the reward, Marx said without hesitation. The next moment, the wolf poison potion formula was displayed in the system column. Wolf poison potion formula. The required materials are the blood of the rhizome of soothing flower, fig peel, valerian, and sage. Remarks: this is a special potion that can keep the werewolf sane after transforming. And you only need to add a little sugar to it and it will lose its proper function. Looking at the formula given by the system, Marx stroked his smooth chin, thinking about what effect this quest-rewarding wolf poison potion could have on him. The first is naturally to sell money. I believe that a bottle of wolf poison potion is absolutely unparalleled for the werewolf. Werewolf wizards are disgusted and discriminated against by the public, in large part because of the full moon night, or when they are extremely emotional, they will be forced to transform, lose their reason and fall into a state of frenzy. In addition, the werewolf state is extremely infectious. If a wizard bitten by a scratch is not treated in time, there is a risk of being assimilated by them, so the werewolf wizards in the magical world will be so unwelcome. The emergence of the wolf poison potion undoubtedly reduced the risk of werewolves running away and gave them a chance to reintegrate into a normal life. The second is the promotion of fame. Marx remembers that Damocles Marcus, the developer of the wolf poison potion, was a member of the Merlin Sirs. It is very likely that she developed the wolf poison potion. Just as Marx was thinking about it, another voice rang. Ding! The first round of tasks is completed and new tasks are issued. The appearance of the new mission did not exceed Marx's expectations. Since it was said to be a revitalization, it was naturally impossible to end it after passing the review of the Ministry of Magic. Marx checked it out. The mission objective revitalizes the McClown Strange Magic Store. The mission statement that this shop passed the inspection of the Ministry of Magic perfectly, and obtained a large number of orders from the Ministry of Magic, but its reputation is only spread in a small area, you still need to continue to work hard. Task reward depends on evaluation. Remarks because the merchant you sold has strengthened the combat power of the Ministry of Magic, causing some dark wizards to suffer losses. Beware of the missing fish. The remarks of the task made Marx frown. Novel.com. If it weren't for the system to remind him, he almost forgot that this shop was in Knockdown Alley, so close contact with the Ministry of Magic had indeed suffered. Possibility of retaliation. Of course, even if he knew in advance, Marx would not give up the large orders from the Ministry of Magic. Because this order represents the official recognition of the magic world, it represents an opportunity to escape the dangerous Knock Alley and go to Diagon Alley for normal business. Marx had been fed up with the ruined place of Knockdown Alley for a long time, not to mention the dangers, and normal people would never come here to buy buyers. So earning enough Jinjialong to open a real magic shop in the relatively safe Diagon Alley is what he should do now. Otherwise, Marx is very worried about what will happen at home when he is away. HogWarts Blood Wizard. Still looking for HogWarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search. It's easy to read novels. Chapter 133. Links on. A few days later, Marx, who was eating breakfast, bit the bread and probed his mouth. Mom, how about we move the store to Diagon Alley? What's the matter? Isn't it okay here? Isaiah paused, giving him a puzzled look. Of course not. Where is it here? Marx kept complaining in his heart. When he came back, he encountered a werewolf riot. He had another inexplicable fight in the wizard market within a few days. Now he has to be wary of those slippery fish that have been hit by the Ministry of Magic. I'm just a little worried. We sell things to the Ministry of Magic. What if the targeted dark wizards retaliate against us? Marx swallowed the bread in his mouth and sighed. They have to have this ability too, Asa said with an indifferent expression. However, looking at Marx's worried look, Asa thought for a while, then continued. It's not impossible to go to Diagon Alley, but the prices of shops there are not low. One store is at least 10,000 gallons. We can't afford it now. So expensive? Marx said in surprise. He remembered that in the original book, George and Fred took 1,000 gallons gifted by Harry and opened the magic trick in Diagon Alley. Of course, it's still relatively cheap. If you want to find a good location, it costs more than 20,000 gallons. Asa gave him a white glance. Diagon Alley is the commercial center of the entire magic world, and many shops are inherited. For centuries, few people are willing to sell. What's more, they have to buy a larger area to have a place for research and rest, or else they need to buy another house to live in. Marx nodded. The original book didn't seem to mention whether the Weasley brothers' shop was rented or bought. It now appears that it should be the former. Thinking of this, Marx is somewhat depressed. It seems that his moving plan needs to be postponed. 20,000 Jinjialong is a huge sum of money. Don't look at this time. The Ministry of Magic ordered 3,000 gallons of magic items at once, but after deducting various materials and research costs, it would be nice to earn half of it. The Philosopher's Stone. Marx muttered secretly, if only his Philosopher's Stone had not been taken away by Professor Dumbledore, then Jinjialong doesn't have as much as he wants. Unlike now, I just mastered the method of making the Philosopher's Stone, but I didn't have the ability to make it. Since I can't count on the Philosopher's Stone, Marx remembered the wolf poison potion rewarded by the mission, and with a thought, asked about the current situation of the werewolf wizards in Knockdown Alley, especially where they usually live. Those werewolves should hide in the ruins on the east side. Asa thought for a while, then gave Marx a puzzled look. What do you ask this for? When I was in school, I heard Professor Snape occasionally mentioning the soothing flowers and the rhizomes of sage. These potion materials may be able to restore a certain degree of sanity to the werewolf in the state of transformation. So I think if I study it in depth, I might be able to make a special potion to solve the problem of the riot after the werewolf's transformation. I call it wolf poison potion. Marx talked freely, and borrowed Snape's name by the way. Otherwise, he, a little wizard in the first grade, had made a wolf poison potion without the slightest research on the werewolves. It would be really suspicious. Of course, This is an internal statement, and externally, Marx thinks that it might be possible to let Dugat do the trick. After all, no one knows if the former deputy dean of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, who has been in Knockoff Alley for so many years, has done anything other than fighting, drinking, and gambling. Even if it is said that Grid usually lurks at home and concentrates on the study of the werewolf problem, he was taught by the way the potion genius who made the wolf poison potion. Developing a potion? It's not easy. Hearing Marx's words, Asa would subconsciously shake her head to retort, but suddenly remembered the surprise and shock Marx had brought her these days, and it was a little more inexplicable. Part of confidence, said with a chuckle. If you can really research it out, the werewolf wizards will definitely rush to buy it. I'm worried that the werewolves are too poor and can't afford the medicine. So am I going to work in vain? Marx shrugged helplessly and said, let's wait for you to develop the wolf poison potion. Asa almost laughed out of her anger. She was about to use a spoon to make Marx sober, but Marx swiftly avoided it. Now that the so-called wolf poison potion hasn't been seen yet, someone started to think about whether the werewolf wizard could not afford it. Anyway, I can get it out in a week at most, Marx said casually. Isaiah was not so optimistic, but she was not damaging Marx's confidence, but said seriously, if you can really develop a potion to keep the werewolves awake, how much money you earn is the next thing, and more importantly, it helps the magic world solve a big problem, and it's not impossible to get the Merlin Medal. The Merlin Medal, what's the use? Like the titles of medals, will Jin Jialong be given out every year? Marx said suspiciously. The third-level Merlin Medal, there will be a reward of 100 gallons when awarding the award. Don't even think about more. Asa can't laugh or laugh. The Merlin Medal is the highest glory in the magical world. Someone just thinks about whether there is gold. Kalong fur. Marx curled his lips in disdain, and said in his heart that the Ministry of Magic and the Sir Merlin were stingy, and just giving this money, was he worthy of his upcoming contribution to the magic world? But through the award ceremony www.mtlnovel.com maybe I can put up an advertisement or something. Marx feels relieved to think of this. When Asa saw the appearance of Marx, she felt amused, but at the same time she stopped talking about the Merlin Medal. After all, she didn't know if the so-called wolf poison potion could be developed, so she turned to remind. The werewolves in Knockoff Alley are very dangerous. If you want to come into contact with them, it's best to let Doog take you with you. It will be safer. Are you sure it will be safer? Marx looked at Isaiah with a weird look. He felt that Doog was a complete drag in the wizarding market. If this guy didn't suddenly get nervous, how could there be so many messy things? It was just an accident last time. You just watched Doug especially let him drink. You, a little wizard, are too dangerous outside. I don't worry, Asa explained. Because of the Ministry of Magic's order, she couldn't get out of her body at all, or she would follow by herself. Actually, my compound decoction has been cooked up, and it can become someone else's going out. Yifan tried hard to get rid of the black-hearted dean. He felt that he was the safest person by himself. Chapter 134 Tom, the skinning again. That won't work. Anyway, don't let me know that you ran out alone, Isaiah warned. Marx had to dispel the idea of one person sneaking out. There were only two of them in the shop. If they went out for too long, they would be found by Asa. Cuckoo. After eating breakfast, the two owls happened to fly over from the door. Like last time, they both carried a large package, but this time it seemed to be extraordinarily heavy. George and Fred should have replied, Marx guessed, and then stepped forward to remove the package from the owl. When I opened it, I saw some retractable ears and quill pens, and there was a reply. Marx was also a little surprised after reading it, but Mrs. Weasley did not expect that Mrs. Weasley actually agreed to George and Fred to study magic trick merchandise. In his impression, Mrs. Weasley hated their research work for these pranks the most. Marx smiled. It seems that the official order from the Ministry of Magic and 50 Jin Jialong are still very convincing. Our letter from your two classmates, Aya, who had packed up the dinner plates, walked out of the kitchen and saw the big package on the table. Well, they delivered the first batch of finished goods. Marks nodded. Their names are George and Fred. They are quite thoughtful. You can let them work here after graduation. I looked at the joke toy goods in the package, and said admiringly, although these items are not difficult prank props, they are creative and should sell well. I'm afraid it will be difficult. George and Fred have always wanted to open a magic item store of their own. They even figured out the name. Marks shook his head and explained. Asa was a little disappointed, but she didn't care too much. She just mentioned this casually. After a pause, Asa continued. Your magic wand is almost done. I think it's better for you to burn the magic text yourself. Hearing what Isaiah said, Marks became a little interested. After using the dragon heartstring wand for so long, he almost forgot the previous unicorn wand. When he arrived in the basement, Marks discovered that his wand was being immersed in a colorless liquid, and it looked a little soft. Marks suddenly looked at Isaiah in confusion. The magic wand would not be able to burn the magic text formula on it without these treatments, Asa explained. Marks nodded without understanding, then looked at the magic wand in front of him, had new ideas, and asked curiously, in addition to the hidden magic text, can I burn other magic texts on the wand? For example, strengthen the magic text? The enhanced magic text is a special magic text formula that Marks has researched with HogWarts notebook in these days. For this reason, Marks had to disclose more information to dispel this young version of the Dark Lord. Asa thought for a while. She had never done so before to burn two sets of magic text formulas on the same object, and said hesitantly, this is not impossible, but the difficulty is very high. Multiple magic text formulas will conflict with each other, so a unique magic text circuit may be required. Marks was very interested, since he was going to transform the wand. Of course, the stronger the better. It would not satisfy his appetite just to be able to shield the traces, especially in the near future. He is going to find the werewolf wizards in Knockdown Alley and get some werewolf blood back to make potions. Maybe it will be dangerous. Thinking of this, Marks and Asa discussed the method of resolving the conflict of magic texts. It's a pity that Asa didn't know much, and there was not much time to make the protective ring, so the two discussed for a while, only to sort out some clues, and there was no specific solution. After Marks returned to the room after dinner, he opened the HogWarts diary again and wrote his questions on it. Tom, do you have a way to resolve the conflict between the two magic text formulas? Have. The black ink gradually disappeared on the diary, and then new writing appeared. Have you seen real alchemy items? Real alchemy items? Marks's expression was paused, and he made curse-proof gloves and defensive rings, isn't it? Invisible cloak. After hesitating, Marks tentatively wrote in the diary with a quill pen. It seemed to be a little surprised. The pitch-black ink stayed on the diary for a long time before slowly reorganizing it into a new typeface. Since you have seen it, you should know that real alchemy items do not need to be activated by magic power, and can also play a corresponding role. Marks nodded. He hadn't noticed before, but now he heard Tom Riddle talk about it before he noticed the difference between the two. The anticorrosive gloves and defensive rings he produced replaced the steps of spellcasting with the magic text arrangement formula, and essentially still needed the support of the holder to provide magic power. The invisibility cloak is different. It is always working and does not need to provide a trace of magic power. Even if it is obtained by a mole, it can be invisible when worn. By analogy, it can automatically sense the gryphinde or sword that appears in the hands of those who need it, and the sorting hat that is thinking about new songs all day long. And even the treasures left by several other giants should be real alchemy items. Marks faintly felt that he had found a way to continue to upgrade his alchemy, and quickly continued to ask, but unfortunately, the HogWarts diary didn't know how to make it. Then you said there is a solution? Marks was very speechless. Perhaps because of Marks's resentment, the handwriting gradually surfaced in the diary. I mean, Although we can't make alchemy items, we can learn from this method. The key to the conflict of magic text formula is that the magic power input by the holder stimulates two kinds of magic at the same time. If one of the magics can operate independently without inputting magic power, this conflict can naturally be eliminated. Then what should I do? Marx thought for a while, and felt that this method might really work. So he wrote in the diary with a quill brush. I don't have a clue for the time being, but we can work out it together. I think it's hard for us, right? In the HogWarts diary, a series of handwriting appeared, and between the lines, the strong self-confidence was undoubtedly revealed. Marx smiled when he saw the handwriting displayed in the diary. That's right, in a short period of time, they worked out a large number of magic text formulas together and created a miracle. Now it is not impossible to create another miracle. reading www.uukanzu.com. Thinking of this, Marx no longer hesitated, and used a quill pen to come to his mind. He wrote down all kinds of conjectures about the magic text circuit, and exchanged opinions with Tom Riddle. It didn't take long for the system to sound one after another. Ding. After a period of discussion, your alchemy proficiency has improved. Ding. After a while. Ding. After a period of discussion, your alchemy proficiency has declined. Yep. Decline? Marx, who was writing the new plan in his diary, was stunned. He carefully glanced at the prompt information in the system bar and curled his lips when he found that he had not heard it wrong before. Tom, the skinning again. P.S. 3 changes are completed. Please subscribe. Ask for monthly pass. Chapter 135 Magic Wand Transformation. Realizing that Tom Riddle started to make small moves again, Marx quickly reviewed the topics discussed just now, made amendments and corrections, and soon brought back his alchemy proficiency. This is not the first time Marx has discovered something similar. It's okay to ask some simple tips or basic spells, and the HogWarts diary will answer honestly. But when it comes to knowledge of some advanced spells, it's different. From time to time, Tom will give wrong information on certain key points, which makes people hard to guard against. Fortunately, with the supporting evidence of the system prompt, Marx was able to find out in time every time. What Marx is rather depressed is that he still can't talk about this matter, because Tom Riddle said at the very beginning that he was just a diary written by a little wizard. It is normal for some errors and omissions to understand some advanced knowledge. Pointing out to the contrary will not only not work, but will also arouse the other side's vigilance. In fact, Marx didn't know that Tom Riddle, who was in the HogWarts, was even more depressed. He had never seen a little wizard who learned so quickly. The knowledge that a normal person can learn in a few months can often be mastered in Marx within a few days. If he does not make some restrictions on the knowledge of some advanced spells, the knowledge reserves in his mind will not be able to persist. How long? After discussing until late at night, after analyzing a set of feasible solutions, some ink stains gradually appeared on the HogWarts diary. It's been a long time since I had such a pleasant discussion with anyone. You are the most gifted little wizard I have ever seen. Marx smiled. Don't think that he will forget the accident that he stumbled before with a few words of praise. However, on the surface, Marx still pretended to be extremely happy, and started writing with a quill pen. Tom, thank you. You are also one of the most wise wizards I have ever seen. After an unintentional compliment, Yifan refused to disclose more outside information under the name of sleepiness. Instead, he covered the diary and hid it in the depths of the cabinet. Even so, Marx was still a little worried about being in the same room with the Dark Lord. The cover of the diary was made a few days ago. It's just that Marx is very clear that once it is used, it means that the relationship that is still good now has been completely broken, so this has been delayed and not used. A useful learning accelerator is not easy to find. If you want to quickly improve your strength, it is worth taking some risks. The next day, Marx sorted out the content of the discussion with Tom Riddle last night, and discussed the possibility of implementation with Asa. Asa was dizzy and bombarded with a lot of information for a while, and after listening to Marx's plan, Her face became very weird. If she remembered it correctly, it seemed that Marx had only raised the issue of conflicting magic text formulas with her yesterday, and already had a plan in just one day: build a closed loop of magic text, and finally form a closed loop of magic. After finally getting back to her senses, Asu also began to seriously think about the feasibility of this plan. Yes, since activating multiple magic text formulas at the same time doesn't work, just separate them, Marx explained. According to Marx's understanding, constructing a circular magic circuit is equivalent to turning active skills into passive skills. It is a pity that Marx has only created a loop of hidden magic texts for the time being. This magic text is very stable and hardly consumes much magic power, so it is less difficult to construct. This is why he and Tom studied it in just one day. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it was possible, and she couldn't wait to start trying. The experiment used a hawthorn tree. Asu inscribed the circuit of the secret magic text on it, and then tried to burn another simple magic text formula on it. After activation with magic power, a faint black air came from the hawthorn wood. When it came out, the magic fluctuations were negligibly low. Feasible. Asu was excited as if she had discovered a new treasure. But in fact, it is almost the same. For Asu, any discovery related to mine is a big gain. After personally testing the feasibility, Asu took out the magic wand soaked in the special liquid, handed it to Marx together with the carving knife, and solemnly reminded, "You only have 1 hour to burn, and you only have one chance. If you fail, you may have to change your magic wand." Marx nodded, knowing that now is the most critical time. And then he did not hesitate to spend academic points to improve his abilities, and devoted himself to the transformation of the magic wand. Compared with normal wooden materials, the texture of the wand that has undergone special treatment has become extremely soft, and the wand itself is relatively slender, which causes a lot of trouble for the burning of the magic text. It took a full 15 minutes before Marx finally completed the transformation of the magic wand, and then checked his work with satisfaction. Magic item: magic wand, yew wood, unicorn hair, 11 inches and 3/4 long. Magic, strong. Mowen circuit, covered casting passively reduce the fluctuation of magic power when casting a spell. Magic text sequence, strengthen the magic text formula after activation, greatly increase the power of the next spell. Note: 2 consecutive use within an hour will cause unexpected consequences. Fit, 100%. Explanation: this is a magic wand that has been specially modified. The attributes of the magic wand after the transformation are still in line with Marx's expectations. The only thing that disappoints him is the long cooling time after the enhanced magic text is stimulated. After working with Tom to develop this magic text arrangement formula that can increase the power of the spell, Marx was happy for a long time. But he did not expect such a big limit. After waiting for 40 minutes and noticing that the texture of the wand returned to normal, Marx tried to activate the enhanced magic text, waving the wand and pointing to the cabinet to the side. Mentalnovel.com ready to try the effect. Bone to pieces. The dark red magic light flashed by in an instant, and in the next second, the cabinet made of mahogany exploded and turned into pieces of wood in the sky, falling and floating down one after another. In a small work area, sawdust was all over the sky for a while. Marx was very satisfied, and the power of the spell was at least doubled. To change to normal, the smashing curse he released could not achieve such an effect. Marx has also figured out the inner release interval limit. Every time this magic text formula is activated, it will put a great burden on the magic wand itself. Continuous use may exceed the carrying capacity of the magic wand. At that time, it may explode directly. While Marx was thinking about it, he suddenly felt something wrong. The cabinet just now seemed to contain alchemy materials. Sure enough, afterwards, Marx heard the angry roar of Asu. Chapter 136. It is said that we are not malicious. Why don't you believe it? Because of the destruction of the cabinet, Yifan, who was caught on the spot, reluctantly accepted a full hour of ideological education. After repeatedly promising to pay attention to it next time, he barely escaped other punishments. 2 days later, Marx, who had made enough preparations, finally waited for the belated Dugt. During the 2 days of waiting, Marx was not idle. Considering that I might encounter more than one werewolf this time, Marx took the time to repair the dying magic circle. By the way, I found Desire and used his grade points to quickly learn an offensive spell. Every battle needs to rely on blood magic to support the scene. After learning that, Marx was preparing to study a potion that would keep the werewolves sane. Dugat quickly became interested. If a little wizard who hadn't graduated said so, he would definitely sneer. But because of the potions that had been brewed before, and Marx said that he was inspired by Snape's classroom, Dugat gained a little more confidence in this. If the development is successful, you will probably be the smallest Merlin medal recipient. Dugat couldn't help but admired, and then enthusiastically proposed that he wanted to join the research on the wolf poison potion. Of course, Marx readily agreed. He was thinking about how to frame Dugat in order to cover himself, but he didn't expect that he hadn't proposed yet. So he took the bait for the convenience. After just chatting for a while, Marx soon discovered that he might have underestimated Dugat. Being able to be the deputy dean in his 30s, Dugat definitely has real materials. Although he doesn't usually see werewolves, he still puts forward some feasible plans from a pharmacological point of view. Yifan was also very profitable for a while. If he had just boiled the medicine brainlessly with the formula before, he now has a deeper understanding of the formula composition of the wolf poison potion. After walking for more than half an hour, the road is getting worse and worse. The east side of Knockdown Alley is almost a forgotten place. Dilapidated houses and broken stone pillars can be seen everywhere, and weeds and shrubs are everywhere. Marx looked around. Although he had already had some preparations, he didn't expect the werewolves to live here, because it doesn't seem to be a place where people can live at all. Is it to avoid running away and hurting people on the night of the full moon? Or is it simply because of poverty? When Marx was guessing, a red light hit the ground not far in front, and the rubble splashed up. Marx subconsciously activated the protective ring on his right hand, and the magical barrier that rose out of thin air reduced a little. The gravel was blocked. On Dugat's side, gently waved his wand and swept away the rubble. Suddenly being targeted in this way, even though there was no intention to attack directly, it still made Marx frown, because this was not a good signal. Marx held the magic wand, but didn't mean to fight back, but spoke. "Come out and talk. We are not malicious." After a while, a thin young wizard walked out. He looked about 17 or 18 years old. At best, he was only a little older than George and Fred. He was wearing an old shaman robes that was not very decent. All of them are a little whitish. He seemed to laugh at himself and said sarcastically, "There are not many wizards in this ruined place, so let's talk about what you are here for first, right?" Seeing his appearance, Marx faintly remembered the other small werewolf he saw in front of the second-floor window, but this was obviously not the time to think about it. Marx quickly sorted out his thoughts and pointed to Dugat. Said, "This is the former deputy dean of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injury and Injury, Dugat. He has been studying the emotional out-of-control of the werewolf after transforming into Knockdown Alley for so many years. Now the research has made some breakthroughs, so I want to ask a few werewolf wizards. Considering that he is a little wizard who will only be in the 2nd grade next semester, there is really no convincing." So Marx put the title of research on the head of the deputy dean Dugat. It was a misunderstanding, and he didn't directly mention the blood sampling. Listening to Marx's words, Dugat had a strange expression. He didn't know when he was studying the werewolves in Knockdown Alley. But Dugat didn't refute anything, but followed Marx's words and said to the little wizard, "Yes, do you know the werewolves here, Dugat? You were the one who wounded Fren last time." The young wizard did not answer Dugat's question, but frowned. "Fren?" Douglas paused and continued. "Some time ago, I did treat a werewolf. If you were referring to him, of course it was correct. If you know him, then you should know how good my medical skills are." When he said this, Dugat was a little triumphant, and he felt that it would be easy to handle things with layers of relationships. After all, He was also the savior of the werewolf. But Marx was not so optimistic. He became vigilant, because he found that the other party's expression became more and more angry. A dazzling red light flew out of the young wizard's wand and shot into the sky. Seeing the other party's movements, Marx, no matter how stupid he was, knew that the other party didn't plan to have a good talk. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Dujet angrily, asking what was going on. I knew he would come alone. The latter had an innocent expression. He usually didn't bother to pay attention to the werewolf. The only contact he had was to heal the other party's injuries. Unless the werewolf was put to death by him last time. Dugt stroked his chin. But this shouldn't be, according to his judgment. The werewolf who was troubled by the black chi would heal for a few days at most. The attitude of the two being uninhabited made the young wizard feel insulted, and a splitting curse was thrown out after raising his hand, and the target was directed at Dugt. Torn apart. Marx didn't mean to shoot at all. Dugt didn't care either. I don't know when the iron armor curse had been blessed on his body, and the light of the curse returned to its original path. Not only that, but Dugt did not have the habit of being passively beaten. Tap his wand lightly and cast one spell after another. Although their werewolf wizard doesn't look great, his skill is unexpectedly good. Mentalnovel.com. The most important thing is that he doesn't care about the image at all, and he rolls on the ground in an awkward manner and evades several spells. But that's it. Seeing Dugt failed to deal with the opponent in the first time, Marx frowned, worried that the rising red light would attract more enemies, so he waved his magic wand. The winding vines on one side of the wall were instantly activated, like a long whip drawn towards the opponent. The werewolf wizard, who had been embarrassed under the attack of Dujet's curse, was unable to dodge and was drawn in his right arm. In the next second, the vine rolled up with the arm, and the other vine underneath was a violent pull on the right leg of the werewolf wizard, forcing the opponent to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Dugt took the opportunity to throw out a black light, and the werewolf wizard's struggling strength slowly diminished. Let's catch him and leave first. I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome to stay here. Anyway, you only need a few tubes of blood, don't you? Dugt said, looking at the young werewolf wizard in the underground, very curious. Why did the other party hear his own name and act? Thinking of this, Dugt was a little annoyed. When did his reputation get so bad? Chapter 137. How many times can you defend against such a spell? Marx nodded. Although this approach is a bit violent and may even cause some misunderstandings, it can only be so for the time being. However, it was beyond the expectations of the two. Falling to the ground, the young wizard, who had lost the ability to resist, listened to their conversation. And suddenly his eyes became red, and his body quickly grew brown-gray hair. Accompanied by roar, the vines that bound his body were covered. It was torn apart in an instant. Marx swiftly backed away. His face was shocked, and it was not the night of the full moon. Although it is rumored that a werewolf wizard loses his mind and transforms into a wolf when caught in extreme anger, that is just a legend. Even though he was surprised, Marx's reaction was still swift. Under the wave of his magic wand, more vines entangled, restricting the opponent's ability to move while the transformation was not completed. Dugt also retreated to the other side at this time, and released a coma spell in a tacit understanding. Faint. The cyan light hit the werewolf easily, and the werewolf's figure shook suddenly, but he forcibly resisted it. Dugt was surprised. He was the first time he had dealt with a werewolf. He didn't expect this monster to be so resistant to the stunning curse. Marx's expression was not very good, and he knew in his heart that they had lost the best opportunity to shoot. Not far in front of him, the young wizard, who was originally small and thin, only a few meters tall, has now turned into a monster nearly 2 meters high, with narrow arms and covered with hair. Hugo the werewolf was breathing heavily with saliva in his big, fangs mouth, making some weird noises in his stomach. Marx was secretly frightened. When he was watching from the window on the second floor, he didn't think there was anything. Now he is facing the horror of the werewolf. With a tall body, excellent fighting instincts, extraordinary recovery and resistance to magic, coupled with terrifying infection ability. It is no wonder that werewolves can leave a variety of terrifying legends in the wizarding world, and even cause small-scale panic. It seems that we may have to use some rough methods, Doug said jokingly. It's just a werewolf, and Doug didn't take it seriously. He kept his hands just now because he didn't want to hurt the opponent's life. Otherwise, while the opponent was restrained, he would cast an Avadasuo life spell. The werewolf died long ago. But soon, Doug changed his face, because a hurried shout came from a distance, and he suddenly remembered the red light that the werewolf had fired before the battle. Marks also noticed this. As far as his eyes could be, a few wizards were rushing over, but they looked more like refugees. Marks had no energy to pay attention to other places at this time, and the irritable werewolf rushed towards him the moment he broke free. There are many obstacles. Marks raised his hand to release the obstacle curse, but was torn apart by their werewolf's claws in the next second. In the distance, a series of colorful spells also struck towards this side one after another. Doug had constructed a large number of magical barriers in front of him, which could withstand the curse that was shot at him. Mark's side was even more thrilling. Most of the attacks were directed at him, and dozens of curses and werewolves were already in front of him in an instant. Knowing that he was treated as a soft persimmon, Marks frowned. With the thought, the magic ring on his left wrist suddenly lit up. The next moment, a huge wave of magical power gushed out of Marks's body, and various spells were annihilated under the impact of magical power. The werewolf who was speeding up was hit by a car and rolled and fell into the pile of rocks. Doug, who was not too far away, was also backed by a few aftermaths before he stabilized his figure. The magic ring on Mark's wrist has been completely silent, and can't be used again until the magic is refilled. But the werewolf wizards who came to support did not understand the weakness of the magic circle. Seeing this scene, they were involuntarily stunned for a while, looking at Marks standing in the center with some surprise and uncertainty. We didn't have any malicious intentions, we just came to talk about it. It was the attack that the werewolf launched first. While the opponent stopped, Marks gave Doug a wink and told him not to act rashly, and then said. Several werewolf wizards glanced at each other, and an old witch stood up, watching Doug speak with stern expression. Impossible, Walker will not attack others at will. Besides, what are you doing here? If you don't say it clearly, don't even want to leave here. Doug raised his eyebrows, and did not reply, but left the right to speak to Marks, an 11 or 12-year-old wizard. He was just a bodyguard during this trip. Doug didn't care about the threats of the wizards in front of him. Before facing the 5 well-trained law enforcement agents, they were easily handled by them, not to mention the poor wizards of these wild roads. Marks does not have the confidence of Doug. Only he himself knows that the Unicorn Shadow's battery life is insufficient. If all the werewolf wizards in front of him can transform into one by one, relying on the werewolf's rapid recovery ability, the possibility of fleeing in embarrassment is higher. For this reason, Marks repeated what he had said to the young wizard named Walker. It's a pity that the werewolf wizards present were dubious. You throw away the magic wand in your hand. We will trust you, the old witch warned. Marks was angry for a while. As a wizard, what is the difference between throwing away his wand and surrendering? Facing a group of strange wizards who hadn't been in contact for long, he would only do what the other party said unless he was crazy. Seeing the werewolf who had been knocked into the air stood up again, the rest of the wizards also faintly surrounded themselves and others. Knowing that the battle just now was not enough to deter them, Marks sighed, activated the enhanced magic text on the wand, and said helplessly, "If we are really malicious.mentalnovel.com, we won't have to be so troublesome at all." Before the werewolf wizards understood the meaning of the words, Marks waved his magic wand, facing the street wall not far away, and released the only high-level offensive spell he possessed. Thunderbolt exploded. Orange flames gushed out from the top of the wand, expanded more and more in the air, and finally hit the street wall straight. The next moment, the orange-hued flame the size of a human head expanded into a huge fireball, accompanied by a violent explosion and roar. Just now he was standing upright on the high street wall, and in an instant it was blown into a pile of rubble. Countless rubble and red bricks fell from the air like rain. Marx stood quietly on the spot without seeing any movement, but a magical barrier floated on his body automatically to block the falling debris. Looking around, looking at the werewolf wizards who were sluggish, Marx asked, "As I said just now, how many times can you defend against such a spell?" Chapter 138. This is too cruel. The thunderbolt explosion is an incredibly powerful and aggressive spell. According to records, Peter Pettigrew even used it to blow up an entire street, causing the deaths of 13 moles. So after seeing Isaiah used it, Marx, who lacked aggressive spells, naturally included this spell in the alternative plan. Until this time, I was worried that he would encounter danger in the process of searching for the werewolves. So Marx urgently spent some grade points to master it. As for the use of the enhanced magic formula to bless the magic of the thunderbolt explosion, Marx is the first time. Fortunately, the effect is outstanding. There is no accident. The power is beyond his imagination. Although this is far inferior to the horror that Peter Pettigrew sacrifices a finger and blows up a street, it is also beyond the scope of the general curse. The only disadvantage is that the mana consumption is too serious, and Marx can clearly perceive that the magic power in his body has been reduced by nearly half. But the desired effect has been achieved, and under Marx's gaze, the werewolf wizards who were still trying to do something have silenced their voices. The stone wall that collapsed suddenly reminded them of the consequences of rushing to do it. They finally understood what Marx said just now: if the other party is malicious, there is no need to deceive, and they can choose to destroy them. The old witch was speechless at this time. The rubble falling from the sky hit her, and the witch did not respond. She stared in astonishment at the little girl who stood in the center, who was at most 11 or 12 years old. Wizard. The powerful power of the curse and the immature and short figure of Marx caused a strong contrast, which made her unable to react for a long time. At a certain moment, the witch even wondered if this was a powerful wizard, and used the compound decoction to disguise it as it is now. Doobt is the same. He looked at the stone wall that was turned into ruins, and then thought about the thunderbolt explosion he had released at the beginning. It seemed that it had blown up a small pile of gravel, right? There is not even half of this power, and for a while, Doobt was messed up in the wind. Noting the fearful expressions of everyone, Marx breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It is worthwhile that he continuously used the magic ring and strengthened magic text to establish deterrence. Woo! At that moment, the mutation reborn, Walker, who had long been transformed into a werewolf, suddenly stood up to the sky and howled. His sharp claws pulled the dirt on the ground. Both sides suddenly became nervous. The werewolf was irrational when he was transformed. He could only act on his bloodthirsty instinct. No one knew what Walker would do now. Marx secretly screamed that the enhanced magic text can only be used once within an hour, and the magic power stored in the magic circle has also been exhausted. Once it is found out, it may be fought again. The werewolf wizards were even more frightened, for fear that Walker would attack the small wizard who looked rather small but had a terrifying spell. Their bodies are not as hard as a street wall, and the scope of the explosion makes it difficult for them to dodge. Such a curse will destroy them here as long as they are released a few times. Only Dujet was as steady as a mountain, and his face was calm. After a few days, Marx refreshed his cognition again and again. Suddenly, Dujet felt that he might be old. So he just drank soy sauce on the side. Great. The thick white mist gradually poured out from the magic wand, and Marx hesitated whether to release the blood magic to stabilize the current situation. Only by crushing down Walker, who turned into a werewolf, can he continue to shake the group of werewolf wizards. Just as Marx's eyes flickered and he was about to take a shot, the werewolf Walker suddenly twisted his body and fled to the distance the next second after he made a hint of attack. Although their werewolf's state relies entirely on bloodthirsty instincts, but because of this, He is very sensitive to danger. After witnessing the collapse of the street wall under the power of the curse, and smelling the breath of danger, he did not hesitate, give up the offensive plan. Mark's tight expression relaxed a little, but his eyes widened in the next second. The werewolf who rushed to the corner of the street was about to rush out. At the exit of the street, I don't know when, there was already a middle-aged wizard in his 30s and wearing shabby robes. Facing the rushing werewolf, the wizard stretched out his sturdy arms. His palm pressed the werewolf's neck accurately, and slammed it against the wall. Then the figure that suddenly appeared hammered the werewolf's head with his fists. Walker the werewolf let out a scream. Sharp claws scratched on the opponent's body, scratching out blood stains, but the middle-aged wizard was unmoved, and he smashed the out-of-control werewolf Walker alive. Marks twitched the corners of his mouth, and at a glance, he could see that the middle-aged wizard named Fran in front of him was the one who asked Doug to heal the wound last time. But this is too cruel. Marks couldn't believe his eyes. A wizard turned over a runaway werewolf with his fist. However, the group of werewolf wizards are accustomed to this, and the elderly witch headed by them even found the backbone, and said, "Fren, you came just right, or Walker will run out of control. What the is going on here? What happened to the explosion just now?" Fren's arms were covered with blood, and there were scratches on them. But he didn't care, because the wound had stopped bleeding in a short time, and even if it was left alone, it would heal automatically after a week or so. Fren's slightly convex eyes looked around, especially staying for a while on the blasted rubble. If he remembers correctly, there should be a stone wall before. The color of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then Fren turned his attention to Marks and Douged, and quickly recognized their identities. At this time, the rest of the werewolf wizards also gathered to Fren's side, reporting the situation to him. Only then did Marks see clearly www.mtlnovel.com excluding Fren in front of him and Walker, who fell on the ground and fainted. There are 4 wizards who are suspected to be werewolves, but all of them are not young and in a very state. Great. After thinking about it, Marks said to Fren, "Your name is Fren, right? We came here for something, to seek some help. There is no malice. The little wizard named Walker attacked us first for some reason. We just passively counterattack." Foreign didn't reply. After listening to the report from the werewolf wizards, he nodded and looked at Marks with a trace of doubt. "The stone wall over there was destroyed by you?" "Of course." Marks nodded. "Amazing," Fren said surprised words in a plain tone, making Marks frown, but he couldn't hear the irony in it. Before Marks could think about it, Fren continued. "Thank you for what happened last time. Baixian and Wormwood are very useful. Don't you have something to talk about? Come inside." Chapter 139 3 How about a bottle of blood? After speaking, Fren carried Walker, who had changed back to his original shape, and walked past Marks and Douged towards the end of the street. Marks exchanged opinions with Douged with his eyes, and after secretly becoming vigilant, he immediately followed Fren. At the end of the dilapidated street is a large house that looks pretty good on the outside. After entering, Marks discovered that it was empty inside, and there were basically not many good things. Thinking that these werewolves had been driven over by other places, Marks knew why they lived here. What makes Marks a little relieved is that the cleaned up inside is fairly tidy, not as messy as he had imagined before. As it is now approaching the evening, food is being cooked in a large pot on the corner, and white steam is blowing from it. "You go to finish the meal first. I'll just have a chat with them." Fran put Walker aside, who had passed out, and then said to the rest of the werewolf wizards. After leaving the rest of the people, Fran walked to a fairly clean place on the side and signaled them to sit down and talk. Without the encirclement of those werewolf wizards, Marks slightly relaxed his tight nerves. "Do you usually treat guests like this?" Marks said jokingly after finding a place to sit down. Compared to Fren, who was flat from the beginning to the end, Marks could clearly feel that the other werewolf wizards had been guarding the two of them all the time. After entering the house, They were even more faintly encircled. Make Marks think that the other party is about to do it. This is probably because you put too much pressure on them, Friend said lightly. Marks raised his eyebrows inconspicuously. If these werewolf wizards hadn't come up to fight, he wouldn't have used some magic props to pretend. Friend. While the two were chatting, the old werewolf witch came over with a big bowl and handed it to him. Friend reached out his hand to take the bowl, turned to Marks and the others, and said, "Bread porridge, do you want some?" Marks glanced at the big bowl in Friend's hand. There were a few pieces of bread floating in a light soup, and there was no meat foam, but there were some vegetable leaves that were unknown. It was not so much porridge as it was added something in the water. "You just eat these?" Douglas raised his brows, wondering. "No. It's just a little harder in the past 2 months." Friend didn't care about the two people's eyes at all, picked up the bread soup, and drank mouthfuls. Ahem. At this moment, Walker, who was lying on the side, suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up, leaving a little bruise on his face. After a little cough, Walker looked at Doobt and said angrily, "If you didn't take away our hard-earned savings, why would we eat this kind of food every day?" Savings? Marks remembered that when Friend came to heal the injury, Doobt had a blackmail and extortion to Friend, and finally detained more than 50 Jin Jialong. It turned out to be because of this. Marks turned his head to look at Doobt with a weird look. At last he knew why Walker had an expression of resentment. Doobt has no guilt. He looked at Walker and sneered. "Grab, you'd better figure out that it is the cost of treatment. If it is too expensive, you can also choose to die." "You!" Walker's face flushed with anger, and his fists were squeezed tightly. "Walker," Friend interrupted in a deep voice, and then looked at the werewolf youth who was still a little unwilling and rebuked. "If you hadn't sneaked out at the beginning, and finally broke into someone else's house out of control, I wouldn't have been injured to save you. I thought the last experience had taught you enough." After Friend's reprimand, Walker lost his anger, drooping a face that was guilty and shameless, and wanted to explain, but in the end he said nothing. Seeing his appearance, Friend didn't say anything, and turned to look at the two of them. "Sorry, this kid is a bit extreme. I apologize for him. And please don't care." Marks waved his hand and said that he would not remember it in his heart, and Doobt was not interested in doing more with a small werewolf kid. "Then talk about business. What are you doing here?" Friend asked, puzzled. "I'm currently developing a special potion that can solve the problem of losing your mind after you turn into a werewolf." Marks thought for a while and didn't use Dujet as a cover, because these werewolf wizards treated Doug's senses are very poor. So he said straightforwardly. Marks thought that after he finished speaking, these werewolf wizards would surely forget about it happily. But there was a moment of silence on the court. The other werewolf wizards not far apart have actually been paying attention to the situation here. When they heard Marks, a small wizard who was not too old, said that they wanted to solve the werewolf problem. They wanted to refute him for his whimsical thinking, but the shock that Marks brought to them before is still in their hearts, so they don't know why they actually feel that the other party may really be able to do it. This strange contrast makes them very uncomfortable. "So you plan to let us cooperate with your research experiment? When your experiment material..." Furin frowned. Friend knows that it is not easy to develop a potion formula. In addition to time-consuming and laborious work. Novel.com. More importantly, someone has to drink the semi-finished potions that have been researched to confirm the effect. Drinking an unknown potion is extremely risky. Anything can happen. "No, I have almost studied the formula. Only a little blood is the key material. You werewolf's blood." Marks shook his head and said seriously, "This is the reason why he came here. Other materials of the wolf poison potion can be bought in the potion shop in Diagon Alley, except for werewolf blood." In Marx's opinion, the only way to make the wolf poison potion first made Doobt see the results and completely trusted himself, and then he can be used as a guarantee to win the trust of the Ministry of Magic and the Merlin Knights. Otherwise, he is a little wizard who is still attending Hogwarts. Even if he holds the formula, the people from the Ministry of Magic and the Merlin Knights will not pay attention to him at all. Do you want our blood? Friend squinted his eyes and looked at Marks carefully, and Walker refused without hesitation. It's impossible. Who knows if what you are saying is true? I heard that many dark wizards can use a person's blood to complete curse magic. Marks was not disappointed either. He stood up, looked around, paused for a while on the food and worn-out clothes of these werewolf wizards, and deliberately increased the volume so that other werewolf wizards too can hear it. I didn't mean to let you help for free, so let's ... 3 How about a bottle of blood? Chapter 140 We werewolves are poor and poor, but ... there is still blood. 3 gallons and a bottle of blood? Mark's words resounded in the hall, and the werewolf wizards whose eyes were full of suspicion were moved. Although there are not many 3 gallon, it is still very impressive for them. You must know that there are very few wizards in Knockdown Alley who are willing to let them and werewolves work. Even if they are recruited, the salary is pitiful, only a few gallons a month. Now as long as a little blood is released, they can earn more than half a month's salary. They are naturally very excited, and even Friend begins to hesitate. Seeing that Marks, the little wizard who had just defeated him, was about to use a few gold gallons to buy their blood, Walker was very angry, feeling that the dignity of their werewolf wizard was offended. Enough! No one here will sell you blood. Walker stood up and pointed at Marks with his wand. Marks didn't pay attention to his meaning at all, but spoke loudly. 4 gallons and a bottle. Following Marks's words, the werewolf wizards in the hall became more emotional, but no one chose to speak out. Walker heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed this, and turned to look at Marks triumphantly, wanting to tell the little wizard that although they are poor, they are dignified. However, Walker didn't know. No one spoke, just hoping that Marks would continue to increase the price for them. Their dignity and bloodliness have been consumed in so many years of exclusion and discrimination. At most, there are still some insurmountable bottom lines. Marks also knew this, so instead of continuing to increase the price, he added a restriction. I only need 5 bottles of blood. The next moment, the werewolf wizards who had been silent suddenly couldn't sit still, put down the bread and porridge in their hands, and leaned over. Here. 5 bottles of blood, 20 gallons in total. I can give it to you. With my blood, they are too old, mine is more energetic. It's only 5 bottles, which is too little. Are you sure it's enough for research? Don't you need more? We can also draw out 100 or 80 bottles. Walker stared blankly at the werewolf wizards who lifted up their sleeves and were ready for bloodletting, as if something was broken in their hearts. Suddenly turned his head to look at Marks. Walker thought the other person would look at him mockingly, and even made a few sarcasm. However, Marks didn't even look at him at all, but instead persuaded the eager werewolf wizards. Don't worry, everyone has a share for everyone. Walker, who felt that he was being ignored, turned red and white, and finally ran into the yard with anger. Marks ignored him at all. This bear kid just lacks social beatings, and he will behave if he is hungry for a few days. Waving the magic wand, the cups on the table began to be distorted and turned into a few large beakers. Marks was very accurate, and each beaker could hold 600 milliliters of werewolves' blood. This amount of bloodletting does not affect their daily work, and more of it may cause some discomfort. After all, Marks is not a devil, he still cares about these blood banks. I am very considerate of these werewolf wizards. If it is not enough, I will come back later. According to Marks's estimation, the blood is enough to make more than 30 bottles of wolf poison potion, whether it is distributed as a sample or sold in the early stage. Such a big bottle? The werewolf wizards looked at the large beaker on the table, and suddenly no one said anything like an epicinal inclusive. Except for Walker, there were exactly 5 werewolf wizards present, one by one honestly letting out their blood. At the beginning, Marks also planned to deform a few needles to help draw blood. Who knew that these werewolf wizards were more irritable than the other, and directly cut their wrists and let out blood. Friend saw this situation, sighed, rolled his sleeves and joined the bloodletting ranks. 4 gallons are quite a lot. Scarlet blood ran down from the wrist and poured into the beaker. Marks once again saw the superior recovery ability of the werewolf wizards, especially Fren. After cutting his wrist, the blood had stopped before the beaker was filled with blood. Fren had to frown and cut again. Marks suddenly felt that he had underestimated the blood recovery speed of the werewolves. He had known that he should get a bigger bottle. Before long, the 5 beakers were filled with blood. A group of werewolf wizards looked at Marks eagerly, waiting for him to pay the agreed Jinjialong, and even asked if they wanted more wolf blood! Marks did not let them down, took out 20 Jinjialong from the wizard robe, put it on the table, and reminded, by the way, after the blood draw, you'd better eat more nutritious things during this period. The bread and porridge are not filling your stomach and it is not conducive to recovery. If you have the conditions, it is better to buy some cheap tonics ... or to buy some red dates at the mall market and eat them. After taking over Jinjialong, the werewolf wizards who were originally eager to sell blood were a little moved when they heard Mark's words of sincere concern. Because of their special identities, almost no normal wizards are willing to approach them, let alone care about them. Usually they can only hug each other to keep warm. After the mood turned positive, Mark's affinity talent gradually began to play a role. Until he left, the relationship between the two parties had eased a lot, at least not as full of vigilance and alert as it was at the beginning. Marks is very satisfied with this. Mentalnovel.com. Once the wolf's poison potion needs to be produced in large quantities, these werewolf wizards are excellent blood banks. Naturally, this relationship should not be too stiff. Until the evening, Marks finally left with 5 bottles of werewolf blood. On the road, Marks, who was passing by the abandoned street, stopped suddenly, and Dugt held his wand, his eyes full of playfulness. As far as his eyes can reach, at the end of the street, a thin figure is standing there. It is Walker, who ran out because of anger. "What's the matter? Or are you still going to compete with me?" Marks asked puzzledly. "If the two of you hadn't worked on me together, I wouldn't have lost," Walker said angrily. His memory still lingered at the moment he turned into a wolf, so he didn't know that Marks had blown it up with a spell. "The thing about the stone wall." Marks raised his eyebrows inconspicuously, but at this moment, he was surprised to find that Walker's condition was a little wrong. His face was pale and scary, and his lips were not even bloody. "Could it be that I came to touch porcelain?" All sorts of thoughts flashed in Marks's mind. When he was puzzled, he saw Walker suddenly threw 2 bottle-like objects over. Marks subconsciously took it and found that the bottle was filled with blood. He was surprised. Looking at each other. P.S. Ask for subscription. Ask for monthly pass. Chapter 141. Your ambition is already obvious, no need to hide it. 2 bottles of blood. A Jinjialong. Right? Noting Marks's gaze, Walker embarrassedly popped out the words one by one, and clear blood stains could be seen on the left hand of the bottle. Marks wanted to say that the previous 5 bottles of wolf blood were enough, but looking at Walker's miserable appearance, Marks was worried that if he said that, the other party would be off directly. While Marks hesitated, Walker was anxious. "These 2 cans of blood are definitely more than the beaker you used before. If you feel that it is not enough, I can still make up some more." Marks shook his head. Of course he could see that the 2 jars thrown by the other party were bigger than the beakers he had used before. The werewolf blood inside must be more than 1,200 milliliters. Thinking of this, Marks took out a Jinjialong from the wizard's robe and threw it over. Walker took them one by one sensitively, and his pale face looked better. "You can still stand. Great." Marks looked at the young werewolf wizard in admiration. Normal people would have fainted if they lost so much blood at once. "Of course, Emma Werewolf. If you need it, you can come back tomorrow." Walker felt weak, but insisted. "No, I don't need werewolf blood anymore in the short term." Marks hurriedly refused, for fear that the child would draw himself to death. Walker was a little disappointed, but soon thought of other methods, and after hesitating for a while, he spoke. "Aren't you going to study a potion to restore sanity in the werewolf state?" Marks nodded. not quite sure what he meant. I can transform into a werewolf on a non-full moon night. So I can help you experiment with potions. Walker hesitated for a moment. His words were a bit twisted, but he emphasized, "Of course, it's not free. Drink one potion 10. 5. No, as long as 3 gallons is fine." Walker wanted to say that 10 gallons would drink a potion once, but he was worried about being rejected, so he reduced it again, and finally watched nervously. "Marks, aren't you not believing in the potion I made, and worrying about it?" Marks said, amused. "Yes, don't believe it." Walker nodded in Mark's surprised eyes, and then continued, "I drink better than they drink. I can become a werewolf to recover at any time, as long as I am not dead on the spot. I can quickly recover." Walker knew the consequences of drinking the semi-finished potion in his heart, and maybe there was a risk of death. But after seeing the process of werewolf wizards selling blood for gold and gallons, Walker also knew that as long as Marks could afford the price, some people were willing to risk death as a test subject. With the look of Walker looking at death, Marks shook his head helplessly. He didn't need anyone to experiment with potions. After all, he had a finished wolf poison potion formula. However, thinking that he still needs a successful example to gain trust, Marks nodded and agreed. Then were settled. Seeing Marks nodded in agreement, Walker got up and jumped, leaning over the raised stone bricks on the street wall, turning over, and disappearing in front of Marks. Marks sighed in his heart for the werewolf's excellent physical fitness, and said to Dean Doogt, "In the past 2 months. No. Have the werewolves doing anything bad since they came here?" "I don't know, but I haven't heard any rumors. It should be considered safe and self-defeating." Doogt thought for a while before replying, "Let's go back." Marks nodded and didn't ask more. The latter had no opinion, but looked at Marks in surprise. Doogt witnessed Marks' actions today and saw how he persuaded the guarded and hostile werewolf wizards to donate blood obediently. First of all, in the first battle, it strongly demonstrated its crushing strength, established its power, and grasped the next initiative. Then take advantage of the weakness of the werewolf wizards who are short of money, and gradually use Jinjialong to dissolve their inner defenses. After the blood was drawn, they used affectionate and caring words to resolve their dissatisfaction. The next wolf poison potion was even more tightly gripped by the werewolves. So Doogt can't understand what the kid wants to do. It's impossible. Doogt took a deep breath, and found that he saw that person's shadow in Marks's body. Although Marks's methods are still a little immature in Doogt's opinion, considering that Marks is only 11 or 12 years old, by comparison, he is even smarter, more cunning, and more ambitious than someone of the same age. After all, it is absolutely impossible for that person at this age to use his strength to deter a group of werewolves. Unexpectedly, you have such ambitions. Doogt couldn't help but exclaimed. He felt that Marks must have known all about that, but he didn't expect the child to start preparing now. He should have known that things couldn't be kept hidden forever. Marks, who was thinking about how many Jinjialong the wolf poison potion should sell, turned his head strangely and looked at Doogt with a confused look. He didn't quite understand what the other party was saying. Ding, task generation. At this moment, in Marks's mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Marks inexplicably opened the taskbar and checked it. Task: become the king of Knockdown Alley. Objective: to conquer the werewolf wizard in Knockdown Alley Part 1. Mission duration: 2 years. Quest reward: wolf poison potion formula strong effect. Mission description: you are disappointed by the corruption of the Ministry of Magic, and saddened by the corruption of the magic world. However, before achieving a more ambitious goal, you decide to set a small goal for yourself. For example, first unify Knock Alley. Remarks: your ambition is already obvious, no need to hide it. Marks looked at the extra tasks in the system bar. You read www.uukanzu.com and stopped in a daze. What? I still have such ambitions? Why don't I know? Marks looked at Doogt behind his eyes with a weird expression, opened his mouth, and wanted to ask what he had made up his mind. As a result, He was a first-year little wizard who would swell to the point where Unity Knockdown Alley was a small goal. However, before Marx could speak, Doug took the lead and spoke earnestly and comfortedly. Having ambitious goals is not necessarily a bad thing, but you must be careful about doing things step by step. You are only 12 years old now, too young, and insufficient deterrence. Those werewolves will not be willing to follow you. You think too much by yourself, Dean Dugert. Marx was speechless, and almost couldn't help but throw a thunderbolt directly on his face, sending him to heaven. Fortunately, the mission issued by the system does not have a failure penalty. Otherwise, Marx feels that he will be killed by this bastard. Chapter 142 This Gingy Arlong, the value of the flower. Then you asked me what is happening with the werewolf wizard before? Doug asked playfully. Marx rolled his eyes. He was just watching the werewolf wizards who were poor and lacking money, so he was thinking about whether he could hire them to help him find out the news of Knockdown Alley. As early as when the Ministry of Magic was investigating his store, Marx had a deep understanding of how blocked his news was. All the information he got was either learned from the system mission, or was told to him by Isaiah or Doug. In such a dangerous place as Knockdown Alley, it's not enough without a source of intelligence. For this reason, Marx will look at the werewolves. What's more, in the previous revitalization mission, there was a clear reminder to pay attention to the fish that escaped the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic, which made Marx more vigilant. However, Marx didn't explain all these considerations. He felt that if he mentioned it a little, he might have been supplemented by Doug's brain. Marx's silent attitude made Doug more certain of his conjecture. While feeling emotional, he became more concerned about the wolf poison potion Marx said before. He immediately decided to do his best to help Yifan develop a potion for wolf poison within 1 year. So when he left, Doug took away 2 bottles of werewolf blood, ready to go back and study it. Marx was not easy to stop, so he let him take away 2 bottles of blood. Back home, Marx eagerly began to prepare the wolf poison potion. All the materials had been prepared a few days ago, and all that was lacking was the blood of the werewolf. Soothing flowers, fig peels, rhizomes of sage. After Marx processed the various potion materials one by one, they added them to the cauldron, added a little werewolf's blood, and stirred them carefully. The potion in the cauldron suddenly boiled, and bubbles were blowing a little bit. The potion in the cauldron is like lava erupting from a volcano. Erupting. This means that the brewing of the potion has failed. Fortunately, the crucible did not explode directly. When Marx noticed something was wrong, he quickly reacted to avoid injury. Clean up. Marx waved his magic wand and began to clean up the mess. The remaining potion juice and waste materials spilled everywhere were gathered by magic, and then they were thrown into the trash can together as garbage. It should be that the moonstone powder used as a fusion agent is not enough. Add a little more this time. After processing, Marx thought about the mistake he made earlier, and re-added the material of another wolf poison potion. It was sorted out. A defeat did not shake Marx's mind. It's something he has known for a long time that it's difficult to configure wolf poison potions. Among the potion ingredients, in addition to the mild ingredients such as tranquilizer flower and moonstone powder, there are also a lot of conflicting ingredients. If you don't pay attention, there is a possibility of configuration failure. However, seeing that he was approaching the 5th level potion, Marx felt that there was no need to use academic grade points, so he started the allocation of the wolf's poison potion again. During the configuration process this time, Marx was very cautious, step by step according to the dosage on the formula, no more than no more. After tossing for an hour, the potion in the cauldron gradually stabilized from turbidity and slowly turned into a thick liquid. Finally succeeded. Marx breathed a sigh of relief, and he said that it should be possible, otherwise the formula given by the system should show the pre-level of potion. After putting the finished wolf poison potion aside, Marx continued to prepare the next bottle until all the ingredients were used up and Marx stopped. Probably a 60% success rate. Looking at the discarded potion materials in the trash can, Marx murmured. Perhaps only by upgrading the potion to level 5. Can the wolf poison potion be allocated 100%? As for the cost price, Marx's rough calculation is about 2 or 3 jinjialong. The most expensive material is werewolf blood. Each bottle of werewolf blood needs to consume 100 milliliters of werewolf blood regardless of whether it is successful or not. After doing all this, Marx began to repair the protective ring that had been badly worn out in the previous battle. I used it several times in a short period of time in the afternoon battle. The material of the protective ring has been worn out by the impact of magical fluctuations. Although it seems to be able to be used normally, it is better to repair it just in case. By the way, the ring of magic power also needs to be charged. Thinking of this, Marx was depressed for a while. After the magic ring was repaired by him, there was no limit to the number of times it could be used, but it needed to be charged, and the magic power was infused before it could be used. Marx has already figured out the general meaning of the magic text above, which is a very simple storage plus release. This leads to a very low utilization rate of magic power in the circle of magic power. If the total amount of magic power in his body is 1 unit, then the circle of magic power needs a full 5 units to be able to store up. The only good thing is that it can be released without the need to store up, but the effect is not very good. After instilling most of the magic power in the body into the circle of magic power, Marx realized that the sky was already bright, and hurriedly turned off the light and went to bed. Marx McClown. Ashia's shout came downstairs. In a daze, Marx heard Isaiah's cry from downstairs. Turning over from the bed while yawning, Marx ran downstairs driving. Every time his mother called him his full name, there was an urgent matter, otherwise he was in trouble. When he got downstairs, Marx was relieved, and Asa called him because someone from the Ministry of Magic had arrived. The 3 heroes who came were Alice, Ellison, and Sunny. They came to receive the last batch of protective items. Before Marx could say hello, Isaiah urged him to get the joke toy goods of the Weasley brothers, which were all piled up with him after they were sent. Marx had to run again, dragged a big package down www.mentalnovel.com and put it on the table. Only then did Marx have time to ask Captain Dallas, how is the Ministry of Magic's recent cleanup operations going on? Because of the previous system task prompts, Yifan is very concerned about this. The situation is not very good. Several colleagues have been injured in the past few days. Dawlish hesitated and chose to tell the truth. But it's much better than before. Thanks to your protective equipment, none of the era captains who used the protective ring were injured. Having said this, Dawlish is somewhat fortunate. He led the team to participate in a big operation of the Ministry of Magic a few days ago and was accidentally caught by a large-scale black magic. Fortunately, the protective ring helped him withstand it. Otherwise, he is now lying in the hospital with those colleagues. Those 70 golden gallons are very worthwhile. So go. Chapter 143. Your recipe. Couldn't it be stolen? During the 2 talks, Sunny couldn't help but vomit. I heard that the injured heroes are planning to protest to the ministry. They said that if the ministry doesn't equip them with protective equipment, they will not do such dangerous tasks in the future. Then you can just persuade your executive director to buy more things and go back, Marx said with a smile. Sunny stuck out her tongue. She didn't have the guts to persuade her. At this moment, Ellison quietly pulled Marx aside, revealed the dim protection ring on his right hand, and asked quietly, if the protective ring is broken, can it be repaired? Broke so soon? Marx is very strange. Although he used relatively cheap materials when he made the protective ring, it is expected that 1 or 2 years will be no problem. Unless it is repeatedly used in a short period of time, it will cause obvious wear. Didn't you just become an era for a long time? Fighting so frequently? Marx asked. Ellison smiled wryly, and then explained his experience somewhat proudly. Because of his protective ring and anti-corrosive gloves, he has been extremely brave in combat these past few days. He dared to stand up to attract firepower, and was unanimously approved by others. Even the executive director gave him a verbal statement during a meeting commendation. I think if this continues, it won't take long for me to pass the batter's review, Ellison said with an expression. Mark's mouth twitched. He felt that if he died like this, Ellison might not be able to live until the day he became a hitter. And, if he remembers correctly, wasn't this guy Ellison horrified when he came last time? Is it possible to be crippled by someone? The protective ring can of course be repaired, but it's not free. You can repair it once every 30 gallons, Marks said after thinking about it. Originally, Marks was planning to refuse the repair request, so that it would help increase the sales of the ring, but after careful consideration, this idea was dispelled. 70 gallons is not a small number. If it is worn out and cannot be repaired, the other party may not be willing to buy a second one. So it is better to charge a little service fee. 30 gallons. So expensive? Ellison was depressed for a while. He didn't have so much money. Last time he bought the protective ring or bought it in installments. A job loss. Won't you apply for reimbursement from the department? Marks looked at Ellison. The newer are in doubt. How expensive it is to repair. What does it have to do with him? Can it be like this? Ellison was stunned, and then suddenly realized that he had never thought about it before. Ellison was completely relieved, and then quietly asked if he could wear multiple protective rings at the same time. After all, in addition to what he bought himself, after becoming an elite hitter or a captain, the ministry should give him another one. Only then did Marks realize that this guy hasn't changed at all, and he is still so embarrassed. It is of course possible to equip multiple magic items at the same time, but the improvement is not as big as Ellison thought. Otherwise Marks would have given himself 10 rings and 1 finger. In the afternoon, after the errors of the Ministry of Magic left, before Marks had time to rest, Doug rushed to the door. I thought about it. I finally thought about it. We can use calming flowers and sage to suppress the tyrannical factors in wolf blood. As long as we start from here, we can produce a finished product within half a year. Doug explained it to Marks in a hurry, and he couldn't help but feel the excitement in his heart. Last night, he began to analyze the components in wolf blood. He made a major discovery before he made it. He remembered the herbs that Marks had mentioned before. After trying them one by one, Doug suddenly felt that the research on wolf poison potion was difficult. He has already solved most of it. All that is left is to work out the ratio of the potion materials and find the werewolf wizards to conduct experiments again and again. Doug was also proud of thinking of this, which meant that the Merlin medal was already within easy reach. Oh, that's it, Marks replied lightly. Doug was puzzled by Marks's plain attitude. When he was about to ask, he saw Marks take out a test tube containing a brown potion from the pocket of the wizard's robe and slowly put it on the table. What is this? Doug's expression changed. Could it be ... Doug had some guesses, but in the end he shook his head. It should be impossible. This is wolf poison potion. At this moment, Marks said, Wolf's poison potion? Douglas looked at the brown potion placed on the table in a daze, and said in a daze, you made the finished product so soon, ready to experiment? Doug couldn't believe his eyes, but soon thought of another possibility, looked around and lowered his voice. The formula for this potion was not stolen from your potions Professor Snape when you were in school, right? How is it possible? I just researched out the wolf poison potion, just last night. Marks rolled his eyes, and Doug's ability to replenish the brain was no longer there. Doug knew that he had failed, and smiled apologetically. That's right, if Snape had already worked out the formula for the wolf poison potion, he would have announced it long ago. How could he have waited until now? After trying to understand this, Doug was depressed. He was exquisite and analytical last night. Only then did he gain some gains. When he was about to share the good news with Marks, he found that the other party even get all the finished potions. Marks watched Doug transform from excitement to depression, so he had to persuade him to start studying this subject from school, and also got some help from professors by the way. Doug was relieved now, and he said, no matter how genius it is impossible to develop a finished potion overnight. Marks flicked for a while, and after resolving Dugt's doubts www.mentalnovel.com, he took the wolf poison potion he made last night and went to the base of the werewolf wizard. Walking to the middle of the dilapidated street, Walker jumped directly from the tree on one side. Strangely, "Marks, why did you come today? Didn't it mean that we don't need more werewolf blood in a short time?" Marks raised his eyes and looked over, and was surprised to find that Walker's face was pale, but compared to yesterday, he already had a little blood, and he couldn't help but admire the werewolf wizard's excellent recovery ability. "Yes, so we came to find someone to test the medicine today." Marks took out the wolf poison potion from the pocket of the wizard robe, and the dark brown liquid was shining brightly in the sun. "It's done so soon?" Walker was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Marks had only mentioned it to him yesterday, and there will be results today. "Isn't this potion mixed randomly?" Walker looked at the wolf poison potion in Marks's hand, swallowed hard, and began to wonder if he had promised too soon. Chapter 144. That's right, this is the potion of wolf's venom. Thinking of his previous promise, Walker was cruel, took the wolf poison potion, looked at the dark brown liquid in the reagent, and hesitated. "It's good to drink 3 gallons once. Don't forget." Marks threw Sangalon amusedly, and then added another word. "I have studied the formula of the wolf poison potion a long time ago. All that is missing is the werewolf blood, so it has not been made." Having said this, Marks felt depressed for a while. He worked so hard to make out the wolf poison potion, but in the end he had to spend money to find someone to drink it. Walker now had some confidence. Looking at the brown liquid in the test tube in his hand, he poured it directly into his mouth, grumbling. After Walker drank it, he clearly felt that the cold potion turned into a cold stream and poured into his stomach, and then slowly penetrated into his body. The brain seemed to become cold and cold. After a while, it returned to normal. "How do you feel?" Dugt asked hurriedly. He didn't want to have full confidence like Marks. The research results of the first phase seemed to him to be pretty good without any problems. "It seems that nothing happened," Walker said with a smashed mouth. "The wolf poison potion is a potion that keeps a werewolf sensible. How do you know if it's useful if you don't change your body?" Marks reminded. Walker nodded, thinking about things that made him angry. But Marks and Dugt have been on the same level for several minutes, and Walker hasn't changed much except that the expression on his face looks angry. "I haven't taken the initiative to transform before, maybe it's not angry enough. Let me think about it," Walker explained with some embarrassment. "Forget it, it'll help you out," Marks said helplessly. "Help? How to help?" Walker asked strangely. "Fear is coming." Marks stretched out his wand and tapped it in the air, and the purple magical light shot out and hit Walker. In the next moment, Walker's expression became distorted. His body suddenly began to change and swell, his limbs became narrow and long, and grey-brown hair continued to grow from his body. However, Marks's focus was on why Walker's transformation didn't break his clothes. Logically speaking, his body shape had changed so much that he would have torn his clothes out a long time ago. Unless the werewolf transforms, it is also a kind of animagus. When Marks was guessing, Walker's transformation had already been completed. The Tomatidor werewolf just towered in the middle of the street. The huge beast pupils stared at the two men, sharp claws scratching the ground, and his eyes were full of resentment. "It seems that the potion has no effect." Dugt held the wand in his hand. Some of his scalp was numb when he was staring at, and he asked instead, "Stop playing, Walker." Marks shook his head and interrupted. How do you know that I pretended to be?" A slightly depressed tone came out of the terrifying werewolf's mouth, and Dugt, who looked at the contrast, changed a bit, but more surprised. "This means that the development of the wolf poison potion is really successful. If you are really irrational, you might have rushed over to bite us long ago," Marks said casually, and then continued. "More importantly, I have confidence in the potion I made." It turned out to be like this. Walker curled his lips. He originally wanted to scare Marks, so that he could avenge him for letting him see such a terrifying thing. "How are you feeling now?" Marks asked. "It's awesome." Walker's hideous wolf face was full of excitement. He had never experienced being rational in the form of a werewolf. Walker looked at his arm. It was shaggy and had sharp claws. He felt that his whole body was full of strength. He couldn't help but ran around Saihuan. His powerful limbs ran out several times with just a single leap. Meters away. "He seems to be quite comfortable with his identity as a werewolf." Duke looked at Walker, who was excited, and said with complacency and suspicion. Marks tilted his head and didn't quite understand what Doug was referring to, but after thinking about it, he understood. The other werewolf wizards seemed to be more or less repelling their own werewolf identities, just like Lupin in the original book. Even after taking the wolf poison potion, during the period of transforming into a werewolf, he would only choose to hide in one place, quietly waiting for the end of the transformation time. Once he was discovered, it was a frightened look. But Walker was obviously different. The first time he turned into a werewolf, he was excited, happy with the improvement of his strength, and even started to adapt to his strength in front of them, and felt that there was nothing wrong with the werewolf form at all. "It's really different." Walker ran around like a mad dog, and the wolf howls with excitement from time to time quickly alarmed the werewolf wizard in the house. After seeing Walker run away again, they all drew out their wands. The colorful magic power condensed on the top of the wand, ready to wake him up. The leader Fren frowned and rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this posture, Walker was frightened for a while, climbed up to the tree with his hands and feet in 2 or 3 steps, hugged one of the sturdy branches, and yelled tremblingly, "Wait, don't fight for now. It's fine if you don't have any reason when you transform." But now that he is conscious, Walker doesn't want to be beaten severely. No wonder he always feels pain all over his body every time after his transformation is over. Marks looked at the Tomato-High, cruel-looking werewolf rushing to the tree, holding the branches of the tree, with a strange expression. For a group of werewolf wizards, it was shock, incomprehension, fear, and incredible. "Walker, can you speak?" Furen's expression also changed again. If it weren't for the abnormal behavior of the werewolf hiding in the tree, he would almost think he had heard it wrong. "Of course I can speak." .novel.com. Walker jumped down from the tree very loudly and jumped in front of everyone. Except for Fren, all the werewolf wizards clenched their magic wands, their faces uncertain, for fear that Walker was briefly awake and would soon lose his mind. Fren didn't have any fear. Even if Walker lost control at close range, he would not be able to beat him. So instead he said with a little excitement, "How can you stay sane in a werewolf state? How do you do it? Can you be sure how long it lasts?" Walker was in trouble because he didn't know how long it would last, so he turned to look at Marks and others. Fren, who had been attracted by Walker, noticed that Marks and Dugt were walking towards this side from the street. Vaguely thinking of something, Fren couldn't bear to ask, and he heard Marks speak first. "The effect of the medicine will give him at least a week of awake time. This is what I told you before. Which poison potion?" Chapter 145. We agreed. "How much does such a potion normally sell for?" "Potion of wolf poison?" Exclamation mark. Hearing Marks's explanation, all the werewolf wizards were so excited that they couldn't be on their own. Yesterday, although they heard Marks mention the wolf's poison potion, it was totally useless at that time. They couldn't believe that a little wizard could develop a potion that could solve their werewolf problem. Now it is different. Walker, who can still communicate normally after transforming into a werewolf, is right in front of them. No matter how surprised he is, he must admit that this is the truth. "You mean, as long as we drink the wolf poison potion, we can all be like Walker?" Even Fren, who was always calm, couldn't restrain his inner emotions and asked. "Of course." Marks nodded, and when he was about to push the potion for them, he saw an old werewolf witch who couldn't control his emotions. She burst into tears, and started sobbing in a low voice. Marks is a little puzzled. Even if he is happy, he won't be so. "Thank you." Marks was stunned. Friend stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, thanking him sincerely. After finishing speaking, Friend looked at the crying old witch again, and said to Marx with a wry smile, "You are not werewolf wizards. It may be difficult to understand our feelings. Actually, those who stay here are poor people. They are not born werewolf wizards, but were scratched and bitten by other out-of-control werewolves in the early years. They were forced to change because they were not treated in time. The experience of transforming from a normal wizard to a werewolf almost ruined their original life, especially after their identity was exposed. It was very difficult for them to find a job that could support themselves, because there was almost no place to welcome one at any time. The runaway werewolf friend sighed and told Marx one story after another about werewolf wizards. Everyone has their own misfortune. Otherwise, I wouldn't fall into Knockout Alley, and sometimes I don't even have a full meal. Marx was silent for a long time. He is not a werewolf wizard and cannot fully understand the feelings of these people, but in his opinion, the werewolf wizard is like an infectious disease patient in the mole world. He spent a long time in the hospital in his previous life, knowing what kind of discrimination an infectious patient would suffer in his life. While Marx was thinking about it, Friend had already briefly said the experiences of everyone except himself and Walker. After another pause, Friend sighed. Your wolf poison potion gives us hope for a normal life. I think every werewolf will thank you. Marx was not so optimistic, shook his head, and said softly, even if there is a potion of wolf poison, it is difficult to change the long-standing concept of wizards in a short time. You'd better be psychologically prepared. If possible, Marx didn't want to pour cold water at this time, but he knew that if these werewolf wizards believed that the wolf poison potion could eliminate the barriers, they would only witness a more cruel reality in the end. Of course we know this, but there is finally some hope now, right? Friend looked openly and smiled freely. The rest of the werewolf wizards, at this time, also eased from the previous excitement, and they all came forward to thank them. Was praised one after another. Marx was not embarrassed, because he made wolf poison potions more selfishly. By the way, how much does this potion cost? Amid praise and thanks, someone suddenly asked. The group of werewolf wizards also realized this crucial problem, and looked at Marx in anxiety. Although the wolf poison potion can relieve them of the problem of running away after transforming, they have to be able to afford it. 20. No, forget it. Just sell it for 10 gallons. Marx sighed. Marx was thinking of setting the price at 20 gallons. According to his budget, this price is almost excluding the werewolf wizards who have jobs or odd jobs in other places outside of Knockover Alley. Saving money for a month can be saved. The other party can't afford it when it is high, and he can't make much gold gallon when it is low. 20 gallons is just the limit that both parties can accept. However, seeing the werewolf wizards present looking at him eagerly, thinking about the stories Friend said, after Marx hesitated, the price dropped to half of the original price. After the price was set, Marx suddenly thought of something. He squinted at Friend for a while, and then he said, how could this guy suddenly tell him a story? It turned out that it was this idea. Friend gave Marx an apologetic look. He didn't mean to intimidate Marx with these things. He just wanted to truly inform Marx of their werewolf's difficulties. The inventor of the wolf poison potion. Werewolves are really poor. How could the werewolf wizards present fail to see that Marx had taken their situation into consideration and lowered the original price, which was moved for a while. Thanks for 10 gallons. If you work harder, you can still save it every month. With the wolf poison potion, we will soon find a formal job. Leave this place. Several werewolf wizards talked about their visions for the future, and more of them expressed their gratitude. Friend also said solemnly at this time, Marx McClown, if you need our help in the future, you can come to us. You are always welcome here. If you say ... we can help. Yes, if you run into any trouble, just tell me. Walker gathered up the excitement at this time, and his sharp wolf claws clenched into fists. Novel.com patted his chest and said carelessly. Marx smiled, and the original depression was swept away. In his previous life, He couldn't wait for the hope that others gave. He didn't expect that after crossing, he gave hope to a group of people. In the original book, Marx doesn't know what the price of the wolf's poison potion is. It is estimated that 10 gallons is impossible, because the cost, publicity, research and development costs, and the complexity of the potion brewing are all destined for the wolf's poison potion. Expensive. Even if Marx has a formula directly given by the system, which saves research and development costs, the cost of publicity and the cost of the potion cannot be solved. In addition, it is impossible for Marx to spend all his time on brewing the wolf poison potion, and needs to let others contract the production of the potion. So for every bottle of wolf poison potion sold, he may only earn 1 or 2 gold cannon only. But it's not bad to sell it cheaply. After all, you need to buy at least 1 bottle of this potion every month, and the price is a little lower so that all werewolf wizards can afford it. How can there be hundreds of werewolf wizards in Europe? Even if a third of the werewolf wizards were willing to buy wolf poison potions every month, that would still make a lot of money. There are many ways to earn Jinjialong. Marx is not cruel enough to make a fortune by exploiting werewolf wizards. So go. Chapter 146. You know a hammer. Confirming the effect of the wolf poison potion, Marx declined the enthusiasm of the werewolf wizards to stay. After leaving the station, Doogt, who had not spoken, spoke in praise. You did a good job this time. Compared to vulgar money, fame is really important. Doogt also sighed when he said that. He found that he had seriously underestimated the little wizard Marx. Not only was able to develop the wolf poison potion in a short period of time, but also resisted the temptation of money. This made the next operation extremely easy. Doogt felt that as long as the publicity was in place, Marx would be able to easily gain the favor of all werewolves, which would be very helpful for the implementation of the plan in the future. You deserve it. Doogt looked at Marx with a little amazement. If he had such courage back then, how could he have fallen to where he is today? Marx didn't know that Doogt was crazy about his brains, but he didn't agree with Doogt's statement. Vulgar money? You don't want it, you can give it to me. Dean Doogt, since you think money is vulgar, I will beg you to make the wolf's poison potion in the future. If this is the case, we can further reduce the price of the wolf's poison potion. Marx rolled his eyes and said, Ahem. Although Jinjialong is vulgar, but sometimes it is indispensable. Doogt coughed awkwardly. All the way afterwards, Doogt was discussing with Marx how much the employment fee should be paid, and he tried his best to fight for the slightest profit, until he was almost home. Every time a bottle of wolf poison potion is made, Doogt can get a gold gallon. Marx was thinking of lowering the price a little bit, but Doogt resolutely refused to give in, and did not promote the vulgarity of money, so Marx had to give up. After all, the wolf poison potion is not something that ordinary people can configure, and it needs to have a high level of potion to ensure the success rate of potion brewing. If you are looking for another potion master, you may not decide how high the price will be, so it is better to hand it over to Doug to make it. Marx thinks that this guy is idle at ordinary times. He might as well boil some wolf poison potions to sell every day, so that he can only earn black-hearted money by blackmailing patients. After discussing the price, Yifan suddenly remembered that he didn't even have a follow-up publicity plan, and he still had to say whether the wolf poison potion could be sold. And I don't know if there is a patent in the magic world. If so, where do I need to apply for it? Marx was about to ask, when he saw Doogt wave his hands and said, Don't worry, I understand. I understand. You think about your words for the past 2 days, then change into a decent outfit, and be more generous. 2 days later, I will take you to the Ministry of Magic. After speaking, Doogt waved his magic wand to perform apparition, and hurriedly disappeared in front of the store. Marx was left standing in front of the door in a daze, and it took a long time before a word came out of his mouth. You know a hammer. Until Marx returned home, he didn't fully understand the meaning of Doogt's words, but he probably understood a little bit. 2 days later, he should go to the Ministry of Magic to meet some important people. At the time of dinner, Aya, who was holding the dinner plate, looked at Marks with frowning, and said with concern, "What's wrong? Didn't it go well today?" Marks made a potion of wolf poison and went to find the werewolves in the knockdown alley to test the medicine. Naturally, Asa was very clear about it, so I thought it was a problem with the development of the potion. No, everything went well. The effect of the wolf poison potion was as I expected. Marks loosened his frown, shook his head, and said, "It seems that you will soon become the smallest Merlin medal recipient in the magic world." Asa was a little surprised, but there were more surprises. "Awesome. Mom knows you will be successful," Asa said happily, and couldn't help but step forward and kiss Marks on the forehead. "Well, it should be available. Eat first." Marks flushed his cheeks uncomfortably, picked up a knife and fork and changed the subject forcefully. I didn't worry about what Doobt was going to do for a while, anyway. I knew it in 2 days. Marks didn't waste the 2 days of free time. In addition to the daily practice of magic, and occasionally discussing the spell release technique with Tom, he also went to the residence of the werewolf wizards from time to learn about their situation. Marks has not forgotten that one of the purposes of looking for the werewolves in the first place was to ask them to help investigate the news of Knockdown Alley, especially paying attention to whether there is any idea of a dark wizard playing his magic shop. After Friend heard about this, he did not hesitate to agree on the spot, even unwilling to receive payment from Marks. In Friend's view, Marks lowered the price of the wolf poison potion for their werewolf wizards, and the loss was not small, and it was a matter of course to do a small favor. What's more, Friend also counted on Marks, the creator of the wolf poison potion, to develop a potion to kill these werewolves in the future. If something happens, the flame of hope that has finally ignited will be extinguished. So not only Friend, but the other werewolf wizards also promised to help him inquire about relevant news in his spare time. It's just that Marks didn't intend to report the favor, so after thinking about it, he decided to hire them in another way. Just afterwards, it takes a lot of werewolf blood to make the wolf poison potion, so he promised that the werewolf wizard present will draw blood twice a month, and he will be able to exchange for a bottle of wolf poison potion for free. The werewolf's ability to recover was excellent. Walker took thousands of milliliters of blood at a time and he almost recovered within a few days. It can be seen that a blood draw in the last half month will not cause any damage to the body of the werewolf wizard. After switching the remuneration, Friend smiled bitterly, and the other werewolf wizards did not refuse, because the price of 10 gallons of wolf poison potion is indeed a huge expense for them. If they can get a bottle of blood after drawing twice, then they don't need to save money frugally. The only thing that confuses Marks is that the werewolf wizards agreed to his employment, but the first ring of the unified knockdown alley in the system to conquer the werewolf wizards did not show completion. It doesn't seem to be so easy to complete the task. No wonder that I have given 2 years of task time. You were reading www.umshu.com. Marks muttered to himself as he looked at the task list without any changes. After thinking about it, Marks understood. Now he is more like a benefactor to these werewolf wizards. Although everyone is very grateful, he obviously does not intend to take refuge in him. The 11 or 12-year-old wizard, thinking of this, Marks was helpless. This is not to say that he was suddenly full of ambitions to recruit a group of werewolf men to dominate the knockdown alley. Rather, as soon as the task is completed, he will be able to get the formula of the powerful wolf poison potion. Although I don't know the difference between this and ordinary wolf poison potion for the time being, after all, it has 2 words of powerful effect. Maybe it can really cure these werewolves. P.S. The group number of the book Friend group is 446,421,565, and there is only one person in the group temporarily, so if your application is sent too late, the angel may not be able to agree immediately. Chapter 147 Teach 10,000 bullets are all fired. Faint. In the morning 2 days later, at the east side of the ruins, A werewolf stretched out powerful limbs, swiftly avoiding the smashed boulders and the colorful spell rays among the ruins. Suddenly, a scream sounded. The werewolf looked up and found that hundreds of birds had gathered in the sky at some point, and they were swooping toward him. For a while, they dodged in embarrassment, but he was still pecked out with wounds. However, the slight pain and injury stimulated the werewolf's eagerness. He didn't dodge and rushed towards the little wizard who was waving his wand not far away. The limbs of the werewolf are long and narrow, and a long jump is a few meters away, and it quickly draws the distance between the two sides very close. If it is an ordinary wizard, being close by a werewolf is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Marx was obviously not among the ranks of ordinary wizards, and when the werewolf swooped in front of him, the effect of the magic circle was activated. The next moment, the terrifying magic wave swept away in all directions, and the close werewolf was knocked into the air several meters away in an instant. Marx's wand waved again, and the weeds on the ground began to grow wildly around the werewolf's legs and tied it up. Immediately Marx made a gesture and wanted to continue to do it. At this moment, the scar-looking werewolf made a sound of horror. "Stop, I give up, I give up." Marx then put down his wand. After a while, the werewolf body in front of him twitched and slowly transformed into its original shape. Walker got up from the ground with difficulty, feeling weak and depressed. After taking the wolf poison potion and gaining the ability to maintain his sanity in the werewolf state, Walker inevitably swelled a little. All day long clamoring to fight Marx again, but the result is obvious. After several battles, he was brutally tortured, and there was no way to fight back. "Are you really a first-year little wizard? I didn't expect that I would become a werewolf this time and could not beat you." Walker scratched his head and said admiringly, "Accurately speaking, the next school year will be the second grade." Marx said casually, and then felt something was wrong. What's wrong with this kind of elementary school student's self-introduction feeling? Marx shook his head, leaving this feeling behind. I didn't pay much attention to Walker's compliments. I knew my family's affairs. If the blessing of magic items and the special bloodline magic were removed, Marx felt that he might not be able to defeat Walker in the werewolf state so easily and freely. Otherwise, when being close, he does not need to use the magic ring to consume the magic power that has been hard stored for these days. It can only be said that in order to deter the werewolf wizards, they performed too much, so that they can't get off the stage with strong support. Thinking of this, Marx immediately praised. "Your werewolf form is very powerful. If you control it better, you might be able to defeat me." "How is that possible?" "I listened to my uncles and they said that you used a powerful spell to blow up a whole section of the street wall." Walker didn't believe it at all, and even said this, with a hint of wonder in his words. Color. A few days ago, Walker asked curiously about what happened after he lost control of his transformation. "Then I learned that after Marx defeated him, one person resisted the attacks of all the werewolf wizards, and by the way, a whole section of the street wall was blown into ruins with a powerful spell." At first, Walker didn't believe it very much. He had never seen anyone release such a terrifying curse. Even if he personally inspected the ruins, he was still a little doubtful. After all, in his impression, Marx seemed to be nothing more than an 11 or 12-year-old little wizard, and he was defeated last time with Doogt. Until recently, they challenged Marx one after another, and were easily defeated by the opponent. Walker believed this completely, and in his heart he raised Marx's strength to a place comparable to Fren. No, maybe it's higher, because Fuhren couldn't easily blow up a section of the street wall with a spell. Thinking of this, Walker asked curiously, "Marx, what spell did you use last time? It's so powerful." "That's a thunderbolt explosion, a deep lethal curse," Marx explained, then looked at Walker with an enviable look, and then smiled. "The power of the spell is closely related to the caster. If you release this spell, I am afraid that it will not even have a third of its power." Having said that, Marx could see that Walker wanted to learn this spell, but he was not embarrassed to say it. After thinking about it, he spoke. It's not that this spell can't be taught to you. It's just that your basics are too poor. If you rush to learn the Thunderbolt explosion, there is a risk of losing control, so it is better to learn some basic spells first. In the previous few matches, Marks noticed that Walker's spells were astonishingly poor, and the spells he released were sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and very unstable. After questioning, Marks learned that Walker had attended Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but unfortunately the identity of the werewolf was discovered by his classmates in the 2nd grade, and then the school received complaints from other parents, and later he was expelled. So Walker did not go through formal academic study at all, and most of the spells he learned were taught by Furin in his spare time. After hearing about Walker's experience, Marks suddenly felt a little regretful. If Walker had gone to school at HogWarts, he would be lucky. He might be able to make a few friends like Lupin and graduate from school smoothly. After all, Dumbledore treats students very well. He never discriminates against outliers, and even gives some help. Walker didn't care about his experience of being expelled. In his opinion, it would be fine if he didn't go to school, just because he didn't need to hide in hiding every month, and he had to be stared at with doubt. Marks shook his head helplessly. Novel.com. For Walker's easygoing temperament, he didn't know what to say, so he simply gave Walker a basic curse course. Although Marks had only taken a course, he was no worse than an adult wizard based on the theoretical basis of the 4th level magic spell. What's more, he has obtained a lot of tricks to release spells from Tom Riddle these days, and it is no problem to teach Walker, a werewolf wizard from a wild background. At first, Walker didn't pay much attention to the basic courses taught by Marks. In his opinion, these spells would have already been learned by himself, and there is no need to relearn them. He still wants to learn the extremely lethal spells like Thunderbolt. It's just that Marks has established authority in several battles. Even if Walker is reluctant, he can only be patient and listen to the meeting. After being forced to correct several mistakes and omissions in the process of casting spells, and tried it personally, Walker was surprised to find that the power of the spell has actually become greater. So go. Chapter 148. What do you think of this identity setting? With this discovery, Walker really closed his mind, listened to Marks's lecture earnestly, and from time to time experimented with the knowledge of spells Marks told him. Now I am more and more admired for Marks. He feels that the professors at Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are not as good as Marks's teaching. At least Marks was able to increase the power of his spell in a short period of time, but he didn't have this experience when he was in school. It's just that Walker doesn't have a systematic blessing like Marks, and even if he knows what to do, he needs a lot of practice to be able to master it. Marks watched Walker happily and began to practice the spell over and over again, and smiled. His deliberate teaching this time was also out of some compensatory psychology. After all, in the past 2 days, Marks has used the name of Wolf Poison Potion effect to analyze Walker's body structure in 2 different states of werewolf and wizard. Greatly increased the proficiency of the transformation curse. Not to mention, it also became more and more certain that the werewolf form was a special animagus, because just like when he used magic power to analyze the spots, Walker's brain in the werewolf state also has magical protection. The only difference between the two is that Walker's body is also full of magic, as if his whole body is activated by magic, and all functions have been improved a lot. This reminded Marks of the fast-running brindlecat in the Forbidden Forest. Guessing whether Professor McGonagall can achieve a similar increase in the form of animagus. However, Marks thought that he hadn't even learned animagus now, and it didn't make sense to think about it for the time being. Considering that today seemed to be the day that I had agreed with Doug to go to the Ministry of Magic, Marks turned to look at Walker and spoke. I will teach you here for the time being. In the past few days, you will practice it yourself. When I have time, I will teach you the release techniques of the Iron Armor Curse and the Splitting Curse. When you can freely control the power of the spell, you can start to learn the spell of Thunderbolt Explosion. Are you really willing to teach me such a powerful spell? Walker, who was practicing the spell, said in disbelief. Although Marx had promised this before, he thought it was a shirk. Of course, if you can meet my requirements. Marx nodded indifferently. In fact, the curse of a thunderbolt explosion is not that rare. In the original Time and Space, Hermione and Harry had released this curse when he was in 7th grade, and its power was normal. Not to mention blowing up the entire street like Peter Pettigrew. Even blowing up a section of the street wall like him can't do it. As he said before, the specific power of the spell varies from person to person. The most important thing is that the standards he set are not so easy to achieve. It will take at least 1 or 2 years for Walker to control the power of the spell freely. At that time, even if Walker mastered the Thunderbolt Explosion, it would not be possible to pose any threat to him. Walker didn't know this. He jumped up with joy, imagining that soon after he cast a spell to make the enemy tremble with fright, he began to practice harder. Marx was amused for a while. If the wolves were as easy to deal with as Walker, it would be great. His task would be completed in a few days. After making the promise, Marx did not stay here too much and went straight back home. After lunch, Marx finally waited for Doogt to arrive. Not seen for 2 days, Doogt had already changed his appearance. A black wizard robe inlaid with gold, his stature was straight, and the moaning scum on his lips had been shaved, completely without the decadent appearance before. What surprised Marx most was that Doogt's sparse hair grew back in 2 days, put on the oil, and combed it neatly behind his head. "Are you drinking a potion for additional issuance?" Marx said with a weird expression, "but it seems that the additional issuance will not be permanent, otherwise Doogt won't wait until today." Doogt glared at him fiercely, knowing it in his heart, what to do. Immediately afterwards, Doogt looked up and down on Marx's body again, and saw that he was just wearing an ordinary wizard robe, and said in a puzzled way, "Didn't I ask you to dress up? You just wear this, isn't it? I think this dress is pretty good." "Could it be that we went to the banquet?" Marx raised his eyebrows. "Of course not." Doogt shook his head. "Isn't that enough? We are poor wizards from Turnover Rally. Although our family is poor and difficult to eat and wear, we are still worried about the future of the magical world. Therefore, we have been studying in Turnover Rally for many years and are determined to solve the problem of werewolf runaways. Marx talked eloquently, stunned what Doogt had said, and finally asked aloud, "What do you think of the identity of this poor genius?" Doogt was confused, and it took a long time before he could barely keep up with Marx's brain, wondering if he wanted to change his old clothes. Seeing Doogt's dumbfounded look, Marx smiled in his heart. "Since this likes brain supplements, let's continue with brain supplements." Just as Marx was proud, he suddenly felt a burst of chill behind him, turned his head and looked over, only to find that it was the sullen Asia. "I don't remember when it was difficult to eat and wear at home." Asa squeezed Marx's cheek with no anger. Then Asa unbuttoned Marx's coat, took off Marx's ordinary wizard robe, and replaced it with another robe with delicate patterns. "It looks pretty good." After helping Marx folded his sleeves, Asa satisfactorily looked at the little wizard in front of him and said with satisfaction. Marx waved his magic wand and turned into a mirror www.mentalnovel.com and found that it really depends on clothes, and when he changed his clothes, he actually looked like a noble wizard. "It just feels that wearing this suit is always a little restrained, not at all the usual ease." "Well, this dress is okay," Marx finally commented, but accidentally turned away the smiley face of Asa, and then quickly changed his words. "I mean, this dress is pretty good, impeccable. It's almost time, so let's go first." Doogt looked at the clock, gestured to Asa, and reminded Marx. Marx nodded solemnly, and then he was held down on his shoulders, and a familiar spatial tear came from him, and Doogt's voice rang in his ears. Apparition. The next moment, the two people who were still in the magic shop disappeared in front of Asa. P.S. Recommend a well-written own a million-word HP Comrade Harry Potter, the shopkeeper of 10,000 worlds, with a large volume, and it is said that there are still 200,000 words in deposit, which can be updated at any time. Chapter 149 entered the Ministry of Magic. After a while, ripples appeared in the space, and two figures, one large and one small, appeared out of thin air on the open space on one side. After returning to his senses, Marx subconsciously looked around and found that this was not the Ministry of Magic he had imagined, but was located in a long narrow alley. "Why don't we teleport directly to the Ministry of Magic?" Marx asked strangely. "Unless you are authorized and have important things, you can't just use apparition to teleport to the Ministry of Magic. Even if you get to work there, you must enter through other channels when you go to work." Doug took a picture of Marx on the shoulders, explained aloud. Marx nodded. "That's right. If everyone used apparition to teleport back and forth in the Ministry of Magic when doing business, it would definitely be a mess. More importantly, it will damage the majesty of the Ministry of Magic. Come with me. The entrance to the Ministry of Magic is right in front. There may be more people on the road. We'd better pretend to be like moles." Doug put away the wand in his hand, tidied up his clothes, and after a word of warning, he took the lead in walking forward. "Pretending to be like moles? Do you know what moles look like in general?" Marx kept spitting in his heart, but he still followed quickly and walked out of the alley, only to find that there was a bustling street outside. "There is a torrent of people here. The most common are those men and women wearing suits and leather shoes and carrying briefcases. They look in a hurry and never stay too much in the same place." Under Dujet's leadership, Marx mixed into the crowd, but the two's distinctive costumes still attracted the attention of passers-by. Even so, Dujet still felt that he had a good disguise, and from time to time he told Marx some mole common sense that I didn't know where it came from, but it was a pity that it all sounded outdated in Marx. With the rise of Dujet's talk, he even thought of showing Marx the use of the mole machine on the vending machine on the side of the road. However, after holding a silver psycho into it, nothing happened. It didn't take long for the machine to spit out Yink Psych again. "Damn it, mole machines don't collect cash from Psycho and Tongnat." Doug patted his head and muttered in a low voice. It suddenly occurred to him that he had forgotten to exchange some mole currency at Gringotts today. Not long after they walked, the two came to an ancient street, where the walls were covered with all kinds of graffiti. There are only a few shops and a tavern on both sides of the street that are opening, which looks extremely desolate. Because of this, there are very few pedestrians here, and occasionally a car honking its whistle passes by. In the front, there is a red telephone booth, which seems to be in disrepair and tattered, so that the red paint on it has fallen off. But Dujet walked in indifferently, and by the way he greeted Marx also coming in, the small phone booth seemed a bit crowded for a while. "This is a mole phone booth. It is said that moles can use this to realize remote communication, just like your telescopic ears. How about? Surprising, right? I felt a little weird when I first found out." Doug slapped his mouth, showing off his mole knowledge, and he looked triumphant. Marx rolled his eyes helplessly. It was just a phone booth. It was not that he hadn't used it in his previous life. Now moles even have mobile phones. While doing a commentary to Marx, Dujet picked up the handset, dialed the number on it, entered 62,442, and waited in the phone booth. Not long after, Marx heard a voice ringing in his ears, which seemed to be very close, but no one could be seen around him. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and your affairs." It was an indifferent female voice. Marx couldn't help but complained. The poor service attitude of the Ministry of Magic receptionist shouldn't be a warm welcome. Dujet was used to it, and didn't think there was anything wrong. He said, Dujet, this is Marx McClown, the developer of the wolf poison potion. We are going to the patent office. I believe someone should have greeted you." After Dujet finished speaking, the receptionist seemed a little surprised, and then continued to speak after a pause. "Hello, guest. Please take your badge. Not in front of your clothes." Jingle. A square silver badge slipped out from the coin refund entrance of the phone booth. Marx reached out and took it and turned it over and looked at it. It clearly read Marx McClown, Patent application. Mark's Yin put the badge away from his chest, and heard the receptionist continue. Guests from the Ministry of Magic. The security checkpoint is at the end of the main hall. You need to be checked there and register your wand. As soon as the voice fell, Marks felt that the phone booth suddenly began to sink. It felt like when he was riding an elevator, sliding down to the ground steadily. Through the glass of the phone booth, Marks could clearly see that they were going deep underground. Layers of rocks passed by, and the speed of falling seemed to be getting faster and faster. There was a fine friction sound around, which made Marks a little worried. Will there be any problems with this magical elevator? Fortunately, everything went well in the end. The phone booth stopped smoothly, the closed door opened automatically, and then closed again after Marks and Doogt walked out. Marks watched the phone booth relaunch, and then turned his head to look forward, only to realize that they were already on the side of a wide hall. As the facade of the Ministry of Magic, it was built to be magnificent. The ground is covered with neat dark wooden floors, which are bright enough to reflect people's reflections. The peacock blue ceiling is engraved with many golden patterns. Until novel.com for a moment. Constantly changing and moving. There is a gilded fireplace at every interval of the surrounding walls, and from time to time you can see the flames raised by the wizard when entering and exiting through the fireplace. In the middle of the hall is a fountain, which looks the size of a pool, and a golden statue stands in the center of the circle. The largest and tallest is a wizard holding a magic wand. The graceful statue of a witch next to it, together with statues of horsemen, fairies, and house elves, surrounds the surrounding like a moon and stars, looking at the wizard in the center with infinite admiration. Marks went all the way, looking around from time to time. In his previous life, he had imagined the Ministry of Magic in his mind, and saw similar scenes in film and television. However, he was surprised that the mysterious magic of magic can be combined with architectural art so perfectly when he was in close contact with him. Well, don't watch, we still have business to do. Doogta interrupted Marks's idea of continuing to visit, and after leading him through the checkpoint of the wand, he pressed a few times on the elevator. Chapter 150 Meeting with Damocles. Marcus Sting. The elevator door slowly opened, and Marks found that this was the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. Unlike the wide and luxurious hall below, the decoration of the main hall looked more solemn and majestic. As soon as the two came in, they attracted the attention of everyone present, and a 40-year-old bald middle-aged wizard walked up and hugged Doogt. Old friend, long time no see. Doogta slapped the middle-aged wizard on the back very passionately. After the two separated, Doogta looked down at Marks and introduced. This is Director Stamp of the Patent Office, one of my best friends. Hello Mr. Stamp. Marks replied politely. You are the inventor of the wolf poison potion? God, although Doogt mentioned your age in the letter, I always thought this guy was joking. Stamp looked at Marks at most 11. The 2-year-old's tone was full of surprise, and then he said to Doogta half-jokingly, to be honest, several of my old friends are reluctant to believe that a little wizard can develop a wolf poison potion. You know, that must have a deep study of werewolves. But this is the truth, isn't it, Mr. Stamp? Marks could not help but interrupted, then went on. In addition, I think it is not that the development of the wolf poison potion is too difficult, but that there are too few potion masters who care about the recent situation of werewolves, so that no one can come up with a solution before this. Marks's words made Stamp somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, there was a round of applause in the hall, accompanied by a deep voice. We agreed. Marks turned his head and looked over, and saw that the man who praised him was a young wizard, who looked about 30 years old, and should be the youngest in the main hall except him. Before Marks could ask, he heard the other party say angrily, what you said just now is true. The entire magical world doesn't care about the status quo of werewolves at all. It simply thinks that werewolves are aliens, troublemakers and unstable factors. But they forget that most of the poor victims of werewolves were also attacked. They were also normal wizards before. They didn't do anything wrong, but they needed to be treated like this. Compared with Mark's slightly euphemistic words, the young wizard has to appear more straightforward, without the slightest concealment. After the wizard had finished cursing angrily, his tone slowed down a lot, and he looked at Marcus. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Damocles Marcus, a wizard who is studying the issue of werewolves. Hello, Mr. Marcus. Marcus said calmly on the surface, but he felt guilty in his heart. If he remembers correctly, this is the inventor of the wolf poison potion in the original time and space, and Marcus never expected to see himself here. The most important thing is to look at the time. Marcus should be able to independently develop the wolf poison potion in a short time. I don't know if he has produced the finished formula now. Marcus suddenly felt a headache, worried that this guy was coming to trouble him. After all, anyone who is about to come up with research results and finds that he is one step ahead of him is absolutely unhappy. However, what Marcus did not expect was that Marcus was very enthusiastic about him. After a few words of courtesy, Marcus talked to him about the status quo of werewolves and the conjecture of werewolf riots, and even threw out some of his own experimental results and discussed them together. Fortunately, Marcus's potions are not low, and coupled with the contact with the werewolves for a period of time, it is very easy to deal with, and even put forward some new ideas. Do you think the transformation of werewolves is a special kind of animagus? Marcus said in surprise. He has been studying werewolves for many years, and he has seen the appearance of werewolves running many times, but never thought about it here. Yes, when I was at HogWarts, I once listened to Professor McGonagall, who taught the transformation course, and talked about some details about the transformation of animagus. In addition, I have a few werewolf friends in Knockdown Alley. After experimenting with my wolf poison potion, they can freely control their own power in the form of werewolves. That's why I have this conjecture. Having said that, Marcus hesitated for a moment, and did not say what he discovered when he analyzed the werewolf's body, but shook his head and said with a slight disappointment, "It's a pity that the wolf poison potion has a duration. If it can be improved again so that the werewolf wizards can freely control their transformation while remaining sensible, what is the difference between the animagus transformation?" After listening to Marcus, he thought that Marcus was whimsical, so he wanted to refute it, but after careful consideration, he found that it was actually possible. If this conjecture is true, the magic world will definitely boil. Marcus said in shock. You must know that animagus is a kind of advanced transformation magic, which can be mastered by more than a dozen people in the entire British magic circle. The deformed are usually harmless animals, which can only play a role of detection and concealment, far incomparable with the form of werewolves. If one day, Marcus can really develop what he called an improved potion, then the werewolf wizard will no longer be the object of fear, and will even be enthusiastically sought after by some wizards. After all, the biggest weakness of the wizard is the fragile body behind being close, and the werewolf form can solve this problem well. More importantly, this ability is extremely easy to master, as simple as being caught and bitten by a werewolf, and then drinking a bottle of modified version of wolf poison potion can be unlocked. Thinking of this, Marcus looked at the little wizard in front of him with admiration. Before coming to the Ministry of Magic www.mentalnovel.com, Marcus had certain doubts about Marcus, the developer of the wolf poison potion, because he has been studying the werewolf problem with great concentration over the years, and he has worked hard to get some results. Only one or two key points have not been figured out. This led to the fact that 2 days ago, after receiving this news, Marcus' first reaction was whether his research results were stolen by others, so he put aside his research work and rushed to the Ministry of Magic to meet with the other party. After some discussions, Marcus freely answered various professional questions he put forward, and showed sympathy for werewolves and dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Magic for ignoring the werewolf problem. Marcus only slightly let go of his doubts and started, "Face this little wizard who doesn't look too big." When Marcus proposed a new idea of werewolf form, Marcus completely forgot his previous suspicions, and was even ashamed of his original idea, because in his opinion, Marx's research on the werewolf problem is more profound and far-reaching than he thought. So